think like brown to black belt was a big thing for me. And then when I won my first EPI, and I submitted Yuri, who won ADCC, I beat Rustam. So I think that was like my turning point as a competitor. But I think I started to reach world level a little bit before that. I think somewhere around brown belt, mid level to late level brown belt.
Was some of that mental? Like, was there a moment when you, like after a training session, you realized I could actually do this? I could be at the top of the world, world class.
The critical moment for me was when I think it was right when I got my black belt, maybe a few months before I got my black belt. We had a former ADCC champion come into the gym, and we did a hard round together. And I think I submitted him like 4 or 5 times, and no one knew who I was. I never won anything up to that point, and I was like, okay, like if this is like one of the best guys in the world, and I could submit him multiple times around, I think that this is like something that I actually could do professionally and make a career out of this.
Okay, so the actual performance was you don't need to believe before you perform. Like a lot of Olympic gold medalists, they have to believe before they can perform because like they're getting their ass kicked for a long time.
Yeah, I think the best way for me to believe in something is to have repeated success doing it against high-level guys. Like I'm not going to just believe I can do a double leg if I can't hit a double leg on anybody. So for me, the belief came from the repeated success in the gym.
Yeah, but to get to the point where you're submitting somebody like Yuri Samo is like one of the greatest grapplers ever, it took a long journey.
Yeah, but I had the confidence, I had the belief in myself because of the success that I had in the gym prior to that event.
And it's one step at a time. First it's the brown belts, then it's the black belts, then it's world class. Okay. George, was there a turning point for you when you thought, like, I can actually do this?
Yes, I always dreamed to become champion. And I think the turning point, that there was 2 turning points. And they were my 2 losses. First, my losses to Matt Hughes. I went into that fight just to not lose. I was not fighting to win. And it's after the fight, when I watched the replay of the fight, I realized I was doing pretty well. But during the fight, in my own mind, I was not seeing it that way. I thought I was getting dominated by Hughes like 100%. But when I watched the replay, I was like, man, I can beat this guy. I was beating him until I made that stupid mistake. So I was very frustrating, but that's what gave me the mentality, the championship level mentality. And then I became a little bit overconfident because I started beating everybody after that. And I start to believe the hype of people when they look at me. They were like, oh, he's the new up-and-coming superstar and he's going to be unstoppable. And then when I became champion, I lost to Matt Serra. So before I believe my first failure was because I had a lack of confidence. And my second failure was because I was overconfident. So I think there's a perfect center of confidence. I mean, it's good to be confident because John taught me like confidence is it's like money in your bank account. If you can have all the skills in the world, right? And if you don't have the confidence, it's like you can be a millionaire, but you don't have access to your bank account. So that's a little bit the analogy that John told me. So that's how I feel confidence plays for an athlete. But to be overconfident, I think it's always good to be aware, to be afraid of what can happen. So to have a perfect balance of confidence and fear, to me, that's what mentally gave me the edge to become, I believe, successful in my sport.
Playing off that, John gave me a speech one time, and he was like, you have to be able to like flip a switch and turn it off, where like a guy like Mayweather or someone who goes out who's super confident and he plays the character of someone who's like, no one can beat me, I'm the best that there ever was, and that's it. But if you look at me, I actually train very hard. You can't play the persona of no one can beat me and have it translate into your life and just think that you're so good that you don't have to do anything and no one can beat you. You have to be able to play that public persona of no one can beat me, but then you have to actually do the training to make that happen. You can't believe your own hype and say I can can just do whatever I want. No one's ever going to beat me. If you ever switch between the persona and the actual athlete, and that made a big difference for me.
It's tough because like you dominate such a large fraction of the world in grappling, and George just the perfect dominance after these two. It's hard for the confidence not to just like how do you avoid the confidence not becoming a thing that weighs you down, where you completely lose your mind?
For me, it's just number one, the guys in the gym are just so tough. So the guys in the gym that I train with are always like nipping at my butt and always giving me new problems as well. And for me, it's really just about trying to learn new stuff over time. So that keeps it interesting for me. And it's not really about, no one can beat me. I don't have to train. I have to do whatever. I can do whatever I want. It's more what keeps me in the gym is more about the fact that I'm learning new stuff all the time and working on something new and progressing to new levels at all times. It's not. I don't just come in and do the same thing over and over again, and that gets boring. You just come in and you don't learn anything new, and you just do the same stuff for years at a time, and okay, this is boring. But when you have new stuff to work on and new goals, short-term and long-term goals, reach, then it makes it interesting.
It's for me, it's a little bit like Gordon says, is the fear. Because sometimes in the gym, even before when I was competing, I was getting my butt kicked. But I don't care what happened in the gym. I mean, it hit my ego, of course, because I'm a proud person, I'm a competitor, even in the gym. But it's not a malicious competition. It's a competition between each other. When you fight, you have to be malicious. You go there to everything else. But it hit me in terms of my pride when I got beat in the gym, of course. But that fear that I don't want it to happen in public, especially not during a fight. That what help me keeps the balance between confidence and fear. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. It's a mixture of both that I believe to me help me succeed, to have the right mindset to fight.
And I talk so much shit that I'm like, man, if I lose, this is going to be rough. So
Yeah, you put a lot of. I mean, that's a hard thing to do when you talk shit. When you play the heel, it's so much like a point. The pressure is. I mean, you have to be good under pressure. It's the Conor McGregor thing.
the reason I actually started talking shit was actually like indirectly because of George. because I
I
won.
would become the opposite of George.
I won my first EBI, and I didn't talk shit, and everyone was like being like, oh, you can only beat Yuri because he was tired, or this or that, and if you have a rematch under any other rules, that you would have lost. And I'm like trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. So I'm scrolling through George's feed one day, and he posted a clip of him beating someone, and I look at the comments, and I'm with this in mind. I'm like, George is the nicest person of all time. And if you look at the comments, it's like 10,000 comments, and like 9,900 are just people calling him like, all you do is lay and pray, you pussy, you suck, can't finish anybody. And I'm looking at this, and I'm like, people are going to say what they're going to say regardless. They're going to talk shit regardless, so you may as well just say whatever you want, and then just be yourself.
Is there some aspect of like mentioning Conor McGregor? He crossed the line with Khabib. He's nice at Khabib. Is there something you ever regret about crossing the line, or do you ever feel like there's a line, or do you just keep pushing the line?
I basically play it per person. I basically fire back with like one step above what they do.
It's always plus one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I usually go hard, like they fire a bullet, then I drop a nuke, and then after that initial shot, then we go back and forth, and I'll just keep one up in there.
So there's a lot of people that love you, but there's also a lot of people that love to hate you.
Yeah.
So, like, what do those people like energize you, or do you just, or is it funny to you? Like, what as an athlete, as a performer, do you just not think about them? It's like a fun thing.
It's just like a fun thing that keeps me occupied. Like because most of them that like talk shit, they like just say stuff that's factually incorrect. So then I just argue with like actual statistics. And it's just like you suck, or you're not going to beat this person. I'm like, I've already seen that guy. So it riles them up, and it's just a fun thing for me to do at that time.
Yeah, your responses are usually very factual, very scientific. I appreciate it. Like you start by talking trash, but then you respond with science.
Yeah,
it's great.
Okay.
Um, I mean, on the topic of haters, or more specifically, sort of doubts within yourself or doubts around you as you're coming up. Maybe George, you can comment. I'm just going to ignore John completely in this conversation. I was going to ask you another question, but let me just ask you on this topic. Are there times in your life you were surrounded by people that doubted you all the time? And so, is there something you could say, or by way of advice, how you overcome the doubt, either yourself or others around you?
All the time. The first time I manifest my desire to become a professional mixed martial art athlete, everybody doubted me. Just not even, I'm not talking about UFC, just to become a professional fighter, everybody doubted me. And I became a professional fighter. I had a few amateur fights, I won them all. Then I fought my first fight in Montreal, I won, I became a professional. Then I told people that I wanted to fight in UFC, everybody doubted me again. So it's a normal thing. So I worked my way up. You guys that at the time, Pete Spratt was just knocked out Robbie Lawler with leg kick. And the person who was my agent at the time did a great move for me. So he brought Pete Spratt in Montreal to fight me. Pete Spratt came to Montreal. I believe he didn't know who I was, so he thought that he was coming to collect an easy paycheck. And I ended up beating him. So that gave me the opportunity to fight in UFC. Then after I was in UFC, I wanted to become champion of the world, but Matthews was there and he seems invincible at the time, so everybody doubted me again. And I became world champion. And after when I was world champion, I was competing against other world champion of other weight class for the title, for the legacy and everything. So I was no longer competing as my opponent. I was, as a competitor, you never want to be satisfied, because when satisfaction is the death, when you're satisfied, you better retire. It's over. So always have to find motivation. What you can have more. I want more. Don't be satisfied. So I wanted to be like the best. As I was competing, like become the best, and of course, people doubt you all the time. Every time you say something that it's outside of the norm, of the normality. When I say that there's nothing normal, but I'm talking about when you manifest your desire to do something that takes special attribute to succeed, or that is something that is hard to do. It's for sure you're gonna always have people like that.
It's so strange that people don't lean into supporting, like people that love you too.
Yeah, people that doubt me, and I believe you need to use that as a positive thing, as a motivation to prove them wrong. Yeah. So for me, that was the thing. When someone doubted me, nothing gave me more energy, because I want to prove it wrong. I want to look at him in the face and say, "Hey, you see it? I got you, man. I did it."
So, John, do you ever use this in one way or the other by saying, "I don't think you can do this," to motivate them to prove you wrong, or a more general question of, the mental toughness required to achieve, or confidence required to achieve greatness? Like, what's your role as a coach when you have these two athletes? With regards to your first question, would I even say to someone, "You can't do this," as a kind of reverse psychology? I'm not. Uh, my job is to prepare people first and foremost with their skills. And as Gordon pointed out earlier, if you're in any way a rational human being and you're noticing that you're getting tremendous success with a given move in the gym against high-level opponents who give a good read on what your actual opponent in competition is like, you would have to be a moron to not recognize that kind of success and say, "This is something I should be building into my game," and you will carry the confidence that you earned in the gym into the arena. So I never try to use reverse psychology. I build up everything I do in terms of confidence is to give people physical skills. I know people say, "Oh, there's physicality on the one hand, there's mentality on the other," and confidence is
squarely in the mental aspect of the game. But all the underpinnings and beginnings of confidence are physical. Okay, a rational human being will see where they're having success and where they're having failure, and confidence will surround those areas where they're having success and will degenerate in cases where they're having failure. So my job as a coach is to set them up for success in the gym with a given set of skills, and I don't have to do anything psychologically after that. I just, if I can set you up to be highly successful with a given move or a set of tactics 10 times in a row against quality opposition in the gym, I don't have to do a damn thing when it comes to instilling confidence. I will tell people, hey, you're doing a really good job with it, it's working well for you. But when they nod in agreement, I'm not trying to force anything on them. They already recognize that long before the words came out of my mouth. But on the other hand, intelligent, rational people will recognize when they're failing with given moves, and no amount of talk on my part can ever change that. If I teach Gordon when you give an arm lock, and 15 times in a row he tries it over a month, and all 15 are failures, there's nothing I can say verbally to Gordon and say, hey, you're really good at that move. He's going to look and say, bullshit, I'm terrible at it. And that will create a crisis of confidence where Gordon no longer believes the words coming out of my mouth. So I will never compromise that.
But isn't there a line, you just said 15, and you have to believe that doing this arm lock 15 times over a period of a month is worth it, because eventually you might get it.
Yeah, but that's a separate issue. That's a separate issue. But there are times where I've more or less pushed athletes to go in a certain direction. For example, when I first met Gary Klein, he never had a guillotine strangler. And I would say to him, Gary, you're a scrambler. Like, one of the greatest weapons a scrambler can ever develop is a guillotine. Like, it should be in your arsenal. And he was like, no, scramble from the back. So there's going to be a day you can't take someone's back. And it's always good to strangle from front and back. Okay, of course, we all prefer to strangle from the back, that makes sense. But there's going to come a day where it's going to be useful for you. And so that was one of the few times where I put my foot down and said, you're learning this, shut the fuck up. And
he literally wouldn't teach him anything else until he got a guillotine. You know, if Gary would ask him a question, he's like, let's do your guillotine.
And for the first 3 months, as gifted as Gary Klein is at learning most moves Gary gets it, like, in minutes, there was something going on where Gary just couldn't get a guillotine on people. And finally, after around 3 months, he started having some success until ultimately it became one of his best weapons. We had to go through like 15 different variations of guillotine until he found one which actually worked reliably for him. And that was one of the few times where I put my foot down and said, no, you have to learn this.
So the long search had to do more with the physical characteristics. Like, you couldn't figure out the right.
Like, it made sense. It made sense in the case of Gary Klein because there were more opportunities per minute of his grappling for guillotines that the investment in time was worth it. For another athlete, I might have said, well, he hardly ever gets to the situation with front head-ons and guillotines, so it's not even worth investing the training time.
Let me ask you a question on the competition side. You mentioned haters. And do you think about this aspect of the competition with the athletes?
It's a great question, and the answer is no. You can see that you couldn't find two more polar opposites psychologically than George St. Pierre and this monstrosity on my left. And I've never said to my athletes, hey, I think this is the sort of demeanor you should carry yourself with. I'm myself a very flawed character, and I'm the last person on earth who should be delving out moral advice to other people. The only thing is that of course, I believe some things are off limits, but as long as it's done in the context of sport where no one's physically attacking people or doing anything crazy where it just goes completely over the top, then I give almost zero moral advice to my athletes. I'm a jiu-jitsu coach, not a preacher.
And next, if I may, we are entertainers. We're athletes, we're professional athletes, but we make a living because people want to see us perform. Same thing an actor, same thing a singer. And a lot of the time, especially in the fight game, an event is promoted. It needs to be with emotion. Love me, hate me, but do not ignore me. Um, and when it's authentic and it's done well, I think my favorite fighters to watch are the ones that have some sort of a bad persona. I really enjoy watching those guys because they bring an emotion to a fight, which is great. I feel to me it's more interesting to watch when there is an emotion involved, and I believe that's why some fighters make more money than others. You know what I mean? That's the reason why we can make a living.
Yeah, they're better entertainers, but you're right, the authenticity seems to be. There's actually something very interesting there. It's time to break out some secrets. Do you know who, like you think of George St. Pierre, you think like the highly technical, polished martial artist. Do you know who his favorite fighters to watch were? You'd probably be thinking, oh, probably someone who's really technically advanced. Actually, it was Mark Coleman, Kevin Randleman, and Phil Baroni. He used to love watching them. That was a Hammer House. That was his favorite. He would love those guys. And whenever their fights were on, George would watch in the Hammer House crew. And it's funny what you said about how those guys brought an intensity to MMA that was off the charts. Have you ever met those guys in their prime? Let me tell you, it was something to behold. And they had this crazy, larger than life personality. Most of the things they did make no sense whatsoever, but being technical. But that was their appeal. Yeah, and these guys, and George loved to watch them more than anyone else.
You never knew what could happen with these guys. I remember when Mark Coleman won the Pride Grand Prix. I was in my living room. I was jumping. I was so happy. I was like, yeah! He beat Igor Borchevchin. I was like, but to me, it was amazing. You know what I mean? Because of the emotion that they brought to the fight.
George is actually very interested by something you said that normally when I ask what is the appeal of a given fighter and what makes people watch a fight, you talked about the idea that fighters are entertainers, and that's absolutely correct. They are. It's this weird industry where you're both an athlete and an entertainer, and you need to be successful in both regards to become financially successful. Insofar as your favorite athletes to watch, at least, were people who are almost like the polar opposite of who you are. I've always said that most people, if you look at, say, 1 million people watch a pay-per-view event, what percentage of those 1 million people have a genuine technical understanding of what's happening as they watch a fight? It's tiny. It's absolutely tiny. The vast majority of people who watch a professional fight have almost no technical understanding of what's going on in front of them. So how do they relate to the fight? What's the only way they can? It's through emotion. And so when they get a sense that these two don't like each other, then they can relate to the fight. But only a tiny percentage of people watching a given professional fight can relate to it on a technical level. The overwhelming majority will always form an emotional attachment to the fight. That's why when you see shows like UFC Primetime, they never focus on tactics and techniques of the fight. They focus on the emotional elements, the preparation, the view of their own family members as athletes get ready. It's always an emotional pull, because that's how 99% of the viewers relate to the fight. Think about chess, okay? If I had minimal knowledge of two world champions coming to fight each other or match up against each other in a game of chess, I know so little about chess tactics, and I can't really form any kind of technical appreciation of what's going on the board. But if you tell me that these two chess players hate each other's guts and they've got a rivalry which goes back 5 years, and they've said this and that about each other on then suddenly my ears pick up and I'm like, oh, okay, this sounds interesting. Because I just don't have the knowledge to appreciate what's going on the board and a chess game to be able to appreciate the technical nuances of what they're doing. So any interest that I have in the chess match is going to have to come from some kind of emotional level because I'm just not qualified to make technical assessments. And that's exactly how it is in the case of both grappling and mixed martial arts. That's why the ones who evoke the most attention are always the ones who can form some kind of emotional appeal. Conor McGregor was the all-time master of this.
I believe also emotion can be used as a weapon. For example, I've learned this from my favorite boxer is Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard, I remember, I was very young, so I watched his fight later when I was older. But I know that Sugar Ray Leonard was the best boxer of his era, to me personally. And I don't think nobody could beat him. I think he was skill-wise, he was the best. However, when he fought in Montreal, Roberto Duran made it in a way that Leonard became very emotional. He wanted to stand in front of Duran and fight a different fight that he normally does because he wanted to show that he's a man. And he lost that fight, which was a mistake. So by then later on, he beat Roberto Duran quite easy. Everybody remember the no mask thing. But my point is, emotion can be used in a way that it can make derail your opponent out of his game plan. And I found a lot of my opponent trying to do that. So that's why I never got involved. That was my way to defend myself against some kind of bullying, to put like a shield in front. Some other guy like Gordon, he expressed himself differently. Of course, it's a language barrier, but for him, he's better at giving back. He's a better counter-attacker. But that's the way he responds to the aggression of an emotional attack. I think everybody's different with that.
What's interesting that John said that he doesn't study the tactics of this game, right? Maybe you're not interested in the tactics of this game because it seems like this is more than just being an entertainer. It seems like it could be an effective part of the match. Yeah, I just feel like it's making that it's going to get negligible rewards because it's probably going to pertain to one match in front of you rather than the totality of your career. And whatever gains you get out of psychological trickery of play typically don't last long. You raised an excellent example with Sugar Ray Leonard. He did fight outside of his usual pattern, that guy. But rather than me try to tell someone, hey, behave like this before a fight, I would have been probably more forceful between rounds with an athlete and say, you're fighting this like the wrong way. And that would have a much more beneficial impact on my athlete than psychological trickery before a fight.
I believe another example of emotion that leads to failure is Jose Aldo against Conor McGregor. I think it was on purpose that Conor McGregor did try to bait Aldo to become over aggressive to open it himself because he's an excellent counter puncher. That's what I believe. He made a mistake.
There's another great one. My match against Cyborg, 2018 WB Worlds, where he didn't even try to win. He just wanted to smack me in the face the whole time because he was so angry. And I was talking shit to him before the match, and it was the finals of the Absolute. It was the biggest match of the weekend, and he just didn't even try to pass my guard or do anything. He just wanted to hit me in the face, and I was like, sick, I just won.
He was incredibly frustrated.
Yeah.
It's not saying much. Like a grown man to lose composure. Gordon, one thing I've always been very impressed with you, and that's no matter how heated talk gets before a match with you, when you go out to grapple, you're absolutely cold. You've never gone into a match carrying anything other than just cold-blooded calculation. And you've always been able to separate very well the idea of words and deeds.
And I think that's always been uh, one of your strongest areas. The way I often measure this is when a match is over, I will ask the athlete questions about the match. And if they can't answer the question, what were you doing in the fourth minute? Okay, what was that setup you used in the third minute that got you into the Kimura one? If they can't answer that, that tells me they were just fighting on instincts and emotion. But with Gordon, it's like a logbook. Uh, It's like, okay, in the seventh minute, you went for that Judy Tommy setup from on the left side. What were you thinking? You can always give an answer. He's absolutely stone cold.
Speaking of emotion, Gordon, you will potentially, if you're healthy, face Andre Galbao in the ADCC coming up super fight. Who is Andre Galbao for people who don't know? Can you tell the story of your beef with the emotional interaction of the man?
Yeah. So Andre is he's considered the greatest ADCC competitor of all time, multiple-time black belt world champion, winningest ADCC champion ever. He has six gold medals, and I've been trying to compete against him pretty much forever. Like since I got my black belt in 2016, I've been trying to get matches with him. He was in the first EDI that I did, and he ended up pulling out. And then I've been trying to get matches with him, and he would always say no and give one reason or another. And then after the last ADCC, I was like, "Hey, Andre said he was retiring after this competition. So if he wants to retire, he's the greatest ADCC competitor of all time. I think it's great. But if he wants to compete, then that's great. I was like, super nice." And then he started like posting like passive aggressive Instagram captions, and then we started going back and forth on the internet. And it was like one point where I saw him in person when he acknowledged, he's like, "I understand like what you're doing, like we're gonna pump this fight up," and he was like totally on board. But then there must have been something that happened where like it changed from like him like going along with it to being like actually pissed. And then there was the one night at Flow where I went to go shake his hand, and he flipped me off, and then he followed me backstage and started to try to fight me. And then I was back in, and then he didn't want to fight anymore. And then we've been going back. And he's actually blocked me on Instagram now, so he just won't engage. No one from Rathos will engage now, but it's gonna be interesting how he shows up, if he can keep it under control or not.
Do you think? How do you explain that level of emotion? Is this fear of losing your throne? Or is it just a human being like with Cyborg just becoming emotionally unstable?
It might just be me. I just have a way to get under people's skin. It's just, I don't know. He was cool for a while, and then I don't know. Everyone gets like this. They're all so emotional like when they actually step up to compete that it's pretty easy to read them. They're either so emotional that they want to actually come forward and beat me, like Tim Spriggs is a perfect example at ADCC. I posted on my story on Instagram like 10 minutes before a match. I said like what I'm going to do to Tim Spriggs is going to be criminal, and he's like a very stalling guy, and he saw that, and then he came out and actually tried to fight me, and he came and actually engaged my guard, and I ended up submitting him. So it either has that effect, or it has the effect where they know I've talked so much shit leading up to the match that they're so afraid to lose that they just get super stalled in and move away. So it either has one effect where they come forward and they want to beat me, or they want to they're so afraid of getting submitted that they know if they engage, they're super cagey and they just back away and don't really do anything.
Do you think this match happens?
There's a lot of variables. One, I have to see how my stomach is. Two, if I'm actually going to show up and compete, my stomach is healthy, I doubt that Andre will actually show up to compete. I've been trying to compete against him for 6 years, and he hasn't done it, so there's no reason to think he would now.
Is it possible for you to speak to where your estimates are about your stomach, or is it too unclear for now?
It's still too early to tell. I have this round of treatment that I'm doing until late February, and I'm pretty sure that I need to do the same test they did initially to retest all my levels and then go from there. So I've been feeling a little bit better. Like it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. I was explaining to someone the other day, like for the last 4 years, I would be so nauseous that every time I would walk into a new room, I'd have to actively locate a garbage can in case I had to throw up. So I'm like one step above that right now. I'm like doing a little bit better than that. So it's definitely getting a little bit better, but it's not where it needs to be.
Can we talk about diet for just a second? Because both of you, George and Gordon, like suffered from stomach issues, different kind, and have arrived for now at different places. So can you maybe, George, speak to the general question of what is the best diet for performance, for training? Like, what have you learned through your career about this?
Well, I think everybody is different. To me personally, I implement fasting, time restricted eating, and prolonged fasting.
What's the longest you've done so far?
The longest I've done is 5 days. I do it quite often. I do 4 times a year. I do 3 to 5 days water fast. And I like it. It helps me with inflammation. I think it boosts the immune system. And that's about I read papers about this, and it helps me also feel good. It's kind of very therapeutic.
Physical and mental, or just mental?
Mental and physical, because when I break my fast and I sit at the table with other people, it doesn't matter what I eat. If we all eat the same thing, I always tell them, I said, my food right now tastes better than all of yours, because I have this thing that I believe sometimes you need to put yourself into suffering to realize how pleasurable something is. And I tend personally, like diet wise, I eat whatever I want, whenever I want. I no longer have any problem with this. But if I would have a competition coming up, like knowing that what I know now about my body, I would orient myself more towards an animal-based diet. That's because I tried different things, and that's the kind of diet that I believe helped me having less inflammation and feel better in terms of performance for doing something physical.
So high protein, high fat, low carbs.
But this is different between animal-based diet and keto. I mean, there's carbs. There's a lot of fruit. I get a lot of the carbs from the fruit. A lot of organs. I know a little bit about paleontology and the past about prehistoric human, and I know that. And not only about that, I know because I've traveled certain places in the world. I went to visit the Maasai in Africa, the hunter-gatherer tribe, and I know that when they kill an animal, they go for the organs first. And I know most predatory animals they do the same thing. So organs, I believe, is something that normally in our culture in the western part of the world we don't really eat, but it's something that is very nutritious.
Have you been able to convince Gordon to try fasting?
We always talk about diets.
It's a different situation, I think, for Gordon because he's a heavyweight. He doesn't want to lose weight. He want a heavyweight. The range of my range was like I was a welterweight, weight, but heavyweight. It's like some of the guys that you can compete against. They might be 300 pounds. So if you lose weight, it's a big problem. You know what I mean? So. And there's things that will work for me that might not work for Gordon, So we have to make his own experience. And I told Gordon, sometimes when everybody goes left, try to go right, see how he feels with certain things. Experiment.
Not a topic that's part of your optimal performance formula.
Well, what I used to do before my stomach issues, and for those of you listening who don't know, I had recurring staph infections in 2018, and I took a bunch of oral antibiotics, and it just completely wiped out my stomach. So I just was diagnosed. I was misdiagnosed as gastroparesis. So for those of you messaging me on Instagram or just watching Rogan, asking me about my gastroparesis, that's not what I have. They misdiagnosed it, and I did some other tests, and for 4 years I didn't even know what it was. And then I got this. I went to this doctor in California who diagnosed me with H. pylori, and then a fungal and a bacterial overgrowth in my small intestines. So the issues in the small intestines. So what I used to do was like seasons where I'd have a very clean season where I was competing, and I would have a lower body weight, and I would do like an off season, kind of like a bodybuilder, where I would eat a lot more food and a little bit dirtier food, and I would have cheeseburgers and pizza at nighttime to have the extra calories. But now I can't eat those foods because they upset my stomach. So now I pretty much just try to eat whenever I can and maintain the weight the best I can, based on how my stomach feels. So right now is like rice, chicken, eggs, fish, vegetables, fruits, and pretty much nothing else. And anything hard to digest, anything spicy, red meat, fast food, all that's hard for me.
which sucks because it
All
takes.
best things. Yeah, barbecue.
And I mean, this diet is really important for you, John. I can tell. Like, is that something you think about for athletes at all? Or again, this is part of it.
I've to be honest with you, I've never seen any measurable improvement in sports performance in jiu-jitsu by change of diet. I do believe that diet is important for longevity in human beings, and I do think it makes a difference, especially once you get past the age of 40. With regards to longevity, for older athletes, I do believe it makes some difference. But my observation is in athletes in their youth and working up into their prime, I've seen athletes have the worst diets. God bless Travis Stevens. That guy won an Olympic silver medal basically on McDonald's and candy. George St. Pierre, for 80% of your career, you were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola.
Fettuccine Alfredo, that was my
Yeah.
my meal of choice before a championship fight.
Gordon, for his youth, was just Five Guys hamburgers. Gary Tony, the same thing. I've worked with Japanese judo players who smoked a pack of cigarettes a day and won Olympic gold medals. I've worked with Russian wrestlers who just ate whatever was put in front of them, and their athletic performance was outstanding. I've worked with other guys who did have what would be considered a very clean diet, and their performance was no better than anyone else on that. So I've never seen someone say, okay, I changed my diet, and because of that, there was a measurable improvement in sports performance.
Another way to phrase it, though, is I have noticed with a lot of elite athletes, what they eat, they begin to believe that either is not a hindrance or it's actually good. Travis Stevens is an example of somebody who eats shitty because he believes it's like a power. Because whenever he's traveling across the world, he can't rely on healthy, good food to be there. So I'm going to eat shitty so that like my body knows how to perform under whatever Skittles or whatever.
Everywhere's got McDonald's.
Everyone's got McDonald's, so it makes and they convince themselves. You talk about Russian athletes; a lot of them have very strong beliefs about about particular food being good for them.
There's no agreement among them.
Exactly, there's no agreement.
Yeah.
So belief is more important than the actual diet.
Yeah.
If I can, after a night out, when you hangover, I think the best thing, and I'm saying this in all sincerity, I think the best thing to eat to me was like a cheeseburgers with call that a pizza bag because it's very fat, it's greasy, so the next day when you wake up, I think you feel better because it absorbed the alcohol.
There you go. 100%.
You can train and
My mom told me the same story once, and then I tried. It was like I was hungover for some party, and I woke up. I was like probably 19 or 20. I woke up, and my mom was like, "Yeah, just have a cheeseburger. Go eat something greasy." And I did, and I was like, "Oh, I feel kind of better now."
I do not know the science, the exact science behind it, but I always notice, and I don't know if it's placebo. I always notice that if I party hard and I've been drinking a lot, if I don't eat before I go into bed, if I don't eat shitty food, the next day I will wake up and feel worse than if I eat shitty food. I feel better. I know it sounds crazy. I don't know why, but it works for me.
Yeah, but it's also hard to do science on extreme performers. So the discussions we're having is amongst the very elite. That this might not apply to a general recreational athlete, but for the elite,
I've just seen champions in every kind of combat sport. I've never seen a correlation between dietary habit and performance in people under the age of 30. I do believe that diet is important for longevity, however, and for that alone, it may well be worth investing time in. But with regards to sports performance, at least in jiu-jitsu, I've never seen any significant difference.
well, we had a little bit of a difference of opinion on this, I think. What about strength training and muscle building? Or at least we had a discussion about this. So what do you believe is the value of training outside of the sport. So fitness, lifting heavy, lifting explosive, all kinds of lifting.
Me, personally, for me, I believe, and I learned that from John. I used to do like to train like a bodybuilder before because I thought in my early days of competition that was the most efficient way to do things. Because it was like I was watching Jean-Claude Van Damme, Arnold Schwarzenegger. We thought back in the day that was the thing that's how we should do it, for to get ready for a fight. But I realized later on uh, that it's all about efficiency. Some guys they don't lift at all; they're doing pretty well. So I do cross training mostly for longevity. It's mostly for like a therapy. It's more therapeutic than for performance. It's to keep my body healthy, to do certain movements that are different than what I do every day in the gym and combat sport. Keep me healthy and athletic.
So all the interesting movement stuff that you've done outside the sport, that was
Therapeutic, mostly therapeutic. I think it could transcend to performance, but it's mostly therapeutic. I do not believe that squatting 5 plates or bench pressing 3 plates will make me a better fighter. I do not. I believe actually it could hurt me more. It could damage me more than benefit.
so. We're into somebody who on Instagram posts a lot of pictures of you being shredded, huge. What's the value of strength?
So I do like a combination of John got us big into like gymnastic type movements, like toes to bar and muscle ups and things like that when we were young. Like toes to bar because that's like the exact motion you have to do when you're retaining guard underneath your chest. So I do a lot of that stuff in combination with I do a lot of opposite of George. I do a lot of bodybuilding workouts where I do like a basic split, like a chest and triceps, back and biceps day. And my idea is that weightlifting should always be a supplement to jiu-jitsu. So you should be missing a jiu-jitsu session to lift weights. So I do probably train jiu-jitsu every day, and I lift 3 to 4 times a week. I feel like lifting 7 days a week is too much. The lifting takes a lot of energy and do like hard lifts like that. But my idea is if you want to get good at jiu-jitsu, do jiu-jitsu. And if you want to be bigger and stronger, lift weights and eat food. And I generally don't go super heavy when I lift. You start putting crazy weights to start tearing muscles and stuff. So I usually do moderate weights with a very high rep range, like 4 sets of 20 with a drop set at the end to fatigue muscles, break the fibers, and grow.
Okay, so 4 sets of 20. That's interesting. So that's more for endurance and raw strength.
Yeah. And also I think close to the competition, I'll pick the intensity up. And while there's no real way to get significant gains in VO2 max, I think that lifting and just getting used to mentally redlining gets me kind of in competition shape. Because a lot of times in jiu-jitsu, the guys I'm training with, they're not on a technical level where they can physically exhaust me to the point where I feel like I'm going to die. But I get most of that like when I'm wrestling because I'm not as efficient in wrestling, so I get a lot more tired. And lifting, if you do like 4 sets of 20 leg press to squat, and you go back and forth, like you're like about to die at the end. And I feel like it gets me in the mental habit of redlining before competition.
But does muscle help you? It's like the actual mass of muscle, like this. So
I think being stronger will always help in a combat.
will always help.
Yeah, to some degree. It's not going to be to a degree where it overrides efficiency, but I think that it can't help being or can't hurt being stronger.
There's a bunch of people who believe, depending on the sport, that strength can quickly become have detrimental effects to efficiency. So,
Yeah,
like
I agree with that.
certain kind. I mean, if strength is like very cleanly, purely applied to the exact movements of the sport. So in judo, the explosiveness you need is very difficult to replicate in any kind of way except by doing judo.
Yeah, I mean, for us, you always have to understand there's only so much technique that can overcome a certain amount of strength. Like if we all try to fight a silverback gorilla, it's going to kill us. But that being said, I do think that, like, for example, heavyweights, they're usually the least technical because they rely on their size and strength to beat smaller people. But I think that if you stay with a discipline of doing everything very precise, and I train a lot smaller people most of the time, so I get out of the habit of using my strength. I think if you're very precise in the way that you train, I think the extra size and strength can help you.
Quick question: how would you fight a silverback gorilla? I mean, is there which animal do you think you could actually defeat that would be impressive? That most people would say you can't.
You know, I don't have an answer to this.
I thought you were going to say.
I want to say that me and John had like a 4-hour discussion on this one time. I'm like, what would win, bear or gorilla? And he went into like this whole dissertation about how like jaguars spin underneath like barrenbowl and silverbacks and kill them and like rip their artery in their legs out. It was amazing.
I guess, okay, so before we talk about strength, now let me ask you, what do you think people would be surprised by if two animals faced? One of them would win. People wouldn't predict that. So they would be surprised by the effectiveness of certain animal at fighting in the, whether it's in the forest, in the jungle. So let's slow down here. Okay. So there's two animals of different species fighting. And most people would pick, so for example, the lion gets a lot of credit for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why, the king of the jungle. Well, a lot of people told me that the lion, for example, the tiger can be the lion.
Yeah, this is one of those age-old debates.
Well, in grappling, in fighting, it feels like some animals use teeth and some use other parts of their body also. Like a bear, actually, I don't even know how they hit.
They have extraordinarily powerful and long claws, and in addition, they're powerful fighters as well.
So I wonder, and the same with the silverback. I don't know how much they're. I love that we're having this discussion.
We need Joe Rogan for this discussion here, so
Yeah, I think so.
you're just going over the
So we started with strength, and let's go back there, which is, do you think for an athlete, you should just let's stick to grappling? Do you think strength is helpful or detrimental?
I've always believed that two things will create whatever effectiveness you have in grappling. Those are your skill set and your attributes. And the best athletes are those who excel in both. Don't kid yourself. If someone gets twice as strong by some kind of magic potion, they're going to be a more effective grappler. If someone gets twice the level of endurance that they had previously, they will be a more effective grappler. These physical attributes have a very important outcome on a very important effect upon the outcome of matches. It's always a good thing to be stronger. It's always a good thing to have better endurance. It's always a good thing to have better balance or whatever other attribute you throw out there. Gordon's point was, okay, everyone agrees on that, but there's a problem. In order to build these things, you have to carve into other elements of your training regimen. And then it becomes, well, which becomes more important? Increases in strength or increases in skill? There comes a point where investing in strength training starts to get diminishing returns. I can't tell the difference between someone who bench presses 300 pounds on the mat versus someone who bench presses 400 pounds. But that's a big difference. That's a 100-pound difference. And for an athlete to go from bench pressing 300 pounds to 400 pounds, that would require a great deal of training effort and focus. But if I can't tell the difference when I grapple, then why not? Okay, once you get to a certain strength level, it doesn't really help that much to go from a 400-pound bench press to a 450-pound bench press. But that's this stage where you're really getting a diminishing returns on your training investment. Now, skills, on the other hand, have experienced far less in terms of diminishing returns. Every new skill you develop can translate very, very well into big increases in performance. Look at the example of Gary Toner that we talked about earlier. Investments in guillotine made a significant improvement in his effectiveness in matches and led directly to some of his most important victories. But if he had invested the same amount of training time in developing a bench press that was 25 pounds more than previously, that would have had no outcome, no influence on those matches. So the question always becomes, everyone acknowledges that these physical attributes are important, and everyone understands that becoming stronger or fitter is a desirable thing, and every athlete should work on it. The interesting question becomes, okay, at what point do you start to say, I'm not going to be helped by further increases in strength training or endurance training? And my point with my athletes is, in the overwhelming majority of cases, if there's any kind of doubt, invest more heavily in skill training than attribute training, especially once you get to a certain level on the attributes.
But the interesting thing that I think you should account for with strength training is there's Instagram, there's a world. It seems to be more fun to build muscle mass. It's like an addiction that people have.
There's also economic elements too. Like, most people, like, I hate to say this, but it's true, most people are more concerned with image than function. And it's hard to sell a fighter or a jiu-jitsu athlete who doesn't look like one.
It's like theater.
Yeah, it's a tough sell. Now, you can do it in fighting and jiu-jitsu, because ultimately it's about whose hand is raised at the end of the match. And you can even use it as a selling point. You can be the guy that doesn't look like he should be winning, but he is winning. That is a selling point. But if you give most people a choice between looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger and winning matches versus looking like Fedor and winning matches, most people will select, I wish I'd rather look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And so most athletes feel almost like an economic compulsion to be in good shape and in order to advance their marketability.
Yeah, Nike's not going to sponsor Fedor or Tank Abbott.
Yeah, Tank Abbott, no. Fedor, maybe.
Yeah, being at the very top, there's something about us the image of strength.
So it's also a personal thing. If you look at yourself in the mirror, you like what you see. You know what I mean? You find yourself attractive. You know, what can you do to make you look better? And I think, to me, it was like one of the reasons I work out. Like that.
Well, I'm sure if Fedor looks in the mirror, he says, I look damn good today.
Yeah, you can me too. But it's also a genetic factor. Some people, you know, it's harder for them.
All right, so the question on training. You guys, John and Gordon, train often 3 times a day, every day. Georgia had a different approach to training. So, like, what is no, I don't mean that in kind of the opposite or something. It's just not every single day. So, and obviously you are legitimately at the very top in terms of performance and accomplishment in the field. So, what have you learned about what it takes to train to become not just elite but the best?
But a lot of people, when you say train, they see training hard. I believe you need to be very constant and very disciplined. You need to train, but you don't need to train hard every day. That's what John taught me. For me, it's the nervous system. Sometimes I feel if I load it up too much, it comes to a point that it's too much. There is no more information that I can absorb. So, and I do believe that it's something that you can train to your capacity of being able to learn, of absorbing certain things. And I did a lot of volume training, but when I was getting ready for a fight, especially during sparring thing, I like to do it quick, because when I fight, it's 5 rounds of 5 minutes. I don't like to spend an hour or 2 hours in the gym, because I need to know how hard I can be going for 25 minutes. You know what I mean? Not for 2 hours, for 25 minutes. And in my last fight, John and I, we were thinking of how could we make me more of a better finisher, more opportunist. And John, I remember when we were training with Gordon, Jake Shilke, Gary Toman, my round of grappling were different than if I would be training for Abu Dhabi, for EBI or like in grappling the round are longer. But in a mixed martial arts fight, it's very rare that you're gonna spend more than 4 minutes or 4 minutes and a half on the ground. It's very unlikely. I mean, it can happen, but so do you remember we did the round 3 minutes? We did all the round I was doing were 3 minutes. So it gives a different rhythm to the training. It forced me to be more opportunist, to be more of a finisher, because I had only 3 minutes to do what I need to do. So if I see something, I need to go for the kill right away. I cannot be too over patient. You know what I mean? It served me well in my last fight, and I think it's a good blueprint to follow when you're a mixed martial art fighter. If I would, the result was great, and I think maybe I should have done that before. It was a great idea that we had.
Not to do, be very careful on doing too much volume. Right?
Yes.
Just try to get out and then try to focus on finishing, getting out as
I mean,
quickly as possible.
to build up your foundation, I believe you need a lot of volume. But when you get ready for competition, you need to be something that replicates what you're gonna be facing.
What are we talking about? What do you think? Like, is there rest days, 5 days a week, twice a day, once a day? Is there any one formula like that or not?
I do not believe in overtraining. I believe in under rest. I believe you can be under rest, and people always link that immediately to the volume of how much volume they train, which it could be something else. How are you feeling emotionally? Are you having problems, personal problems? You have a hard time sleeping because you have like someone died, or I don't know, like you owe money, you're broke, or what? Like, you know what I mean? It could be anything. There's something that can affect you psychologically or emotionally that made it in a way that you cannot sleep well because your stress, your cortisol level is high. You know what I mean? All these factors need to be taken into consideration. It's not only about the volume of training. People always think the volume of the training is the only thing that can affect recuperation, which is not.
Yeah, you have to minimize the amount of stress from all kinds of factors.
It's a very stressful job to be a professional combat athlete, whether you're a grappler, a boxer, a kickboxer, a fighter, and you need to be taken as into account.
Is it more or less stressful than marriage? Just kidding. Next question. So, I don't know how to ask this question, given what George just said, but training 3 times a day and finishing, what have you learned about what brings out the best in you as a grappler?
So over the recent years, I've actually changed it up a little bit. When I was coming up through from white to black belt, I felt that the volume was the most important. So it would be anywhere from like 3 to 7 sessions a day, going from school to school, from New York to New Jersey. And I think the volume was very important to build the skills, where I just didn't know how to move my body at purple belt the way that I should. So I think that building the skills is super important. I think that early on, volume is very important. Now that I already have the skills built, I think that acquiring more knowledge is the most important. So I find that if I do so many sessions a day, if I do 3 sessions a day, I feel sometimes by the 3rd session, I'm just like so mentally, like there's so much information that's went through my head the first 2 sessions that I feel like I'm not even there mentally on the 3rd session. So I feel like doing less volume now, but having more mental clarity per session is more important because I already have the foundational skills acquired.
So a lot of your training is almost like just thinking, like learning.
A lot of it, yeah. So I'll do our schedule's been messed up since the pandemic because Tenzo's got shut down, and then we're using a French gym in Puerto Rico, and now we're using a French gym in Austin. But once we have our own school, we'll have a set up schedule where I can pretty much just be there all day long. Right now, I do like a lifting session in the morning, and then I'll come in and help teach at Henzo. So I'm there mentally. I'm seeing what's going on, and I'm playing around with ideas in my head. And then I'm there physically and very sharp mentally for the competition class during the 1 p.m. session. And then after that, I'll go home, I'll rest, and get ready for the next day.
What have you learned seeing all these different athletes? Is there a universal rule that applies, or is it athlete specific?
First, one thing needs to be addressed is that George and Gordon played very different sports with very different athletic demands. Gordon can be in matches that range from anywhere from 6 minutes to literally hours long. As a result, the overall pacing and intensity of matches is massively different. Most obviously, there is no striking in Gordon's sport. Striking by its very nature is a much more explosive physical action than grappling is. Grappling is primarily an isometric kind of sport based around isometric tension and endurance. George's sport does feature a significant amount of isometric tension, but the majority of it is based around explosion. So the physical demands of the two sports are radically different. In addition, the time of application is radically different. George raised a very interesting point. His matches seem long, 25 minutes for a championship match. But always understand that a mixed martial arts fight at championship level, if it goes the distance, is really five-minute matches. Each round is a match in itself, and that's exactly how you score. You're scored by who wins the most matches over 5 matches. As a result, the application of the techniques, especially the grappling techniques, has to be done at a certain pace. As George pointed out, realistically, the maximum application time you're going to get in most situations is somewhere between 15 seconds and 3 minutes. Even for a specialized grappler like Damian Maia, there's still a significant part of each round which is spent in setup time to actually get the match to the ground. It's very likely that at some point your opponent will stand up out of grappling and you'll have to reinitiate the entire process again. So that even for specialized grapplers, you might be spending only 3 minutes out of a 5-minute round on the ground. And as a result, you've got to get your work done in a very short time frame. Gordon Ryan, once it goes to the ground, it can go to the ground because he chooses to sit to the ground. We may spend the entire match in ground positions. As a result, the matches have completely different pacing, completely different physical demands, and the preparation that the two athletes go through will reflect that. If George St. Pierre, in training for mixed martial arts, becomes fatigued to a point where he's no longer physically effective and able to defend himself, the consequences for that in MMA training can be very deep indeed. Okay, if you make a mistake in mixed martial arts because you're fatigued and tired, and you take a full power roundhouse kick to the head, that's some deep consequences. The grappler doesn't have to face that. You can be completely exhausted in grappling and just sit in the bottom of the mount, just practice just survival skills. You just don't get submitted from bottom out. And that can still be an effective training session. Complete and utter physical breakdown of fatigue can end an athlete's career in mixed martial arts. The consequences of training through fatigue in MMA are potentially very deep and very disturbing. The consequences of training through complete physical exhaustion and grappling aren't really that severe. Okay, you just tap. Whenever there's a problem, just tap. And so they're very, very different sports in the way you prepare for them. And a grappling athlete like Gordon Ryan, we can take many more liberties with physical exhaustion and the amount of hours a day you spend in training than you could with a mixed martial arts athlete.
Would actually be a benefit, exhaustion as a framework of learning. So, like from exhaustion, is there any benefit that you said being at the bottom of the mount, sort of understanding jiu-jitsu, grappling somehow deeper because you're physically exhausted?
Absolutely. Because then the only thing you have left in your favor is your technique, and then you'll see how technical you are. In addition, you'll get to explore realms inside your mind that we don't spend a lot of time
and you'll learn a lot about yourself and your ability to endure, which will have potentially great benefits in similar situations and matches. Yeah, there's I mean, for me, for a recreational person, getting exhaustion allows you the great benefit to experience what it feels like to really get dominated at an even greater frequency than you otherwise would. And there's something there. There's some animalistic thing that's very unpleasant. And then afterwards, it takes you to a place of like humility, and it forces you to rethink life in positive ways. There's something about dominance. If you get dominated a few times, you can rationalize it somehow. Say, okay, well, I screwed this up. But when you're exhausted and you have to do like 30 minutes or 40 minutes or an hour of just being dominated over and over and over, being submitted, I don't know. It's a very good process for other avenues of life. I find I can't explain why. Because I'm driving home, crying afterwards, listening to Bruce Springsteen. But afterwards, yeah, afterwards somehow you can think clear. You can see clear about what is the right path through life in all walks of life, like relationships, work, but also the grappling. Actually, the grappling is the hardest one to see what you have to do. It clarifies other avenues, the humility. It removes the bullshit. It's like we see the world through some kind of fog, and it just removes it. And now you can see things. I don't know what that is. I think it's important, like you mentioned, to push yourself. Like sometimes to see how far you can go, because sometimes you can go further than what you think, and it can boost your confidence. You can push yourself through a certain limit, and maybe you thought your limit was before that point. Push through it, like John just mentioned. It's a risky thing to do in striking, because if you're exhausted, you're gonna get brain damage. Grappling, you tackle something, but you can do it also with strength conditioning. I like to run track. I do it all the time, track and field. It helps me to know myself better. It's a good point.
And it's like the scrimmage wrestling rounds we do. It's like if you stop moving, that you're gonna get scored on, and in your mind, like there's no mechanical reason why I should give up the score here. But you're so exhausted and you're like, oh man, this is terrible. But if I stop moving, I'm supposed to. If I don't stop moving, I'm going to be twice exhausted when we actually do stand up. So it's an interesting game you have to play. Like,
See, it's your pride, for real, that keep you sharp. You know what I mean? Because you just want to lay down and beat it because you're completely exhausted.
What do you think is the connection, John, between this ego pride thing, martial arts, and actual violence with our ancestors? Do you ever plug into that? Do you think there's echoes of something going on there? Or like you mentioned you have flaws and demons. Is it deep in there somewhere? Do you think we're struggling with those demons?
Yeah, you'll need to patch up your question with those kind of several different dimensions.
Wow, that was not only am I being dominated in jiu-jitsu, I'm being dominated in
No, we're not that question.
it's not what you're saying with it, like, okay, now we interview you.
But you went down the evolution.
What do you think? I mean, do you, I don't mean just aligned to what is martial arts and what is violence. I mean, there seems to be a gray area, and that connects us to the evolutionary ancestors.
Absolutely, yeah. I think there's a deep recognition in all of us that, and this is the evidence. This is so easy to see in daily life. If you're walking down the street and suddenly you hear a commotion, two people are fighting, you will see literally everyone on that street stop whatever they're doing and watch the fight. Humans are fascinated by violence, and you've got to ask yourself why. And of course, it's a recognition that for a significant part of our evolutionary history, violence was one of the most important elements in human existence. As much as we curse it, as much as we talk badly of it, the juxtaposition between humans' social nature and their need for each other to get along, to express love amongst the various members of a given community. There are disputes between humans that can't be resolved, and ultimately, throughout history, violence has been the number one method of conflict resolution, for better or for worse. And there's a recognition in all of us that this is where we come from, and there's a reason why combat sports have this thing where people will watch them and they might even be repulsed by them, but they find it difficult to take their eyes from it. And I do believe that most combat athletes carry that sense of their, even if it's on a subconscious level, this kind of belief that this is who we are. George used the word pride, and I believe that's a big part of it. I believe that most humans have this sense of self-worth and pride which they're willing to fight for. And if it gets crossed by someone else, they're willing to stand. Some people will stand more early, and some people will be pushed further back. But everyone's got that line beyond which they won't be pushed. And there's some kind of deep recognition in all of us that we have that somewhere within us, no matter how hard we try to bury it or what have you. And that's why I believe there will always be this eternal interest in gospel. Now, I don't believe that most people today have any kind of respect for unrestricted violence or non-consensual violence. I think most good people are repulsed by that. I'm sure that as humanity improves out into the future, that will become more and more widespread. But that's not to say we can't exercise these old evolutionary demons inside of us. And sometimes there are just disputes between different people, different cultures, different nations, where ultimately it's going to come into a shoving match, and that will degenerate further into violence. There's always going to be a need for humans to be able to express themselves through violent methods and to use physical force to get to their goals and objectives. Our need as humans is always to find a balance between the two forces of conflict and cooperation. We need cooperation because humans isolated from each other are more or less helpless and useless. In order to advance, human communities need to build and grow. And so that sense of cooperation occurs in most of our daily lives. But there will also be irresolvable conflicts where physical force has to be used to form a resolution. And so most human beings find themselves swinging like a pendulum between conflict and cooperation. And that is something which really gives birth, I think, to combat sports. Because,
Well, I really have to ask you about this thing. There's a guy in Harvard named Richie Brangham, and there's a lot of people that believe this. He wrote this book that basically there's a lot of people studying is what happened. How do we get from apes to humans? Like, what was the magic thing, right? A lot of people attribute it to fire and the ability to cook meat. There's a lot of different theories. So he actually, his theory, how do I describe this, is basically that the beta males won. That the apes that were able to cooperate. So the way you define cooperation is that there's a big bad leader, that the alpha male, that you can only knock off their throne if you cooperate. And so we built big tribes that just excel in cooperation by practicing the overthrow of the leader. And so, at any time an alpha male would rise up, we would develop our skill further and further of cooperation. And so we're all just beta males, the descendants of beta males. That's his kind of theory that cooperation is fundamental and it's so distinct to the rest of the neighboring animal kingdom. So I wonder what you think about this tension, violence, and cooperation, and how important is this cooperation to the core,
If you look at it in the given training room, jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts are solo sports. A solo athlete steps into the cage or steps onto the mat. But all of your preparation is done in a cooperative training environment with many peers. And as much as it's an individual sport, all of your preparation is done as part of a group. There's a sense in which that's an interesting metaphor for humanity itself. Everything we do in life, we do alone, but we grow up in this given community and what have you. With regards to the whole alpha male, beta male thing, humans are, it's true, this fellow's correct. Most primates do have very strongly defined alpha males who rule the roost and determine the entire direction of the community they build around themselves. Humans, on the other hand, don't have an alpha male in that strict biological sense of someone who's responsible for the next generation, dominates all the female population, etc.
Physically dominates.
But we do, on the other hand, have our own version of alpha males as far as we're political and sociological leaders who have a disproportionate impact on the direction of a community. So,
Well, the cooperation allowed us to have a greater scale of hierarchy with the alpha male on top, with the alpha creature on top.
it's a fascinating theory.
In nature, we're very weak as a species. We need to cooperate in order to evolve. That, I think, made us the top of the food chain.
If you look at humanity in nature, really the two things that seem to, more than anything else, determine whether or not a given human community will be successful in a predatory world are numbers and technology. Okay, the more your numbers increase and the higher the technology for weapons and support systems you have around you, the more successful you'll be in a predatory world. So it's not clear that just killing off the idea of an alpha male was the single biggest thing. The rise of technology and the growth of community after the imposition of language, these are other things that would have been very, very important factors in humanity's rise. George, you made an interesting point. If you look at humans, just the raw material of humans, we're fucking pathetic. And a predatory animal kingdom, we're just the absolute bottom of the food chain. We don't have a single effective weapon other than better than average endurance. That's about it. But you put us in a community, you can talk to each other with language. Give us the time to come up with technological advances such as metals. Suddenly a human will go from no combat effectiveness in the animal kingdom. And a human arm is simple. They have spear to kill damn near any animal in the animal kingdom working as a group.
I'll beat your silverback. I'll fight him in the deep water pool because he cannot swim. So I don't have to touch him. You're wrong. I'll
get
get
him into the pool.
You know why? Because someone told me, because we live in a community, someone told me that information. So I know to pass it on.
We have to convince them to. We have to somehow convince them to join you in the pool, which is very difficult. It's a very problem. Very, very difficult. From a technical perspective, John, you've looked at mixed martial arts, fighting in general, and grappling. What's the difference between fighting and grappling? That's something I'd love to ask all of you. Maybe John, you can start.
When you talk about fighting, you mean unrestricted MMA type fighting.
Yeah, it's fighting. You said unrestricted MMA type fighting. MMA type fighting. So there's street fighting. There's MMA fighting, and then there's grappling, because there is a sport of grappling.
You're saying they can consider MMA and grappling?
Yes.
Okay.
See, that would have been a much better question.
Yes. Well, the single. When you talk about grappling, you're talking about jiu-jitsu rules. Well,
Yeah, I mean, you could maybe also mention different rule sets that somehow fundamentally change the sport.
in the sport of mixed martial arts, uh, you've got two ways to inflict damage on the human body. You've got kinetic energy, which is done through striking, kicking, knees, elbows, fists, and you've got isometric tension used along the lines of lever and fulcrum, which can be used for strangulation and joint breaking. In grappling, you lose one of those. You're no longer allowed to hurt your opponent with kinetic energy. You can do it accidentally, so a throw, but you're not allowed to just knock someone out with a throw in most grappling sports. It can happen, but it's relatively rare, and it's not encouraged by the rules there. So,
Hit it right up.
yeah, you got close. Um, uh, so there's a sense in which in mixed martial arts you've got twice as many problems to deal with, and they occur in a much shorter time frame. The single biggest difference between grappling technique as a weapon in human combat versus striking technique is time. Grappling technique takes a huge amount of time to apply. Okay, the great advantage of grappling technique is certainty of outcome. Once you get there, it takes a huge amount of time to set up a takedown, physically take them down, work your way towards a dominant position, culminating in your opponent's back, and then apply a stranglehold. That's a long chain of events, as opposed to a strong punch or kick, which can take a quarter of a second in application from start to finish, and the match is over. Um, and so there's a sense in which grappling it's it's fighting for the patient and the calculating, whereas striking is much more for this short time frame where everything gets done in the blink of an eye. There's a sense also in which grappling is a much more forgiving sport. You can make a terrible mistake, end up in a terrible position, and still fight way out and win. In mixed martial arts, it's much, much less forgiving. If you get hit and stunned, your chances of recovery are minimal. You're going to get swarmed on, and unless it's right at the end of the round, it's very, very hard to recover from getting hit and swarmed on. So there's a sense in which the biggest difference between them is time fabrication technique. In mixed martial arts, it's incredibly unforgiving in terms of time. Even the smallest error can have the deepest consequences. In grappling, you can make massive errors and still come back and win. Grappling will typically be won in a much higher percentage case by the more skilled and conditioned grappler, whereas there is much more of what they call punches in mixed martial arts, where there's a much higher likelihood of a lesser athlete defeating a greater athlete in MMA than there is in grappling, simply because of time of application of techniques. Even the smallest period of inattention in MMA, and the match is over. Gordon Ryan could fall asleep for 30 seconds, have his opponent mounted on him, wake up and finish him 5 minutes later. It's not going to happen in MMA.
Okay, so the stakes are much higher. You do a lot of damage in very small amount of time, and just the dynamic, temporal dynamics of how things happen is very different.
Everything you see will be a reflection of that. Then you go further into things like rule sets. In the sport of grappling, if Gordon Ryan comes out and sits down in the middle of the mat, his opponent must follow him to the ground and engage. In mixed martial arts, if you come to the center of the cage and sit down, then the fighter just walk away from you. They're completely oriented in different directions. Grappling is ground-centered. MMA is typically standing-centered. Begin of every round, you have to start standing again. If I disengage from a ground grappling situation, stand up and walk away from my opponent must follow me up to the feet. In grappling, it's the exact opposite. If I sit to the ground, my opponent must follow me to the ground.
into the rules there. So one is inherently ground oriented, and one is inherently standing oriented. So it's more difficult to dictate where the fight happens in the martial art because you have to go through codes where the fight is, whereas in grappling you basically choose it. So, Jordan, what is your sense of the difference in terms of how you approach the between the two sports? You also are a student of wrestling and grappling. So, in preparing for fights, what parts of grappling purely the sport that you have to leave behind?
I'm very lucky. I have the opportunity. I train with, I consider the best mentor trainer I ever had. And I have some of the best grapplers that I can train with. They were there to help me in my career. So for my training is, of course, because I do not dedicate as much time in one specific area, it's hard to be, a world class athlete in that in only one particular area. I always, for me, like the idea to be more well rounded, to be very competent in every of those areas, striking, grappling, takedowns, and all those areas, that being just very good at one and not as good at as others. Because I like the idea that it gives me more option. When I fight someone, I can mold myself to become the perfect nemesis to that person better if I'm more well-rounded. If I do not have those well-rounded skills, and I don't have that option.
You have less tools to work with, less technology. What about you, Gordon? What do you think is very distinct about grappling and the way you approach it versus fighting?
I think most of it was covered, but I think that the one of the big things is the fact that when you're looking at MMA, you have a pretty general, agreed upon, and unified rule set. Where if you look at UFC versus Bellator, they have slight differences in the rules, maybe, but it's pretty much the same thing. Whereas in grappling, you have EBI rules, and you have ADCC rules, you have IBJJF rules, you have the time limit rules, and each rule set will play to the skills of different athletes. If you do ADCC rules, it generally is slightly biased towards wrestlers, where they can stall to the overtime and then hit a takedown in the overtime and not really do any jiu-jitsu, but they score a takedown, they're going to win. Whereas if you have like an EBI, for example, you have to finish the guy in regulation, or you start in a jiu-jitsu position with your back taken, or in an armbar. So I think that you have certain rule sets that play in the favor of certain athletes. And certain athletes can win in one rule set, and then they just have no chance of winning in the other. Like when I fought Yuri the first time in EBI, I beat him in EBI. The chances of me beating him on that night under an ADCC rule set were probably pretty low. When I fought Leandro Lowe under an ADCC rule set, he beat me that day, but the chances of him beating me in the same day in EBI rule set were like next to zero. So I think it's interesting that in MMA you have one unified rule set, which has small differences, but they're all generally the same. And in Jiu-Jitsu you have a wide variety of different rule sets that have biases towards certain athlete skill sets.
You mentioned Leandro Lowe. I got to ask you again on ADCC. You have lost very, very few times in your career. One, his name is for George, and the only person who has ever submitted you is Felipe Pena.
Black belt, yeah.
At black belt. He is ADCC world champion, multiple time IBJJF, PNLP world champion. You may face him at ADCC or elsewhere in the future. Would you beat him?
Yes. I have to say yes, right? But I fought him initially when I first got my black belt. Then I fought him a year later, so 2016 and 2017. And despite what people remember about the match, whenever people talk about it, like, oh yeah, the guy who string recorded. But no one remembers that the first match was like a 45-minute war. And then the second match was the full 20 minutes of ADCC. And if I didn't get my back taken on the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, it would have went into an overtime. That could change the outcome of the match. I think that if you look at Felipe's performances, especially Nogi, specifically Nogi, since then, it looks like he's almost gotten worse. Whereas since that match, 2017, the only match I lost after that was against Vinny Magalesh by points. And I'm on like a 55 match win streak over the course of 4 years, winning all the major tournaments in Nogi. And Felipe, since that match, I think is like 5-2 Nogi. He's lost his last two matches. One was convincingly, where he was dominated by Andre, and one was by submission. So I don't think that he's progressed nearly as fast. If anything, he looks even worse than he was when he beat me in 2017 based on his previous performances. That being said, I know he's going to come in training very hard for this one, and he's going to be prepared. But I just don't think that in terms of technical ability, he's anywhere near my level. And he was much bigger than me both times we fought. The first time he was much bigger than me. The second time he was one weight class above me. So now there's not going to be an advantage in technicality, and it's also not going to be a physicality advantage. So I think he's just going to be beat everywhere.
This is a good example of the scientific response to a comment, to a question. Yeah, so he's not. That's a match you're not deeply concerned with. And in terms of the set of opponents, because you have and you will be facing a lot of these.
Yeah. That's actually, in my opinion, one of the easier matches because of the fact that we're relatively the same size. If I show up at 230 pounds, like a lot of the guys are 260, 270 plus, so that extra weight does make a difference. I think out of that entire bracket, Felipe is probably going to be one of the easiest matches because of the fact that I can easily take him down. And if I take him down, I'm going to pass his guard. Whereas I feel like the other guys, because they're so much bigger and they're very cagey, it may take me a while to actually take them to the ground and get on top of them. I think they may be longer, drawn out matches because of the fact that they're so much bigger and stally. It's hard to take them down. But Felipe is relatively my size, and his wrestling is atrocious. So I've already taken him down in the last ADCC match. So I'm pretty sure I can just easily put him down, pass him, and then finish him.
Well, I'm not sure what response I was expecting, but that was pretty beautifully. We talked about the Chad Valdez fight that George had, and John brought it up in class yesterday, I believe. But the point is, we're talking about wrestling, and I think that's a fascinating fight. That is an incredible display of strategy, of skill, of heart. George, could you maybe talk about that fight, John, maybe too? What lessons you gained from that fight? So maybe it was your fight, not mine. Well, or maybe it also tell what happened in terms of injury. So I was fighting Tiago Alves, and in the third round, I ducked our muscle. It happened when I was on the bottom, and he pushed my knee up, tried to pass my guard, and I hear that I pop. I didn't know what.
I think you going for an armbar. You know, on his back, you switch the armbar and you play the leg by pushing on your leg. You went in with a pre-existing injury in the toe.
Yes, and it got worse. And I heard that I popped. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it really hurt. So I came back standing up, and there's a famous video one that goes on the internet about when I go back in the corner and I tell my coach, I'm like, I don't know what it is. I think I tore my adductor muscle. And Greg Jackson, he's like, I don't care. Hit him with your growing. But I was very worried because I was in pain. I didn't know what I had. So I didn't know the gravity of it, and it plays on your mind. So, but I had to bite down my mouthpiece and finish the fight. You know, I knew I was ahead on the scorecard, and I needed to finish strong.
So what was your strategy there in terms of strikes, in terms of wrestling? It's exceptionally difficult for the opponent to take down.
Yeah, at first I knew I had a good jab, to stay always from the outside, fight him from the outside and use my footwork. Because he was like a tank. He was much bigger and much stronger than me. I never wanted to stay in front of him. So it was all the way out or all the way in. And when I was coming all the way in, it was my proactive or reactive takedown, where I myself initiated the takedown by
using a distraction like a jab to make his hand goes up, and then I go with a single or double leg, or to react, like baiting him for him to come hit me, and then while he's coming to hit me, I go change level, and that's the way I like to take my opponent down. Some guys, for example, like Khabib, for example, he's very good at bringing his opponent to the fence and use chain wrestling to take his opponent down. I find that for myself, I specialize more into explosive takedown in the center of the octagon because I found it more economical.
What did you or your take generally about the wrestling? That was quite interesting. I mean, also, can you generally comment on the fact that George St. Pierre I don't think he wrestled.
I started wrestling when I was 19 years old, but I wrestled some very good Russian guys, so they took me underneath their wing. But my ability to cover distance comes from karate. It does not come from wrestling. Wrestling is how I finish once I get the leg, how I finish the takedown.
So the timing and the movement and the explosion
Correct.
I think an important distinction to make here is one which George made throughout his career, and I believe, George, you were the greatest innovator in MMA history with regards to this. And this is the creation of what George calls shoot boxing, which is the amalgamation of striking technique, in George's case, mostly karate, because that was his martial arts background, into grappling, and in particular, takedowns. When most people say so-and-so has better wrestling in mixed martial arts, you have to be very careful what they mean by this. There are many highly credentialed wrestlers in the early days of mixed martial arts who went in and truly struggled to hit a takedown. Now, these are very, very good wrestlers who, in a wrestling match, would easily put down your opponent. But in a striking situation where the ranges are completely different and the setups are entirely different, the stances are different, even the overall conditions are different. You're no longer wearing shoes. People underestimate just what an impact it is for a wrestler to take the shoes off. You lose, say, 20% of your forward drive, and then you take off the shoes. All of these make massive differences in whether or not you're going to be able to even make contact with an opponent for a take. As George pointed out, the true value of wrestling in MMA is finishing the takedown once you've established contact. But that's only about 20% of the action of a mixed martial arts takedown. 80% of it is in understanding range, rhythm, setup, opportunity, etc., etc. And that's not part of wrestling at all. Even the overall conditions are completely different. In the sport of wrestling, you start at very close range and a very bent over stance, and you're expected to wrestle for an international size for 3 minutes at a time. Now suddenly you're completely upright, and you're not wearing shoes. All the conditions, the rhythm and speed of it is different. The counters are completely different. It's just an entirely different animal. And so George was an early recognizer of this and started to put the emphasis on direct training shoot boxing in addition to wrestling. So he practiced with very good wrestlers in the Montreal Wrestling Club, just the sport of wrestling. And that's what made him very good at finishing takedowns. But it was in his shoot boxing training, which he himself largely developed. Remember, George started at a time when MMA was pretty damn young. And when you entered the sport of mixed martial arts, George, it wasn't even allowed on TV. Like, it was completely banned. It was in his country. It was physically banned. They had to fight on Indian reservations. I mean, this is way back in the Wild West days of MMA. And so, as a young developing athlete, he had to more or less do this by himself. If you ever want to hear some incredible stories, talk about teenage George St. Pierre. They had a coach who used to make him put on boxing gloves. Now, he was 16, 17 years old, and just put him on a hardwood floor against a professional boxer who was in his late 20s at the peak of his career. And he said, George, you're not allowed to punch.
You just got to take him down while he tries to knock you out. And it was crazy.
Darwinism.
Yeah, he was like, it's like you're gonna adapt or you're gonna die.
It could have been very bad, but the result was great.
But there's a sense here in which people think, oh, what determines your takedown ability in MMA is your wrestling skill. That your wrestling skill will determine your finishing ability of takedowns. But there's so much more to it than that. Whenever people say, what are the broad elements that determine the outcome of a mixed martial arts fight? Okay, on the broadest possible level, I always give the same three things. The athlete who can dominate the pace of the match, the athlete who can dominate the direction of the match, and the athlete who can dominate the setups will win the vast majority of fights they're in. Those three things, the direction, the pace, and the setups. You dominate all three of those, you're going to win 90% of the matches you're in. George could always dominate the direction of the fight because he could stop the other guy taking him down, and he could impose his own takedowns at any point in the match. So whether it went to ground or whether it stayed standing, it was always up to him. George had the most sophisticated array of setups and takedowns that I've personally ever witnessed. The whole distinction between reactive and proactive takedowns came very early in George's career, and he excelled in both. Most people tend to favor one or the other. Most athletes have a very hard time imposing their setups on an opponent. As a result, they have to use the cage as a crutch for their setups, where they just bully someone towards the cage and then put them down on the cage. George is one of the very few people who was equally good against the cage or in the open. He could do so in both proactive and reactive situations. And the scary thing is that as good as all of you saw him look in the octagon, anyone who knows George as a coach will tell you he was twice as good as that in the gym, where he would often go against people several weight divisions above himself. I could sit here all day, I won't name names, but I always laugh when people say, oh, this is the greatest pound-for-pound guy of all time. And I've personally seen George take that guy down and crush him in the gym, and I can't say anything because it's rude to talk about that in public. It's just training. But I've seen George go with people all the way up to light heavyweight, some of the greatest in the history of the sport, hold them down, advanced position on the ground, and dominate in training. It's what he did during that time. George, I got to say, I deeply admire many of the things I saw you do, not just in the octagon, but in training as well. It's, the impact that you had on the degree to which takedowns would be used as what was absolutely inspirational. That's why one of the reasons why I always say you were one of the only athlete I ever met who taught me more than I taught you, because you opened my eyes to a whole new world of shoot boxing, and how I grew up in a time when I was laughing before when you talked about Sugar Ray Leonard. I was a kid watching that match, and I grew up in a time where there was boxing and there was kickboxing, and then I came to America and I learned grappling, and this young man here was the innovator when it came to the integration of the two.
Well, then I have to ask, because George sits here uncomfortably being complimented. If George St. Pierre and Khabib Nurmagomedov face each other in their prime, who wins?
That's a very, very loaded question.
How?
Yeah.
And what are the different trajectories you see? Oh, okay, how does each one win, in your view? If one wins or the other one wins?
Well, interestingly, they're actually very similar in size, despite the fact that George fought at welterweight and Khabib fought at lightweight. If you actually see them stand next to each other, they're of similar height. Khabib's actually a little more thick set. Yeah, he's actually heavier than you walking around. George walked around most of his career between 188 and 191 pounds. And so Khabib actually would ironically have a kind of size and strength advantage, despite being in the lighter weight division. That's been the general trend as MMA has grown, is that athletes will come further down in weight to make weight divisions. I believe that George has the best takedowns in history in the open, in the cage. Khabib his great strength was using the fence to facilitate takedowns. Um, Khabib's other great strength was not only his ability to take people down, but to keep people down for extended periods of time. Both of them were powerful strikers on the ground and could do terrible damage to opponents on the floor. So they're both very similar in that regard. Khabib was mostly a punching from the back. George was mostly an elbow from the front. But both of them could lay waste to opponents with strikes on the floor. Both of them were highly competent with submissions on the ground. They were submission specialists in the sense of someone like Gordon Ryan, but they were certainly no slouches with submission holds. Yeah, it's just a fascinating idea.
So it's almost like who gets the first takedown.
Yeah, I do believe that they could probably stand up on each other. I don't think either one of them would be able to hold the other down for a whole round. Both of them are notoriously difficult people to hold down. So I don't think that whoever won the first takedown wins the match. I don't think it's like that. I do believe that George would hold a decisive advantage in striking and distance management. The few times that Khabib did look shaky is when Khabib was either advancing forward menacingly, but when he had to fight moving backwards, there was a definite asymmetry between his ability to fight going forwards, which was very good, and his ability to fight going backwards, which was noticeably weaker. George would often fight both forwards and backwards. The Giagarella was right. Most of the standing time, was going backwards. That's probably the single biggest difference between the two athletes' skill level would be in the standing position. On the ground, Khabib slight edge and takedowns on the fence, George slight edge and takedowns in the center. Ability to inflict damage on the floor, roughly equal. Ability to fight off the back, roughly equal. Ability to stand up from bottom, roughly equal. It's a very, very hard match. In terms of the biggest difference in skill level is going to be in the standing position. And so it would come down to that doesn't necessarily mean that Khabib would lose in the standing position. He might just push it to the fence and just use match tactics where he kept the fight on the fence for significant periods of time. You can win rounds in that fashion. So it's a match that could go either way. Both of them are absolutely the best that you'll ever see. I've always believed the three greatest mixed martial arts I've ever seen in my life were George St. Pierre, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and John Jones. The three of them have some interesting similarities and differences. All three beat every single person they ever faced. I know John Jones officially has lost by DQ, but no one believes that as well. George does have 2 losses, but he defeated both athletes decisively in rematches. Khabib did it by having no losses. Interestingly, all 3 athletes have at least one match, which is controversial in terms of who won and who lost. John Jones has had several matches which could have gone either way on the judges' scorecard. Khabib's match against Grayson Tebow could have gone either way. George's match with Hendricks could have gone either way. They all had matches that been won, which people would dispute the outcome. So that was a similarity between the 3 of them. All 3 of them have had the ability to dominate the direction of fights. When they want it to go down, it goes down. When they don't want it to go down, it doesn't. That's why I put such a heavy emphasis on that idea that mixed martial arts champion must be able to determine the direction of the fight. It's the single most important attribute that they all must have. As to which of the 3 is the best, it's going to come down to criteria. You can't pull them apart. Which answer you give as to which of those 3 is the greatest of all time will come down to the criteria that you use. Okay, is it being undefeated? Is it the amount of time, or is it the quality of the opponents that they had? If you do it by quality of opponents, I think you probably have to give it
you do it by nation dominance to not being defeated, then he has to go to defeat. Arguably, you could say the same with John Jones, because his one loss is by DQ. But then you could also say that the last 3 or 4 fights that Jones had definitely the same measure of dominance as we saw previously. So ultimately, you've got those 3 guys, in my opinion, and which one you choose comes down to who. It says more about who you are as a viewer than it does about the respective level of the athletes. You could throw a blanket over them. The 3 of them are just that good. And which one you select will probably say more about who you are as a viewer than it does about them as athletes.
The best fighter, the GOAT, is not even born. Because the generation that is present benefit from a huge advantage. They have knowledge, technology that we didn't have. And we had the knowledge that the other generation did not have before. But I believe the best, the GOAT, is not even born. As good as they are today, I think it's a sport where you can measure performance, track and field, other kind of thing. You know someone is better than the other one because you can measure performance. Fighting is all subjective. We always debate of who would win, but the tendency in sport is that the performance gets better. I don't think it's because the athlete necessarily get better. It's because they have access to better technology, knowledge, and they learn from their predecessor.
As long as that knowledge is transferred forward. So something tells me that the greatest of all time lived a few thousand years ago, and it's forgotten some of the greatest warriors. Can you imagine the kind of grapplers who just the history didn't record them? There could have been small tribes where they developed mini UFCs. And they've developed the kind of things. You have to think of like the Gracies. Just a small family was able to develop so much so quickly.
I often have this discussion with Johnny. I think it's very important that you mentioned. I asked you very simple time, like, what would happen if we would take a fighter of modern days facing the champion of pancreation?
This is an interesting question.
And you brought some incredible good point, and people don't realize it. You know?
Yeah, no, I think one of the great tragedies of martial arts history is our loss of the historical records of pancreation. Like most of what we know was, from what I'm told, is actually lost in the fires at the Library of Alexandria, and we're left with only a pitiful amount of information on pancreation matches. But what we do know is that there was a very large participation in the sport, and that it was widely considered the most popular sport in the ancient Olympics, and that it was represented in the ancient Olympics for many hundreds of years, plus a long period of time before its introduction into the ancient Olympics. And so the development time that it may have had been very significant. As far as we know, most of the development would have been in the major Greek city-states for literally hundreds of years of development. Given its prestige as an Olympic sport, then the best athletes would have been doing it. Some of the sharpest minds that we know of in human history were involved in the sport. Plato, the great philosopher, was a pancreationist in his youth. In fact, his name, Plato, is a nickname. Platus is like plate. It means broad, big guy, like the big guy. And he spoke often about pancreation in his written works. Imagine people with the intelligence of Plato thinking about grappling technique for hundreds of years in the most popular Olympic sport of that time. Significant numbers of people with financial backing. The city-states put great prestige upon Olympic success. They would have funneled athletes in, brought in the best coaches, and they had that for many hundreds of years. Like, it's quite conceivable that the best pancreation athletes were of the absolute first quality. And it's so sad to think we'll never know what was the skill level. It's interesting to think about what kind of techniques they developed whether there's stuff we haven't discovered yet. In class, we're talking about the most effective takedown strategy in wrestling, collegiate wrestling. So maybe let me ask first, because we offline talked about this too. What is the highest percentage submission in grappling?
Overall, you have to go with the rear naked strangles from the back. If you look at most tournaments and most rule sets, it has success across all rule sets, all weight divisions, all body types. It doesn't require any kind of specific physical advantage such as height in order to be effective. It works equally well in both fighting and grappling. It will work regardless of how physically and mentally tough your opponent is. Like a heel hook is a very high percentage technique in modern day competition. But if your opponent simply makes up his mind that he's not going to tap and is willing to take the physical damage, it won't result in the end of the match. A stranglehold, by contrast, will always end the match, regardless of your opponent's mental toughness. So I believe it's fair to say that at the end of the day, the single most high percentage method of submitting people in grappling is the rear naked strength.
So when you look at an athlete, maybe Gordon, you can speak to this, like what's the best, Mr. Gary with the guillotine, best submission to really invest in? Is it the rear naked choke? To really invest in development, like understanding the entirety of the system that leads to that.
I think that you have to do them all, obviously. But if I had like one submission only one submission I could pick for the rest of my life, it would definitely be a rear naked.
Can you explain maybe some of the actual technical details of why that's the case?
Well, as John spoke about, they're different joint locks, whereas you don't have to tap. You can just let your leg break and then keep going with the strangle. There's no, there's none of that. And then it's just an inherent advantage you have being behind someone. Whereas if you go for an armbar, you start from top mount and you're facing the guy, then you put him down and you're not directly behind them with leg locks, you're facing the guy. Whereas when you're on someone's back, you have them in a pin where you can your chest to back, you have a body triangle in, you're pinning the guy in place, he can't explode out, he can't grease his way out most of the time. And there's an inherent advantage you have being behind him due to the fact that we're poorly set up to deal with threats behind us.
So would you say that's the most dominant position in jiu-jitsu, like more than mount, more than side control?
I think if you look at most matches historically, most guys who get stuck in positions for long amounts of time are guys with their back taken. If you get an explosive guy from the bottom mount, he can bridge and he can off balance you and lock half guard maybe and then work back to guard. But if someone locks a body triangle on your back, that's where you see most guys get pinned in place for long amounts of time.
Was the body triangle like a well understood thing? Was that an invention at some point? Like as a system, as a control function?
Some of your listeners can correct me on this, but I believe there was a technique banned in judo called doji, which involved crossing feet or locking a triangle around the abdominals from the back. And it was banned in judo, I believe, because of intestinal injuries which occurred in the early developmental days of judo. And in the modern era, when I first began jiu-jitsu, body triangles were relatively rare. They were not a standard part of class. And sometime around the late 1990s, early 2000s, people started to realize, hey, this is a stronger method of control. It greatly increases the amount of control you have of your opponent's hips and torso over regular hooks. It's not for all athletes. It's difficult for most people who are of shorter, thicker stature to employ on big people. If your opponent's very broadly built through the stomach, it's almost impossible to apply. And so, because it can't be applied by all people, it tends not to be taught much at beginner level. So, as a result, it was always seen as a kind of a specialist move for taller athletes at a higher level of competition rather than a broad-based move for everyone, or every body type and every class to avoid. So it just didn't get emphasized that much. But in top-level competition now, I think you would see that it's very apparent that the vast majority of guys, whenever they have the opportunity or choice between body triangle and regular rear mounts, the majority of modern athletes would choose the body triangle.
So we also had this conversation about wrestling, and maybe George you can comment on like what's the highest percentage, not statistically speaking. Perhaps that's also interesting as John talked about, but just for you, in terms of mastery of the takedown, what's the best way to take down a human being in wrestling?
Well, I personally, for me, it depends. For every fighter are different. They have a different set of skill. For me, when I look someone who want to bring down a tree, a big, strong, high tree, cut it from the base. So the legs, that's what we stand on. So it was to attack the leg.
But is it single leg, double leg? Is it we talked about like there's also the John Smith low single. I don't even know if that's applicable for jiu-jitsu at all.
You can use it, but it runs the golden submission holds. It's not impossible to use, but without shoes and in a situation where there's a whole plethora of submission holds and the scoring, it's a little more difficult to use.
It is interesting. Something being a high percentage in terms of effectiveness tells a story. You're saying that every athlete is different, but if it's more effective for most people, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting what John talked about is that the highest percentage thing is actually in collegiate wrestling that he was talking about is on the defensive side. So blocking a takedown and then spinning around to the back. So that's an interesting idea. Then also there's all of these kind of going in for a single and switching to a double or wizard position, doing a knee tap. Like there's all these kinds of combinations that seem to be effective. You look at the statistics. It seems like there's maybe it's a scientific way of thinking, but it seems like there's some conclusion to be drawn there.
I believe we need to. The high percentage move. There's a reason why it works. I think it's made for a bigger amount of people. For example, I one of my main strength, athletic strength, is I'm an explosive person. So I use technique that are explosive. If I get a single leg, one of my things I like to do is to go for the double, power double. But for someone else that, for example, in the single leg position, maybe he likes like body throw better. He's more a Greco guy, actually, or he's a judo guy. He's gonna go for something else. So, but there's moves that are, I would say, like you just mentioned, are universal. Like statistically speaking, the highest percentage that works for pretty much everybody. Everybody pretty much can do an attack at gym. It's very easy, but it's not everybody that can knock a triangle with their legs. So those moves like rear naked choke, attack at gym is the highest percentage move because it's maybe more accessible. It's accessible for a bigger range of
Based on the physical characteristics of the people. Do you draw any wisdom from these high percentages, John, for like in terms of what to focus on?
Yeah, absolutely. Jiu-jitsu has an ocean of moves, and you can get lost on that ocean. You can drift for a long period of time and end up with very little to show for it. So my whole thing is focus. We only live one lifetime, and your training lifetime is even shorter than your actual lifetime. So in that time, I will die on the mat. That's insane. I put a very high value on choosing what I believe to be the most high percentage moves and putting an extraordinary amount of focus on them. The only problem is that in one generation, a move which can be considered low percentage might actually turn out to be high percentage in another generation. For example, we talked earlier about leg locks. When I was first started jiu-jitsu, they were considered the ultimate low percentage move. And a big part of my career has been convincing people that, in fact, that was incorrect, that they can be a high percentage move if we just change our approach to them. So we can't just follow tradition and say, oh, this is low percentage, this is high percentage. It has to be part of a fairly systematic study where you investigate what are the reasons why it's high percentage or low percentage. With regards to takedowns, if you look at what we can consider the most high percentage takedowns, if you're in front of someone, the single most high percentage way of taking them down is to get a hold of both of their legs and push them backwards. And if you get a hold of one of their legs and put a force on them, they can use their other leg to defend themselves and hop around and funk their way out of takedowns and cause all kinds of problems for you. I don't care how athletic your opponent is, if you get a hold of firm grip of both of his legs and start pushing him backwards, he's going to fall down to his butt. Now, he might be able to recover from there, but he will fall down. Even easier than that is to be behind someone. Takedowns from in front of someone, difficult. You go right into their hips, their head, their hands, that we go to all their defensive weapons. If you're already behind someone and you're doing what in America they refer to as a mat return, this is significantly easier than taking someone down from the front. If you have control of their head in a front headlock position, you've already closed distance on your opponent. You already have close contact. You don't have to worry about shooting anymore. There's no sprawl out of that. You don't have to worry about guillotines, kimuras, or standard defenses. Those will intrinsically be easier takedowns out of front headlock. And so if we're going to talk about high percentage technique, I always go back to the mechanics of it rather than just historical tradition, because historical tradition can be wrong. It was wrong about leg locks. You're wrong about other things too. So my primary thing is, okay, talk to me about mechanics. That's what is going to determine whether something is high percentage or not. Gordon pointed out earlier that when you're behind someone, you have innate physical advantages over the other guy. The human body is set up entirely to defend threats from the front. We are poorly adapted to defending threats from the rear. We don't have eyes in the back of our head. We can't apply pushing strength backwards. If you get behind someone, takedowns are 10 times easier from behind someone than they are when you're in front of someone. If you have to take someone down from the front, get a hold of both of their legs. If you can get a hold of both of their legs and impart a pushing force, you will almost always knock them down. If you can get a hold of their head and work takedowns from there, again, it's much easier because most of their defensive apparatus has been taken away from them before the takedown even begins. And so, for me, the most high percentage takedowns will always be from the front, double legs. From any takedown from the back is going to be significantly easier than any takedown from the front. So all manner of mat return takedowns are going to be very high percentage. And takedowns done out of situations where the opponent is broken down in front of you, we have either front headlock or front chest wrap position, are going to be significantly easier than takedowns from the open.
Of course, you have to consider the full spectrum of mechanics involved here. It's possible that an outside low single leading to a double leg is a much higher percentage. Like there's a lot of chain wrestling yet, that needs to be considered as a possibility. Maybe straight on double. And part of this cultural too. Are people afraid of this kind of thing? That they came to be the case with leg locks. Are people aware of this? Are they worried about this? Are they training for this to defend this? And then there's opponent specific, of course, that when Jordan Barros before preparing for the double, which is why he had to develop a whole other kinds of different stuff. And then the head to all the different controls, all the different ties within the rule set. And that's where it's so fascinating to see the effect of rule set on all of this. Judo, over the past, I think, 20 years, went through this every Olympics, different changes to the rule set, but fundamentally different. In terms of what's allowed to grip, whether you're allowed to touch the legs at all. That was a big one in 2012, I think. And that changed the sport completely. It's so interesting to watch how a tiny change in the rule can change the sport at the highest level when you're talking about people competing at the highest level. And the cool thing there is the rule change happens on a scale of every 4 years. So you get to see people that are at the top of their game have to recompute. So it's not like you have a new generation of people coming up with the rules. They have to figure, oh shit, you're not allowed to. It's the equivalent of saying you're not allowed to kick anymore, because you are not allowed to grab legs anymore.
Interestingly, if you look at the case of judo, if you look at the world rankings of athletes, when they went through one of the most significant rule changes in judo history, where they banned any form of grabbing the legs, the ranking of athletes didn't change much.
Yeah, that tells you that
There's a reason why those guys are at the top.
and it doesn't have to do that they're specific to a rule set.
Think about that in terms of, imagine, for example, in mixed martial arts, if they just said, hey, starting next week, instead of having 3 5-minute rounds, it's going to be 15 minutes straight. That would massively change the preparation of the athlete. It's a different game at that point. And judo literally was a different game before 2010 and after 2010. And yet, the international rankings didn't really change that much. The countries that were dominant before remain dominant. The athletes that remained before largely remain the same. You would think with such a massive change, all the rankings would have been thrown upside down, but they weren't. And again, it goes back to this idea that there's a reason why the guys at the top are at the top.
And now for something completely different, we're talking about aliens. So George brought up Bob Lazar. I will likely probably talk to Bob Lazar on this podcast, and then John had a skeptical look on his face about aliens. So let me ask John and Gordon, do you think there's intelligent alien civilizations out there in the universe outside of our own?
The universe is unimaginably large. The idea that we are the only life forms and a cosmos as large as this is I think, naive and foolish. There's a very high likelihood that if life could evolve on this planet, that it could have done so on many, many other planets around the cosmos. I think anyone who puts even a moment's thought into this would realize that there's almost certainly other forms of life out there. The real question with regards to the alien community is, have they got here and are they searching our planet in little silver sources and making observations and periodically stealing people for experimentation purposes?
Doesn't have to be silver saucers. They could be different other color saucers.
And that question, I'm not real. Recently, Navy footage has come out showing some very interesting phenomena. If you talk to almost any experienced pilot, they will tell you they've seen things in the upper atmosphere that are very difficult to explain. I'll be the first one to agree with you on this. There are some things out there that are extremely difficult to explain.
Literally UFOs, unidentified.
Yeah, we just don't know what they are. But to go from the idea that there's things out there that we don't understand to there's like little creatures running around and these somehow exist, I just reserve judgment. I just say I'm agnostic about these things. I think it's possible, but all the evidence that I've been shown so far was insufficient to come to any kind of definite conclusion. Until aliens land in Central Park on Tuesday afternoon at 3 p.m. and get out with their alien ray guns and start shooting people, I don't believe in many of the stories that get told.
Well, what about if it's not little aliens with ray guns? It's something very different, very, very difficult to detect for us humans. It must be very
Then at that point, it's a fascinating idea, and it's certainly possible. But show me the evidence.
All right. What about you, Gordon? Do you look at the cosmos and ponder the stars often?
I think it's fair points John raised. Something really interesting I saw the other day was someone posted like if an alien or a civilization 65 million light years away somehow managed to look at Earth, they would theoretically see the dinosaurs because they're 65 million light years away. So like imagine us looking at galaxies that are 100 million light years away. That's 100 million years ago. You have no idea what it looks like now. So that's what's super interesting to me about it.
Yeah, the expanse is huge. And so much cool stuff would be going out there. The scary thing, of course, is if they haven't visited us yet, there has to be a good reason for it. And the set of scary reasons involve the fact that they maybe once it gets sufficiently advanced in your development, you destroy yourself naturally, as humans seem to be approaching now. We more and more have the tools to destroy ourselves completely in terms of our weapon systems. And we're developing them more and more, and they're becoming better and better. And then we're starting to get angrier and angrier on Twitter and Instagram with each other.
That's a good point to raise.
That was that everything that is one day the dinosaur was real privilege.
One day, yeah.
There's also just the sheer difficulty of of travel through space. Like space is an unimaginably inhospitable environment. And to the best of our knowledge, just even the theoretical speeds that we can attain in space, even if we could travel at the speed of light, we're not even remotely close to that. Still, the distances that need to be traveled to get to even relatively close solar systems are very, very long. If you look at astronauts who have spent significant amounts of time in space just orbiting the Earth, it has severe health effects on them. We're just not built for space. We're supposed to be in a gravitational environment.
By we, you're referring to your biological feedback that's containing the essence of the mind that is down to Earth. Maybe we can transfer the mind alone. The bag, the meat bag is not out of space.
Forgiveness is it's a mind that's possible.
What do you think of you folks who like difficult things? What do you think about Elon Musk going to colonize Mars? Is this something you find interesting or a aimless pursuit?
I think it's a must or a salvation. We need to leave at some point the planet because historically in the past we know that we've been bombarded by asteroids, volcano, like crazy things happen here. It's very unstable. If you look at it through a lifetime of a human being, it's nothing. But just with 12,000 years ago, what happened? So there is cataclysm that happen all the time. It's very unstable. So if we want to survive as a species, I think we need to get out, to be able to get out and spread our seed.
So these are the early steps on a really long journey. But is there something about we don't get that exploration from most modern society. The kind of exploring that people did throughout the centuries of coming to the North America, just throughout, we were shrouded in the physical uncertainty of what's out there. And now we get to do the same kind of exploration with Mars. Is there any aspect of you that wants to travel out to space, that wants to travel to Mars? The goal is to allow civilians to travel, perhaps in our lifetime, meaning affordably. You can do so now unaffordably.
Traveling to space and traveling to Mars are two different things. I think I would like to travel into space. I don't know if I would like to travel all the way to Mars.
Because of the risks involved. Boring. Is there some part of you that enjoys
I think that if I was towards the end of my life, I would like to travel to Mars. Just the experience. Yeah. If I go to Mars, I'm not coming back. That's it.
One way ticket. Hey, with the technology we have now, maybe in the future, maybe the children of our children will be able to experience that.
Well, the
weekend on Mars.
The whole design of the Starship that SpaceX is working on is supposed to come back. It's supposed to be reusable, so it's not a one-way ticket. That's the whole point. It's always going back and forth, back and forth.
What's the time frame between two planets that you travel from?
I think the current thing, you'd be stuck on Mars for 2 years.
So how long does it take to get from Earth to Mars?
Oh, it's pretty. I'm not exactly sure, but it's pretty quick. I don't know, at the scale of months, not scale of years.
You might not be healthy when you come back. All the astronauts, they experience health issues. They lose a lot of muscle mass, bone density. So, yeah, I don't think the technology is good right now.
Let's say that
if it is, I would love to be doing it for the weekend. If it's safe, I would love to be the first one to do it.
For a professional fighter to sacrifice his body, so there's some sacrifice we do in life, right?
I don't want to be the first. I wouldn't want to. I leave the other one, but when I know it's safe, okay, count me in.
So one of the things that people say, and this is something I wonder about, is it's like having children or something. Once you're out in space and you look out and you see Earth, you look back at Earth, that's an experience. It's not like anything else. Like you can't replicate it here. It's to look back at that you've done.
That in Earth. You see Earth disappear into the distance.
Yeah, disappear into the distance, and then you get to actually stand on Mars and see, and just to look. You're standing on the ground and you're looking out, and you see the planet from which you came and where you might not be coming back. But there's a challenge to the whole thing where the risk is tremendous. And I don't know, I find that risk really compelling for some reason. But that could be just the exploration. Like, I guess that's a genetic thing too. How much do you want to explore?
There's a sense, though, in which, even in the best case scenario, where they did get the technology to whisk you to Mars in a fairly short period of time, it's kind of an inauthentic sense of exploration, because your participation in it is no more exciting than your participation in an airline flight to a foreign country. You're basically, you don't have anything to do with the creation of the vessel. You're not in command of the vessel. You're not in any way, shape, or form important to the mission. You're just a person sitting on a passenger seat, and you get off at a destination the same way you would if you flew to Singapore or London or someplace like that.
Well, there's a hierarchy of there's a leadership, and then there's a bunch of people that all have roles. You don't get to go to Mars without having this skill set.
But you made it sound like space tourism, where you just
Well, yeah,
pay a ticket.
I think it's a long time before you have space tourism to Mars. You have nothing to contribute.
Okay.
Like you will have to
So
go
what do? You go through like a training program? You
a
go,
training program, and then there's technical things you'd be contributing. So they would bring people, in terms of acupuncture. I don't know.
okay, so this is better. This sounds like they're more like explorers. Like you talked before about explorers and human history, where Magellan sets off on his boat, and every person on the boat had a specific function. They were all into the mission in a very authentic fashion. If they weren't on the boat, the performance of the crew would somehow suffer. So this sounds much better.
And with like with Magellan, I think most of the crew died.
A significant number there, yeah.
From bacteria, from things that are unexpected and so on. And if we discover life on Mars, who knows what that entails? Because that's like a manned mission to Mars would likely be very driven by the research to do all the kind of exploration required to find life.
Now, from Mr. Musk's point of view as a developer, presumably there has to be some kind of financial incentive here too. Is there some kind of financial benefit to Mars missions? Is presumably there wouldn't be that many people on Earth that could afford a ticket to pay for the kind of research and development that would require this. Is there some kind of mining on Mars of minerals that would be used?
I think there's a lot of answers to this, but the only honest answer is the one that looks back into human history, where we did a lot of things just because we could. A lot of hard things just because we could, and that led to a lot of innovation that ultimately made our life better. So this is why you have NASA, this is why you have government organizations. Like, what's the purpose of NASA? NASA would answer that by saying, okay, well, we're helping launch satellites up there. They'll have a bunch of answers, but the reality is the programs were funded in large part by our desire to explore the unknown. And there's some aspect to which we have to all invest into that, because historically speaking, that has produced a lot of cool things along the way that were totally unexpected.
Like NASA is funded by public funding, the taxpayer. How is Mr. Musk going to fund this?
Well, currently, most of the funding for SpaceX is NASA giving money so they're making a competition. Who can get our satellites? We need to go to, for the space station to resupply the space station, or we need to launch satellites up. Who's going to carry those quote-unquote payloads? They just need, so NASA's paying whoever the heck wants to get kilograms of thing up into space.
This is NASA's specialty. Why did they just give up on that?
Why they realized when Mr. Musk came along, and Bezos and others, that said we could do it for 1/10 the price. So why should the taxpayers pay for it? Why don't you, NASA, do what you do well, which is like to test out cutting edge stuff, make sure they're safe. And now that we've developed a car, let us UPS and FedEx take care of doing this at scale, doing it cheaper, doing it better. I mean, that's the argument. And NASA what they realized is it took way too long to do stuff. But when you're investing billions of dollars into a project, the bureaucracy builds up, and conservatism builds up to where you really have to test everything out. The projects take years. And then you have somebody like Elon Musk come along and says, well, let's do launches every week, as opposed to just throwing away the rocket or reuse the rocket. That was one of the sort of cutting edge inventions. It's a dumb, obvious idea. Like Elon says, why do you throw away the plane? It's the equivalent as if you flew a plane every time you threw it away. Why are we every time throwing away the plane?
But NASA tried that kind of thing with the space shuttle since the 1970s.
Yes, well, they did that with the space shuttle, but not at the scale here that the space shuttle was seen as this like majestic, amazing thing that requires a huge investment. But Elon Musk is like, no, every basic rocket should be reusable. Yeah, cut cost.
Do you think like the more technology we have, the more advanced we become, the more specialized we need to be? Like, is that for that reason that now there is different branch? Like you just explained now NASA they're specialized on this, but they're less, other branch.
Yeah, there's greater and greater specialization as we build up more stuff, which is fascinating because
Is it making us more dumb in a way? Do you think yeah, I don't know, like you know,
Helpless
but
maybe.
I use a cell phone, but I don't know how to build it up for
I mean, it's that beta male is building up this whole society because we're this collective intelligence. We rely on each other more and more, and I do also see sort of the rise of conspiracy theories and all those kinds of things because, like, I've been talking to a few folks about flat Earth recently. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. There's a large community of people that believe the Earth is flat, and that idea takes hold. In this day and age, of all the ideas, that's the one that takes hold for a large number of people. And I think that's a consequence of this kind of specialization, where it's just a huge amount of experts. But if you look out into our world and try to reason simply about our existence, we are using the skills to do that. As more and more people are specialized, as opposed to general thinkers. We're like extremely good at specific things.
Are we capable now to do a robot that is self-aware?
That's more the like one.
It's
No,
self-aware,
it's
like.
not self-aware. It's been listening, but it's not self-aware.
But do you think a human being is self-aware?
Or, that's a good question. I mean, I ask this question all the time. When the robots move, there's a sense of when they turn on, something entered that robot. Wow. And when it turns off, something left. If they move in a certain kind of way, and if they surprise you, there's certain elements that enable us to see the magic in a living being. And some of them, I mean, we can maybe list them, but it's the ability to surprise you. It's the ability to make mistakes and learn from them visibly. There's a bunch of things that you just, I don't know, it just feels like it has the magic of what's a living being, and which is what humans have. And I try to think about how do you replicate that into a machine.
So when you turn it on enough, you feel like it dies every time and you reboot.
So for most machines, we don't feel that way. We don't when we unplug things, we don't feel that way. I don't know why we don't feel that way. That's an interesting question. But I think when the robot has certain qualities, like memory, like ability to recognize you, yeah, you start to feel like you're turning off an organism. So whenever I have like the robots that recognize me and remember, this is important, that all the things we've experienced together, then it's like holy shit, that's a living thing.
But
It feels like a living thing.
does he remember your robot? Does he remember things that happened before you unplugged him? Is it like he's sleeping? Like he wake up, or is it like
Yeah, so right now
we start to zero?
No, it doesn't start at zero. It remembers everything. That's the key.
Every time you
Yeah.
unplug, wow.
It's storing the memories, but the memories are basic. They're like, okay, we walked around the kitchen, and then you looked at me. I mean, the memories, it's like data. It's not like we've experienced. It's able to actually experience anything deep like we humans can. But just the fact of memory. It's like the toaster or at the microwave don't give a shit about me. They don't know me. They don't know me by name. They wouldn't recognize my face as being different from Gordon's. They wouldn't know the difference, and they wouldn't remember the microwave kernel. It doesn't remember, the times I've been sad or happy, like what food I put into it. It doesn't remember this, when I was being a fat ass or when I was being in good shape. And all just those memories are enough to make you feel when you turn a thing off. It's like, shit, that's a living thing. Of course, that's kind of an anthropomorphism we do to each other, but that's something. You know, that that makes me believe it's possible to create systems with which we can have a connection that are non-human, like similar to dogs, and cats, and so on. It just makes me, and that's what's interesting to me, because ultimately, I feel like they'll help us understand ourselves and maybe practice grappling. Anyway, well, let me ask the advice question. Now that we're together, I spoke to John, I spoke to George. What advice would you give to young folks, whether we're talking about sport, like excelling, becoming great at grappling, becoming great at fighting, becoming great at whatever sport they take on, or at life in general, whether that may be in high school or in college? What advice would you give them to excel at that thing they take on?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this because I'm only 26. So
You're at the top.
you said giving advice to young people. For me, I think the two biggest things are find something that you're both talented in and you enjoy. I think that if you enjoy something but you're terrible at it, it's going to be hard for you to be successful in life in that given area. And it's going to be hard to do something for long amounts of time. If you're talented at it but you don't enjoy doing it, it's easy to come in and train hard for a month or for 2 months or for a year. You can be very talented at it, but if you come in, it's a different story to come in every day for 5 years in a row, for 10 years in a row, for 15 years in a row. So I think finding something that you're both talented in and something you enjoy are probably the two biggest things for me.
How do you find the joy in it? So you've been training the same amount, a lot. You've been doing it for a long time. Is there ways to rediscover the joy in it?
Yeah, for me initially, it was just learning new stuff. You come in as a white belt, and every day you see a different move, and you're like, oh man, that's awesome. And then when I started to compete more seriously towards my professional career, it was the joy of doing camps and seeing the result of those camps and beating high-level athletes. And then it got to a point where I'd beaten all the high-level athletes already, so who am I going to compete against? So now for me, the joy is just being the best athlete I can possibly be until I reach my prime, which I'm hoping is somewhere between 35 and 40. So instead of competing against the other athletes, that would be bordering because I already beat all the rest of the guys. But I know that I can be better in a year from now or 2 years from now than I am today, and that's for me exciting.
By the way, is there some aspect of teaching that's exciting to you?
Yeah,
because you become a better and better teacher over the years.
Yeah, I definitely I enjoy teaching, and I used to teach a lot before I met John, and then I met John, and I was like, yeah, I just have no idea how to teach. So that's like a completely different element of the sport. Doing things and being good at doing things, and being good at winning, and actually being able to communicate those skills and knowledge to a vast amount of people is two completely different things.
George, advice for young people like yourself?
Well, first I would tell them, find what you want to become, what you want to be, and long term, use certain things. Maybe sometimes you don't know, but where you want to propel yourself in the future. Not what your parent, your friend wants you to become, what you want to become. So once you find it, you cannot doing it by yourself. Everything that is big achievement in life, you cannot be doing it by yourself. So what I would say is, second thing is try to build up your team. Try to build up your team to be able to achieve your goal of people that are competent and people that you trust. You need both competency and trust. I see a lot of people sometimes in business, for example, they hire people that they trust, but they turns out to be incompetent. So now you have to fire a friend, otherwise your business will go down. The same problem if you do the opposite. You hire someone that is competent, but you cannot trust is gonna screw you, you know? So it's very important to stay away from the negative, build up your team, people you trust and that are competent. And I would say the third one is to work hard, to sacrifice yourself. Yeah, you got to go through hell sometimes, but yeah, you have to see the light at the end of it, you know, to keep your dream in mind. It's going to give you the motivation to go through the tough times. It's nothing easy. To work is nothing you can accomplish without hard work. The fourth one, I would say, to invest on yourself constantly. If you do not invest on yourself, on whatever you are, in which business and sport, the game will catch up to you. For example, if you become champion at something and you stop improving, the other guys that are trying to be champion, they can catch up to you. So you need to invest on yourself. Most athletes, they make the mistake when they start to having money, they buy luxury stuff. And that's one thing I didn't do. When I started making money, I was investing of traveling to New York, train with John, Barber, and the guys to learn what is new in the game of Jiu-Jitsu. I used to go into Thailand, train Muay Thai, in Los Angeles to perfect my boxing skill. So instead of taking that money to buy jewelry, cars, to do what a lot of guys do, because it's a mistake, I invested on myself because I know there were people coming, they didn't want my place, so I didn't want them to catch me. The last one I would say, it seems weird, I would say, to give back. And it's not because I'm a nice guy. And it's not that, I don't say that to look good. I say that when you make it, it creates opportunity where you can help certain group of people. But when I say give back, not give back to anybody. Give back only to the cause that you want. I give back not because I'm a nice guy. It's kind of selfish. I only give back to the people that I want to give back. Because I give back to them, and I know that if I'm more successful, I'm going to be able to give back to people I love, to the cause that counts for me. So it brings me more motivation because I don't compete for myself anymore. I compete to help people I love in a way. So when you reach the top in your game, you need to find new motivation. If you're satisfied, it's the end of it. Your success will go down. So you need to find new motivation. What can motivate you? What do you want? Oh, I want to help this, so I need to be successful. I want to, you need to find reason what you want to do with your success. So when I say give back, it's not because I'm necessarily, it's not to look like a nice guy. It's to keep the motivation to be able to keep climbing the ladder even more.
That's beautiful, John. First off, there's two responses given so far covered, I think, the most important things already. Gordon talked about the need for an underlying passion and enjoyment. If you don't have that, you're not going to have the longevity that is required. In order to build skills, which is ultimately, it's going to come down to your ability to build skills. You've got to have some kind of underlying passion and enjoyment, which will keep you in the game long enough to build world championship skills. It's going to take a minimum of 5 years, and quite possibly considerably longer than that. George talked about the idea of community. You're not going to make it by yourself. So you've got to build people around you and build a trusted environment around you to develop those skills. What I would add to the excellent points that both already raised alludes to what I said at the start of this podcast. You've got to be able to identify some kind of undervalued elements in whatever industry you're in and show the world what their true value is. In addition, you can't go through life doing the same things as everybody else and expecting to get different results. This is straightforwardly irrational, and worse, it's even arrogant. It's essentially the statement that I'm going to do the same thing as everyone else, but I believe I'm different, and so they'll work for me, and they didn't work for anyone else. That's like saying, no, I'm special. No, you're not special. We're all pretty much the same. And in order to be special, you're going to have to exhibit skills that other people simply don't have. Thirdly, I would say if you want to become something truly impressive in life, you've got to be able to focus on one or two things that you do better than anyone else in your industry. You can't learn everything, but you can pick one or two skills, and the more innovative those skills are, the better, and you can truly excel at them. For example, at the peak of his career, no one in the world was better than George St. Pierre at integrating striking and takedowns. No one in the world was better at integrating grappling and striking on the ground. He had two things that he could confidently say he was the best in the world at. Was he the best at every MMA skill? No. But he was absolutely the best at those two skills. And those two skills were skills which he used throughout his career to win the vast majority of his matches. Gordon Ryan, at the onset of his career, could confidently say, there's no one in the world better than me at leg locks. He could also say, there's no one better in the world than me at late stage defense to submission holds across the board. As he went through his career, he started adding more and more elements. It's gotten to an extraordinary degree now where he could absolutely say he's the best at guard passing, the best at guard retention, unless this keeps going on. And that goes back to what Gordon said earlier about keeping things interesting over time, because we're always introducing new skill sets. The day you start saying, I'm satisfied with my skill set, is the day you get bored. And boredom to an athlete is a precursor to death by boredom. As long as you're still growing in those directions, you'll stay in the game for very long periods of time. So the main thing I would add to these statements by Gordon and George is this idea of finding something which is currently undervalued and showing the world what its true value is. Understanding that you can't just use the same training methodologies as everyone else and somehow expect to be different from everyone else. You've got to, almost every great rise in human civilization, whether it be groups of people or individuals, required some kind of innovation. You've got to look for that new angle. Okay, George St. Pierre found it with shootboxing early on in his career. Gordon Ryan found it with leg locks early on in his career. They branched out from that angle. Add to this the idea that you want to become the absolute best in the world in your industry. One or two things that make a difference. Find out what they are and focus on those things, and you'll go far.
John, Gordon, George, this is an incredible conversation. Thank you so much for your extremely valuable time, George. As somebody who's become famous in part by commenting on people's performance, how do you think we did? How would you evaluate our performance today?
I'm not impressed by that.
Good job. Thank you, John.
I learn all the time. I talk to you guys. It's great. I love it. I was very stimulated. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was something I really was looking forward to. I was hoping that we'd get together. It's so rare that at the same time in history there would be some of the greats together. And the fact that you guys would be willing to come together and talk like this is awesome. And then Gordon would even wear a cowboy hat. I mean, this is just historic. This is like Churchill getting together with whoever.
This is great and all, but the next one is just going to be us just quizzing John on which animals have been in fights.
Yes.
For the whole 3 hours.
It'll be just so we'll invite Joe. We'll make it a systematic.
It'll be a debate between Joe and John on which animal has been.
John and I, we have a thing that we send each other footage all the time of animals. We are very intrigued about animal fight.
I get it at like 3:30 a.m. on Instagram. Check this out.
Like a rhino taking a pig, like there it is.
It's not always fair.
No, it's not ever. But interesting stuff. If people would see what
we send the stuff that we
They would judge you partially. All right. Thanks so much, guys. This is awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation with George St. Pierre, John Donahar, and Gordon Ryan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Miyamoto Musashi. There's nothing outside yourself that can ever enable you to get better, stronger, richer, quicker, or smarter. Everything is within. Everything exists. Seek nothing outside of yourself. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Thomas Taik, founder of Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, and many more. He runs Talco, which is an investment company that focuses on how artificial intelligence can revolutionize large industries. He's part owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's the guitarist of the band Ghost Hounds that tours with the Rolling Stones. But most importantly, he's humble, down to earth, and someone who has quickly become a mentor and friend. This is a Let's Make This podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Thomas Taik. In 2004, he founded Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, like Batman Begins, Dark Knight, and Dark Knight Rises, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, the list goes on. It's just some of the biggest movies in history. What does it take to make an epic movie like that? And what does it take to make it happen from start to finish?
Well, look, I've been enamored with movies since I was a kid, as a fan. I think what you need is to be able to tell a great story. If you're going to tell a great story, you need a great director. You got to start with a fantastic script that is able to take some of these iconic characters that we did and put your own stamp on it while still respecting mythology. And I had zero experience in movies and television before I started my career, so it was a very interesting trip. Total luck that we had the opportunity to make 5 movies at the time with Chris Nolan, who turned out to be one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. But it's each one is its own little startup company. I don't think there's any formula to get there, but I know that if you don't have a great director and a great script, if you don't have that foundation, it's hard to pull off.
Who's the CEO of that little startup company? The director? Who would you say kind of defines the success or the failure?
Well, when you build a big movie like that, it's an enormous effort, 360 degrees. I mean, from digital effects, it's certainly actors. I mean, if you have an amazing script, an amazing director, but you don't believe anybody playing the parts, that's a problem. So the reason I think it was so difficult to pull off is I always used to say you start with a stack of papers with words on it called script. Bring that to life, and you're asking an audience to believe in everything you're trying to put out there, and you've got a cast that, even if they're immensely talented individually, they have to mesh together, they have to have chemistry together. And the director is kind of a general on the battlefield, but you have a strong producer who's very hands-on. It truly, to me, is each one had its own story and its own sort of how it came to be and why it worked or didn't work.
So you said you were new to the industry, but you did a lot of revolutionary things, Legendary. So at that time and now, what is the good, the bad, and the ugly of the business of filmmaking? What are some interesting holes that you were able to, or like problems that you were able to fix? What problems still exist that can still be solved?
Well, look, the business has changed so radically since 2004. When I started Legendary, DVDs were still a cash cow. So, that's how far things have come. But I would say a couple things. The reason that I started it from a business perspective was at the time it was a $30 billion industry, and there was no institutional capital around the movie business. And I was fascinated by that because almost every other category that you look at that size has institutional capital, private equity, etc. Is kind of a cottage industry set up around it. And I was perplexed and fascinated that didn't occur. And the way the movie business worked was unlike any business I'd ever looked at before. So after kind of convincing myself that you could actually make money if you were disciplined and had the right approach, went out, raised the money from the capital markets, which was Herculean, still maybe the hardest thing I've ever done in my career, to walk around and say, look, I have no experience, I've never done this before, but, And then the second thing, being very fortunate at the time, was able to partner up with Warner Brothers. Warner's at the time was run by a man named Alan Horn, who besides being creative is also a Harvard MBA, so really understood what I wanted to do. And Alan, was just an absolute gentleman, someone that I still look up to this day. After Warner Brothers, he went and ran Disney. We did a run, between Marvel and Star Wars and everything. So between Alan being responsible for Harry Potter, the Dark Knight stuff, and then on to all Disney stuff, he probably had as great a career as anyone I've ever heard of in the movie business. So my first focus was around sort of two concepts: global, worldwide, large tentpole films and franchises, and then the business aspect of bringing long-term institutional capital to bear.
I'm going to ask you dumb questions, which is part of the style, I guess. But just for people who don't know, including me, what is institutional? What is capital? What is institutional capital? What is equity? What is private equity?
Okay. Well, so if you're starting a company and you go around to a bunch of your successful friends and say, "Hey, you should invest in my company," that's sort of that's great. It's capital, but it's not getting money from Fidelity or T. Rowe or a sovereign wealth fund or an endowment fund from a university that has large pools of organized capital that has a long-term point of view on your business. So if you get money from your neighbor who's a successful dentist, next year the dentist may say, "Hey, times are hard, I need my money back." If you're partners with Fidelity or Morgan Stanley or any of these institutions, they have the capital and the wherewithal to say, "Okay, I'm looking at this over the next 5 to 10 years." And I thought there was an opportunity to bring that type of capital to the movie business, to be patient.
And the benefit of that, patient, so it's long term, you have to deal with fewer parties and do much larger investments. So
Yeah.
what are the benefits? What are the challenges of that?
Well, I think the benefits in some ways are the professionals who are largely dispassionate. Right? It's like, look, if you're hitting the numbers you told me and you're hitting your plan, great. And the other thing that always was interesting to me about the movie business is if I'm investing in an artificial intelligence company or a chipset company or something like that, a lot of the institutions don't have the technical expertise to really, truly grasp what's being done. So they don't, other than good business practices, they're not offering everyone's opinion. The movies and television are completely approachable. Everybody has an opinion. So, whether it's, I think you guys chose the wrong actor for that, or why did you do that? So it invites a lot more sort of second guessing and things like that. So that was always one of the idiosyncrasies of the business that I thought was interesting. And then when you talk about private equity versus public equity. If you're a public company where the companies are traded, you want to buy Microsoft shares, you just go to your broker, TD Ameritrade, and buy them. If, on the other hand, if you talk about private equity, that's institutions or individuals investing in private companies. So thus, if you have pools of capital that mostly invest in private equity deals, that's how you think about it.
It's difficult to make those happen because it's individuals have to sort of have dinners and agree. So it's much less. It's much more human, much less mechanical, I would say.
Yeah, and again, massive difference between large private equity shops who are professionalized and in the same category that I mentioned earlier, versus private individuals who are wealthy, whatever. But again, it's much more individualized when you're going to people who like your idea and just say, I'd like to invest in this.
Is that from all the kinds of investments you've seen? What do you think is the most conducive to creating works of genius? Whether that's in technology, AI space, or whether that's in movies, so creating something special as well.
I would say a couple of things. Enough money that whatever endeavor you're going into, that you're not so nervous about the edges, right? If I have $100 to spend and I think I can create a perpetual motion machine or something for $104, I can't do it because they're all over me about the budget. So I would say making sure that you have enough capital, making sure that capital is patient enough so that it's, if you're going to do things that are extraordinary, it takes some time. And you're going to break stuff, right? You're going to make mistakes. You're going to have a whole bunch of film on the cutting room floor, so to speak, or if you're in the lab, you're going to have a whole bunch of broken stuff. And I also think it's very important at the beginning, and I always try to do this with companies I invest in or buy, is make sure that you have a philosophical and somewhat mechanical alignment with the management team. So that going in, you both understand, hey, this is how we think about this problem or this company. This is what we feel like our culture is. This is what our goal is. And these are the metrics by which we'll agree to measure them by. Because if you don't have that shared, hey, we're going to take this journey, then I think that's where people get upset, disappointed, etc.
What about, this is a weird question, but constraints? This is both for filmmaking and investment. Do you think money is what is better?
No.
So I like constraints a lot. It's like constraints, almost like a desperation, and deadlines are catalysts for creativity, for productivity, for sort of innovation. So can you kind of speak to that?
Sure.
As an investor, as a creator, like what's the right balance here?
Well, I think if you're focused on a particular problem or a company or a thesis, if you have that focus and you feel like I have unlimited resources or renewable resources, so there's no leverage in the situation. Right? There's no, if I fail at this, I'll just go get more money. Right? I'll just go. I think that's a hard way to be resilient. And to think of new ways to solve problems. So I think capitalizing things just to the nth degree does create some problems. So I think there's that perfect blend of don't starve the oxygen to the point where you make short-term decisions or non-strategic or thoughtful decisions because you got to pay the rent. And on the other hand, you can't have it be like this everlasting gobstopper of whatever you want, you just keep flowing the cash, because that doesn't create any friction points that I think do result in works of genius, in things that that are transformative. And one of the things that is interesting to me about society, sort of writ large is I think that when you go through hard times and you have to do things that are uncomfortable and you don't want to do them because you're tired, that in some ways builds up that you're comfortable being uncomfortable muscle. And I sometimes think we're losing that a little bit. And you can't sort of paint with a wide brush, but that's one of the things that I kind of observe and hope that you don't go that way.
I do think challenge and discomfort are a kind of gift. It's like overcoming that. It's like from every perspective. From a human perspective, it's a source of happiness and fulfillment, overcoming challenge. But from a business perspective, I see like if something is really difficult, to me it's also a sign that most others or many others would fail at this point. So like it's a feature. It's nice that something is difficult. When when people tell you that something is impossible, I love that. It's like, all right, well then that's what a lot of people would believe, and that gives you an opportunity to be the person who shows it's not impossible. And of course, you might be wrong, but if you're not wrong, you have the opportunity to stand out. So going through that hardship, taking those big risks, is going to really pay off. So like discomfort is a feature, it's not a bug of both personal life, it's just good for life, but for business, it seems like it's just good business sense. If something is hard, it's probably a good idea to do that. Yeah, because most others will fail. Fun question. I don't know if you can answer this, but what's the most expensive movie you were involved with? Make and why was it? You don't have to say numbers, but like, do something stand out as being exceptionally expensive, and why is it expensive?
I think Jurassic World was pretty expensive. Worked out great. And
That's an epic.
it's one of my favorites. They just did an amazing job. And frankly, the crazy thing about my life is all the stuff that I loved as a kid somehow came full circle back into my adult life. And having the opportunity while I was out there to develop a friendship with Steven Spielberg, and then have my name on the same film as Steven Spielberg. I mean, that was pretty surreal. So that was an expensive film. Dark Knight Rises was an expensive film. But again, to me, there's a difference between expensive and irresponsible, and expensive because the vision warranted, and it turned out financially it certainly did.
Yeah, with Jurassic World, I can't even imagine having those meetings because like you have to create so much, and so much of it is obviously not real. You can't bring dinosaurs in it.
Yeah.
Is that where a lot of the cost is? Is in the computer side of things?
Yeah, those are generally pretty massive components of the budget, and especially if you're doing it and inventing things as you go. I mean, Jim Cameron is one of those filmmakers who, is designing the plane as it's flying in such a brilliant way. And I got to know him over the years, and just in awe of the way his brain works. And so, yeah, it's a big component.
Can you speak a little bit more to him in terms of, you're such a fascinating person, because you care a lot about technology, you care a lot about the cutting edge of technology. So how does he, a creator, a director, build the plane while it's flying? Like, what's the role of communication in this whole process?
Well, so I never made a film with Jim. I'm just a huge fan and got to know him and John Landau, his producing partner. And one of the things that just fascinates me about Jim is, so he makes Titanic, and there's a bunch of underwater cameras and things that they need that don't exist. So he goes and invents them, and has a good grasp of engineering, and has not only the imagination but the ability to lead a team to build them. I got to go down early when they were shooting Avatar at a warehouse, I think it was, where they were shooting. And as they were explaining to me how they were capturing it and that they could go back later because they created the environment, it blew my mind. And I said, okay, this is truly, people talk about a big leap. This certainly is one. So he has continued to push the envelope in terms of the art of the possible. And I just think he's an incredible genius in that way.
Again, another hard question. So you, in the realm of music, care about storytelling. Is there some aspect in which money and beautiful graphics get in the way of story? In filmmakers, if you think about Jurassic World, obviously that's an experience like any other. Like, what do you think about the tension between story, experience, and like visual effects?
Well, look, if you're using big effect shots and all kinds of tricks to cover over the fact that you don't have a very interesting story to tell, that's where I think it gets in the way. Where I think you have these incredible filmmakers, we mentioned Chris Nolan and Jim Cameron, Guillermo del Toro, you could go on and on of folks that just see the world differently and use technology to enhance the storytelling, right? To make you believe differently, rather to make you not just suspend your disbelief, but to feel like you're immersed in it. So I've certainly seen it done expertly, and I've seen it done poorly.
You've talked about this a little bit in the past, and you kind of left the movie making business at an interesting time. Perhaps you saw the changes. There's been a lot of excitement with Netflix and TV, so the role of film in society has changed. So, what do you think is the future of movies versus TV? Like, if you were, as a business person, as a creator, as a consumer, as a technologist, like thinking about the next 10, 20 years, what do you think is going to be the godfather, the great pieces that move us as a society in the next 10, 20 years? Is it going to be TV? Is it going to be movie? Is it going to be TikTok clips? What's it?
Well, so I think the other category that I would add to that would be the next great medium is truly immersive virtual reality, in which new storytellers will emerge, especially when you can go into VR and there's enough computing power to sustain it and to allow it to be social and for you to have different paths to go down. That'll be, I think, the next realm of what storytelling experience will look like.
So, do you think video game kind of world, or is it more movies, or is it more social network, or is it all of it kind of blending reality and gaming and movies?
Yeah, I thought if you saw Ready Player One, which I love the book, and the movie was cool too, but that's one version of it, right? Where you go in. We just talked about the metaverse and all that, but you go into a world that's fully rendered as yourself and you interact with that world. The other side of it is to go in somewhere between being a passive observer and being able to move around your point of view and experiences, which I think is interesting. And then I think another adventure, so to speak, I could think of is a blend of video games. So there's a mission, right? There's obstacles, there's everything, and you move through it, but it's immersive and it tells a story at the same time. And that's why I think you're going to see new, amazing storytellers that we don't know yet that understand how to innovate and how to make you feel something in that environment. And to your earlier point, I saw probably around 2015 when Netflix decided to be bold, put out House of Cards, put out all the episodes, leave you in charge of the pace at which you would view them, which I thought was great.
That was a gutsy move.
Yes, it was, and I can't tell you around Hollywood anybody that says that everybody thought it was a great idea is not being truthful, because everybody I talked to said they're idiots, right? What do they know about movie making and TV? And what I saw happening was, if you look at what Netflix pulled off, and they realized that there isn't really a moat around the studios, you really could make stuff. And really good stuff. And so they started to create their own content. That pulled in Amazon, which pulled in Google through YouTube, and then you had Hulu, then you had Disney deciding they're going to have Disney Plus. And the next thing you know, you have some of the biggest companies with the largest balance sheets on the planet being in the creative business. That's, if you're an independent, that's bringing a knife to a gunfight, to be sure. And so, I thought that was interesting. The other thing that it used to be that movies were where the big things happened, and television was sort of, small screen, different experience. Then you had something like Game of Thrones come out, which was not only at the same epic level visually and storytelling wise, but had the budget to be able to do it. And now, I think you're seeing all kinds of different storytelling taking place, and I also like that you're not pigeonholed into a time. Like, you got 2 hours to tell the story. You can do a 3-part miniseries, a 5-part miniseries. You can do television that's all kinds of different format. That I think is allows creators to do a lot more interesting things.
It is also interesting to consider the role of companies that enable that, like the capital that enables that. Without Netflix and HBO, you wouldn't have some of these epic shows. So if we're thinking about the virtual reality world that you're talking about, it's interesting to consider who will enable that. Now, like you said, Facebook is talking about Meta and Metaverse, but it's unclear that just having money is enough. Netflix did a lot of really revolutionary stuff. Amazon has money. There's a lot of companies that have money that don't quite do as good of a job yet at enabling creators of creating revolutionary new content that changes the whole industry. And that's probably going to be the case with virtual reality. There is a lot of money needed to enable experiences, like in terms of compute infrastructure. There needs to be a huge amount of money there, but you also need to somehow give freedom to creators to have fun, to do their best work, at the same time, like, provide the perfect amount of constraints, all that together. Like, however Netflix makes it happen, they do a pretty good job, because it's a very constrained platform. But yet, all the creators I've ever talked to, comedians and so on, that work with Netflix are really happy because they feel free to create their work.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times, companies are a letterhead, and it boils down to the people. And I think I've known Ted Sarandos a long time, who ran the studio at Netflix and now took over for Reed, running the company. But Ted, very smart, talented guy, and understood early how to cultivate talent and relationships with talent, which is important. When you're dealing with creative people, their motivations and their goals are not always the same, right? They're not always capitalistic, right? And so in terms of being able to communicate with creative people that are not always A to B to C is a talent. And so I think they did a great job. Ted did a great job with that early. But I think that you're going to see different formats. I don't think going to a theater to see a massive movie on that screen in that format is a fundamentally different experience. And I think you're going to find movie, my own shop, Legendary, just put out Dune, which I thought was phenomenal. When we secured the rights to Dune years ago, it was I was over the moon because I love the book. I love the entire world that is Dune, and that's a movie that I think you see on the big screen. I think when Avatar 2 comes out, I want to see that on a big screen. But I think you're going to see a ton of content is obviously being produced, and it's not all going to go to a theater-going experience. So you're going to see, I think, different versions of this over the next 5 to 10 years.
In case James Cameron is listening to this, so he officially agreed to talk at the time of on this podcast at the time of Avatar 2 release. I'm just going into that in this recorded conversation. Also, just super excited, both the movie and the director. There's something special about movies. You know, they win Oscars. They're historic in nature. There's something about TV shows, even when they're epic like Game of Thrones, that they're forgotten much quicker in history. I don't know. Maybe that's because we haven't had enough of them. But, you know, the De Niro performances, you know, the Scorsese films, all the great films that kind of we think of throughout the generations, that define generations of films. Is that just old school thinking? Is that always going to be the case?
I mean, look, to me, going in a darkened theater with a bunch of strangers and the lights go down and you go on this journey, there is something special and magical about that. And I think movies have been a part of our cultural fabric forever. And for some reason, Hollywood and America was, you know, uniquely positioned to do a great job with it, right? And not that there aren't great foreign movies, but far and away, American movies, you know, are dominate not only the world market, but, you know, and so whatever it is that we do well, or Hollywood does well, you know, there's something in the water apparently. But I agree that I love movies, and I will, you know, for the rest of my days. It's interesting how creators can move back and forth now as well. That used to be a complete no-no. You're either a movie guy or you're a person or you know, or you're a TV director, and that's that. But those lines have completely blurred.
And they're also blurring. I mean, they're blurring all kinds of lines. Like they're moving to TikTok and Instagram. And I know right now it seems ridiculous to consider that these 1 minute things could be considered even in the same realm creatively as a film, but maybe that changes over time too. Maybe experiences can completely become fluid in terms of their size, as long as they have some deep, lasting impact on you as a human being, as a consumer.
Look, to me, the whole thing is about either the moving image or even sometimes a picture will bring out an emotion, a reaction, something. So, you know, short form is harder because you have less time to set things up and all that. But I'm sure there will be short videos and creators that come up with things. If a moving image can get a reaction out of it and make you feel a certain way and stay with you or inspire you, well, that to me is just the next evolution of whatever it's going to be between humans and cameras, etc.
See, I think that's why I've talked offline about this. That's why I love robots. Is I think there's certain things in the short form with robots that immediately can bring out a feeling in people. There's something about our consideration of our own intelligence, of our own consciousness, of all the fears and hopes and the beautiful things about human nature, the dark things about human nature. Somehow, especially later robots bring out. We have both fear and excitement towards that. Are these going to be our overlords, our gods that overtake humanity? Are these going to be things like horses or something like that, something that empower humanity? And you don't know what to make sense of it. That's why they're super exciting. Speaking of robots and film, you've gone into traditional industries and disrupted them quite a few times. Is there a system for deciding which industry is right for disruption? When you look at the world and see what are the big problems you would like to solve? Do you have a system of how you see which problems to solve? How do you look at the world?
Yeah, well, on the business side of that, so I have a holding company called Talco, very imaginatively named. And part of that is literally every name ever is now taken, registered, and all that stuff. So we're a holding company.
What's a holding company?
So instead of being a fund, it has money flowing in and out of it, and there's what's called a vintage year. I raise capital and I agree to invest that capital for so long, and then I give it back to you. Sometimes creates artificial time pressures and things like that. A holding company is more permanent capital. So the idea was behind Talco was to buy almost always whole companies and majority stakes with great management teams in spaces that did not traditionally have a lot of innovation. And to have our labs group, who were data scientists, AI practitioners, engineers, machine learning, etc., and to be able to bring that wherewithal to that company. So to provide them with the right capital and to provide them with access to technology that would be hard to individually recruit for that company. So I would say that the thesis was to look for industries that were large enough that hadn't traditionally had access to that type of technology or innovation, and to try to look for companies that not only looked that part, but had management teams that embraced this and wanted to take that kind of journey.
Yeah, there is quite a few industries like that, but that finding the industries and the management pair, because like those industries often have a lot of old school folks. It takes quite a bit of work on the technology. I work quite a bit with autonomous vehicles in just the automotive industry. Depending on the company, there's old school folks. It's like Detroit thinking versus like what do you call it? I don't know, California thinking.
Well, you have to. I think you have to look at the nexus of two things. One is just plain old human behavior. If I am uncomfortable and this isn't a comfort zone for me, and it's not something I have as a field of expertise, I'm going to shy away from it. Right? Especially if I'm successful, when I feel good about myself, and it's a big successful company or person or whatever it might be. And the second thing is that, especially if you're a public company, you're being weighed and measured every quarter. You are rewarding the managers of that company to hit metrics and to be reliable and to say, hey, I'm counting quarter to quarter that you're going to deliver what you say. It's difficult to say, you know what, everybody, the next 2 years, I wouldn't count on our financial projections at all, because we're going to reinvent what we're doing. It's going to work in the long run, and you're going to see that this was a really smart investment 5 to 7 years from now. That's not the way capitalism is currently wired, generally, right? And a lot of, so again, if you reward managers with yearly bonuses and stock options based and tied to stock price and all these other things, and then ask them to go break stuff, that's hard.
So you're saying like so the Talco approach, this private investment, is the best way, or perhaps the only way, to enable this kind of long-term innovation, investment, taking big risks, investing in innovation.
Well, but we certainly are not by any means the only one doing it. I'm just saying that when you think about big companies, more successful, that are in old line businesses, and I hear people sort of talk about, well, why can't they just pivot? They recognize they need to be in the technology business. Well, because it's hard. It's hard to steer a ship and turn it that big, and especially if it's not part of your DNA at that company. So, I just think that what we try to do is to enable management teams that know where they want to go, and to be patient with capital, and to also, again, bring innovation to bear that they have access to. There's plenty of capital structures doing interesting things. That's one of the things I love about our country. This country innovates, and this country invents things, and I'm constantly in awe of just the the human ability to innovate and to iterate. I get to hang around some universities, including your old shop, MIT, and it's
I'm
like,
still there.
yeah,
Still
you're
there.
still there,
Still teaching it.
still teaching, but that place is like Hogwarts. I mean, it's just it's inspiring,
Yeah.
right? And certainly the energy in Silicon Valley, which now Austin, Texas, where we're has its own incredible ecosystem. So that's one of the things I love about America is the ability, and that really is, I think, in the American DNA to create things and invent things. And I think that's invigorating.
And I think that's even bigger than capitalism, sort of the machine of how capitalism works. That's just human nature. Capitalism is just one of the ways to sort of make that human nature shine, I suppose. But it's like you mentioned MIT. There's a drive there to invent, to innovate. That's so purely human. That human spirit to sort of build something new. It's like that hopeful, optimistic spirit, especially in the engineering space. Like if you pay attention to the internet, like Twitter and all that kind of stuff, intellectuals and so on, there's a cynicism to when we talk about stuff, but there's an optimism to do stuff. And the doing part, when you actually build things, especially, like you care a lot about manufacturing too. Like you actually build physical products, that's what truly shine.
Yeah, no question about it. And I'm passionate about our country making stuff again, right? Doing our own manufacturing, and making sure that we don't lose the ability not just to create things intellectually and do the world's greatest blueprints, but actually make things here.
Actual factories.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
How do we do that? How do we bring more manufacturing to the United States?
Well, there's a company that I have a big personal investment in, Rebuild, with some folks that all went through the MIT school years ago. There's a good friend of mine named Jeff Wilkie who used to be at Amazon, and we all felt the same way that America needed to ensure that it didn't lose its edge in that way. So it's a company that invests in American high-tech manufacturing, and I think the way that we do that is provide capital, provide training. To me, this is also fertile ground for good, sustainable, high-paying jobs. And we have to make it economically feasible to do that again here in this country, and not to say to companies that, again, are being weighed and measured quarter by quarter, hey, this is 3 times as expensive to do it here, but you should do it here. We need to innovate, and we need to create processes and companies and opportunity that balance that equation. And I think, as we saw during the pandemic, I don't think in this day and age you can be an isolationist. That doesn't make any sense to me. But being self-reliant and self-determinant and making sure that you are never in a position as a nation that we can't do basic things because we're relying on supply chain in other countries, whether it's, we're not friends anymore, or a natural disaster or a virus or something pops up. I think those are costs of doing business that we have to put into the calculus of being able to make things.
There's an extremely high cost to making supply chain resilient that we really have to consider. And so if you really consider that cost, it makes a lot of sense to invest, especially long term, in building up manufacturing in a way where like you're making most of the stuff in one place. Sort of bringing it all, not all, but as much in as possible. and building websites from scratch here in the United States. And what I guess your thought is with innovation is possible to sort of revolutionize the way we do manufacturing, to reduce the amount of supply chain stuff and like build stuff from scratch and do high tech manufacturing. So like, optimize all aspects of manufacturing, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I think where technology is the most efficient is the human-machine interface. Right? It's not let's automate everything and have nobody working. For a long time, that's neither feasible nor desirable. But where we can enhance jobs and make that interface immensely productive with the right training and so forth, I think that's a worthwhile endeavor and something that's going to be important to our country.
Yeah, I mean, you know who you're talking to. I love human-robot interaction, human-machine interaction, human-AI interaction. So what do you think is the role of robotics in this high-tech manufacturing? So it's like industrial robots, robotic arms, all that kind of stuff, or even more complicated kind of robots. What do you think is the role of robotics? What do you think is the role of AI in this manufacturing future you're thinking about?
Well, robotics to me is an extremely exciting field. I don't have the same expertise that you do. I have an adjacency, but not the depth of knowledge. It never really delved deeply into it or made investments in it. But I think what's exciting about it is everything from doing jobs that are very dangerous for humans, enhancing the human experience. When you look at really repetitive labor, things that, it might take away a job, but is it a good job for that person who's, spending 30 years doing something highly repetitious? Is that a good experience in life? So I think, and then when you think about everything from military applications, rescue, we're already seeing a bunch of those things. And then just lastly, when you talk about that human interaction with robots, when you start to have the combination, so you have some level of intelligence and interaction. I mean, that's why you love the droids in Star Wars, right? I mean, it's exciting. It captures the imagination. And I think many hours have been spent on debating artificial intelligence and the ramifications if things go sideways and so forth. And I think those are appropriate conversations to be having. AI is happening. I think it's actually happening slower than most people realize, because there are tasks that humans do every minute of every day, standing up without losing your sense of balance. I mean, these are really hard things, but I think there's enough investment, both in private industry as well as nation states now, on artificial intelligence that it is coming.
So both in the software space, in the digital space, and in the physical space. So we talk about manufacturing, so industrial robotics. It is very true that even in the factory, even the tasks that you think are pretty basic, the amount of small intuitive decisions that humans make is quite incredible. So we have to be kind of explicit about saying which tasks are actually really hard and humans are just really good at them. And so on the flip side, in the digital space, with social networks, with recommender systems, with all kinds of personal assistants in terms of voice or voice-based AI systems, all of that. There's opportunities there to find niches where AI can really have a transformative effect. I think one of the places that really haven't. This is where you're worried to say stupid things, but I believe this very much that when we have AI systems in the home currently, you have something like Alexa and Google Home and so on. They're kind of very basic servants. They tell you about the weather, they can play some music, they can turn the lights on and off, all that kind of like smart home stuff. I think there's a lot of value in systems that form relationships with us in the way that pets do, dogs and cats. I don't know, cats, just for people who have cats, cats don't care about you. They really don't. They don't form any kind of relationship. I don't know why you have a relationship with them. It's one way. Anyway, aside talking shit, I'm just kidding, by the way. That's a basic kind of connection you have with another living being. Then there's also just friends. You have different levels of friends, acquaintances. You have lifelong friends. All that friendship you have. I really believe that there's some aspect of the human experience that deeply enriched by interacting with other beings. And for systems, computing systems, artificial intelligence systems in our world, to have the capability to engage with some of that, I think, is not just an opportunity to help people grow, become better people, but it's also just a good business opportunity too. And that hasn't really been explored enough. So that to me is really, that's a whole exciting space that I think will enable better industrial robotics. It will empower a better Facebook or a better social network, a competitor to Facebook that overthrows Facebook. So it'll create better technologies that currently don't have that human robot interaction touch. So I don't know. That's super exciting to me. But that has to deal with the mess of human nature. The reason that most robotics people and AI people stay away from humans, they stay away from the human robot interaction problem, is because humans are complicated. They're messy. They're hard to control. They're hard to predict stuff about. They're hard to make sense of or like test repeatedly because one human can be drastically different from another human. So to deal with that as the robotics problem is super hard. And so one of the questions is which problems can you remove the human from consideration when you're trying to solve the problem? So like Elon Musk is an example of somebody who believes autonomous driving, we can remove the human from consideration. We can solve autonomous driving as a robotics problem. It's stay in the lane. If there's a red light, stop at a red light. You know, if there is humans in the picture, like pedestrians, that's a big problem. Just treat them as a moving object that has with a 90% probability keeps moving in the way they were in the past few seconds. With some smaller probability they might stop or turn. Like just do some basic models about them, and you'll be able to do just fine. So I tend to believe that even driving has to consider the full messiness of humans. The dance, the game theoretic dance of chicken that we all do when we jaywalk, look at the car. That driver doesn't have the guts to murder me, so I'm going to walk in front of him and not look at the car. We do that kind of dance, and AI systems have to be able to do that kind of dance. In Talco, there's the labs. So there's a data science component, there's an AI component. So how do they go into a company and help revolutionize that industry?
Well, there's different examples. So one of our companies, Figs, makes healthcare workwear, started by these two brilliant women, and early days helping to build the platform and recruit and make sure that the everything that we did at the company embraced technology, and at the same time they were obsessive about their customer, which is doctors, nurses, healthcare workers who are putting it on the line every day, and obsessive about their product. And when you have those two things come together, you get the result that we did at Figs. We have a company called Acashur, which its AI lab and base is down here in Austin, Texas. It was one of the largest insurance brokers in the world, and we did a deal with them and sold some of our insurance holdings. It was completely AI driven. And in that case, you basically put the team inside the company, right? Because it's a massive company with and we've gone into all kinds of things. So it just depends on the different situations. But the biggest thing was just to make sure whatever the company needed, they had access to the talent. Sometimes we build it, sometimes we help recruit for it. You know how in technology, it's whatever works, right? There's no one way to do things.
Well, Akasher is really it's really interesting as an example. So insurance is a fascinating space. It seems like very ripe still for disruption across the board. So how do you? It seems like a lot of the disruption has to do with like almost the first dumb step. We've been using mostly paper. Like it's not digitized. You have to basically create a infrastructure and a framework where like everybody is using the same digital system of databases and just organize the data. It seems like that's a huge leap that basically can revolutionize major industries that still hasn't been done. Insurance is obviously a great example of that.
And one of the things that struck me, the founder CEO of Acrisure is a guy named Greg Williams. They're out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And as we were looking at expanding our footprint in insurance, I met with a lot of insurance executives. They would talk about technology. Greg truly understood the power of what would happen across actuarial sciences, predictive analytics, and using machine learning to really run every aspect of your business, and then automating a lot of the back office tedious steps. As you said, one of the things that was great for us, they already had a data collection system and department, so it was much easier to pivot. And I'm very excited about the future of that company. It's they're doing some pretty innovative, groundbreaking things, and those are the things that I like doing. Right? It is that yes, I want to make money. That's what that is. But at the same time, what did you do with your time on Earth? Right? Did you do anything to leave any kind of mark that you did anything interesting? I can only speak for myself. There are many more ways to measure one's life, and I can only speak about how I think about things. I grew up poor in upstate New York with a single mom and watched her work a couple jobs, and had to, from a young age, shovel snow and mow lawns and do all kinds of things to help her make sure the lights weren't turned off in our little place. And so that's just something that I've always been driven towards. And, I have a really eclectic taste and interest. And, it's just been an interesting journey.
So help be part of and help enable some cool new creations across the board, like film, music, AI, manufacturing, just insurance, all the specific industries that you disrupt. Yeah, small tangent. Back to your childhood, your mom. Any memories kind of stand out, stick with you as something that helped define who you are as a man?
Yeah, even though the university and college experience was not part of the family tree, and we had no connections. I didn't understand. I didn't know what a trust fund was or prep school. I didn't know what any of that was. But my mom, from a young age, would always say, you're going to go to college. There's no, if you choose to, and I think from a young age that was just an expectation that I had and she instilled, and the work ethic. I watched her, and then my grandmother was a janitor, a cleaning lady in a hospital for 50 years. And then I remember there were times of, probably 10 years old, it's freezing cold out. If I don't go out and shovel 6 driveways, I don't have enough money to pay the bill. So I don't know I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know how that manifests itself in my life today. But I think the grit to say, I'm not in the mood to do this, I don't want to do this, but that's the work that needs to be done. And no excuses, not I'm a victim and I'm going to sit around and talk about, no, it is what it is, and you have to get done what you need to get done. And again, I think it's, you can never fully put yourself in someone else's shoes or experience. So I don't know what that is or feels like, but for me, those were two, I think, formative things that were important.
So that's pretty. The reality of life like that is pretty humbling. You've been so exceptionally successful that it's easy to get soft now. How do you get humbled these days?
By getting up, I think for me personally, trying to push the envelope and being weighed and measured. Right? That's why I always love sports too. There's a scoreboard, and I'm a huge believer in opportunity, meritocracy, all those things that I think are ideals that we want to aspire to. And I think that there's a lot of things I'm involved with right now that I just want to see if I can do it. I want to see if, if and my own little mantra is cause the outcome, right? As much as you can. And at the same time, have the humility and have the hubris or arrogance to say, I'm always going to cause the outcome. You'll get your ass kicked pretty quickly and humbled. The world and the universe is a big place with forces, beyond. But I think, I also think a lot about being intellectually honest, which when I do the university talks and so forth, I think that's a superpower. Because if you find yourself making decisions based on other people's expectations, based on places you don't want to go, but you're either you feel like momentum is taking you there. I think that's a big problem. And there are people that go to our top universities and can't wait to get out and start their own company, and they want that pressure. And they want to grind. And there are other people that are smart and talented that just say, look, I don't want to lay awake staring at the ceiling wondering how to pay payroll. I don't want that in my life. And I think if you can square that up and be okay with it and say, what makes me tick? What makes me happy? What puts me in a bad headspace? Because there's a difference between challenging yourself and going against your nature. So that's why I think that being intellectually honest and being able to really sit down and go inside your own head and say, what am I good at? What am I not good at? How am I going to put myself in a position to be successful? Because, I'm working on my weaknesses, but I'm not going to put myself career-wise in a position where I'm just fundamentally going to have a hard time being successful.
Yeah, intellectually honest is a tricky one, and it gets there's like levels to it too.
Sure.
Because some of the things I think about when you dream of doing certain kinds of big things. The part of intellectual honesty is to say several things. One is like, hey, the thing you're dreaming about, like, one, the fact that nobody's done it probably shows that you're just a dreamer. This is not going to, like, think clearly. The fact that it hasn't been done probably shows that it may not be the right path. And two is like, if you're dreaming about stuff, there's a certain point where it's like, hey, you haven't done it. Like, why haven't you done it already then? Like, you have to be honest with yourself. Like, you have to be ambitious. Like, a lot of people work hard all the time for a dream, but you have to wake up and be like, all right, I've been at this for 10 years. Like with a startup, you launch a startup and you think, okay, I 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, pretty successful, but it hasn't exploded like you dream. And you have to shut it down, you have to be intellectually honest there. At the same time, you might want to be, step it up, lean into it. Say almost like the flip side of like intellectual honesty is like maddening ambition. I'm just saying, fuck it, I'm gonna go all in. That is a kind of intellectual honesty, saying like, the big problem here is I've been kind of going doing too many things. Maybe with this dream, you have to go all in on it, all this kind of thing. I mean, this is human experience. It's complicated.
Yes, without all human things are complicated. And I think there's a difference between being reckless and making well thought out, informed decisions. If you're going to go all in, make sure you measure twice, cut once, as they say. And one of my other favorite, I forget, many years ago, I heard this saying that stayed with me. It was, never mistake clear line of sight with distance. And, so I think that the key, whether you're starting a business or you're thinking about leaving the company you're at, starting a business, or just leaving for another job, any of these things is as much as you can, right? And psychologists, I think, would tell us it's hard to be self-aware completely, right? That's the rub. That if we were all completely self-aware of everything we did and strengths and weaknesses, it'd be a different world. But I do think you can work on that and at least challenge yourself to think about it and not be in a position where I'm going to medical school because that's what you do in my family, and even though I'm miserable doing it, things like that.
So definitely you don't want to be sort of because you don't think fall victim to conformity and just go on doing the same thing over and over. That's right. But at the same time, it's measured twice and cut once. It does feel like some of the biggest leaps taken are where you cut once and measure later. Because you leap in first.
Sure.
And it's almost like a gut. I suppose that is a measurement, but you build up a good gut instinct of like what to do, and you just do it, and then it's the building the airplane as you're flying it, right?
Well, and I think each one of those instances that you could probably cite has its own unique circumstances, right? I don't have a deep biotech background, so if I suddenly stood up and said, I'm going to put everything I have into this idea, well, that's, those are, it's game theory, right? What are the odds of success? If, on the other hand, you're brilliant in your field, or you've seen some opportunity that you think is wide open, and you're going to go for it and break stuff, that's great. You just want to wait, to me, always say, like, how crazy is this on the spectrum of, do I have any expertise? What is the downside if I fail? Right? If you're at a certain point in life with young children and you got a mortgage or whatever else, that is one circumstance versus I just got out of Stanford or I just got out of whatever and I'm going to go for it. It's just the whole thing, right? It is complex, as you point out. And sometimes you just want to have the right matrix in your head of decision-making process to try to arrive at the right place. And even if you get close, that's where I think you say, you know what, the hell with it. I'm doing this.
Yeah. I do want to ask you about one specific idea that sounds super fascinating to hear involved with recently. You led the $50 million seed round for a company called Colossal that is focused on de-extinction. So this is funny relative to our connection and conversation about Jurassic World. They're seeking to restore lost ecosystems and use gene editing to restore the woolly mammoth, the Arctic tundra. How are they going to do that?
Well, I met this fascinating guy at Harvard named George Church 5, 6 years ago, and found him to be incredibly smart, have an imagination, and he partnered up with a guy named Ben Lamb, who's an entrepreneur. And basically, the press and to me the imaginative, like you're capturing my imagination by telling me you're going to bring back woolly mammoth and other extinct animals, and we'll see where that road leads. I was more interested in an investor in the things that they're working through around understanding genes and in proteins, and CRISPR, and all these other things, because being adjacent to George Church and his team as these things unfold over the next decade, I thought was the right thing to do.
People are important here. Just like investing in people and seeing what the hell they come up with.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look through history, and great things are done by great people, right? And companies, they end up over time becoming a logo and immediately what you think of them. But they started out with a person, with an idea, and a team that cultivated that and made that happen. And I think there are certain folks that are just immensely talented that if you can be around them, and I also know his and his team's ethics in terms of spending time talking about where the lines are. People in other countries that may not have the same process, may not have the same checks and balances, are doing this and pursuing this regardless. So at least I felt like with George and Ben and their teams, they're also very responsible.
This is where the human side of things comes into play. I've interacted with a lot of really brilliant people in the technology space where you kind of, there's a lot of ways to feel this out. You can ask them when they kind of read literature. You can feel out how much they really understand about like human nature here. Like whatever the technology is, when it actually starts to play, interact with society at scale, like do they have an understanding or an intuition about how that happens? Some of that requires studying history, some of that requires like just looking at the worst and best parts and events in human history to understand, like, hey, it doesn't always turn out like everybody hoped the technology turns out. If a person has a depth of understanding about history, about human nature, then I think that's the right person to mess with some of this cutting edge stuff.
And you want Marcus Aurelius with a PhD from MIT.
Exactly. You just a small tangent, but you mentioned having a conversation with Warren Buffett. You spoke really highly of him as an investor, as a human being. What about him do you admire? What from him? What insights can you draw from him as a great investor yourself?
Well, the afternoon that I got to spend with him, which is something I'll treasure forever. But sometimes when you meet people, even that are immensely successful, you may decide that after 20 minutes or a half hour, oh, you were in the right place at the right time, and that's fine. There are other people that are clearly different, special, and I don't care if you made them start from zero, would end up in a good place. And so it was an absolute privilege to spend the time with him. And a couple of things that stood out in the conversation. He is incredibly intellectually curious and well-read. And I like how simplistic he likes to keep his thought matrix. And then also, instead of trying to outsmart the market, it seems like a simple axiom, but just look, good companies that are led by talented managers that are good businesses over time are going to get there. So I'm not going to day trade. I'm looking for value. And then just on life stuff, and also his ability to take in and then use information is incredibly impressive. So I only spent I met him before, but I only spent one afternoon with him. But it's, pretty incredible. And one of the things that stuck out to me is we were in the middle of talking about telco or investing or how we thought about it. And I said, I'm trying to be smart about it. And he stopped me and he said, Charlie Munger, his partner of many years, Charlie and I don't try to think of the smart thing. We try to think, what's the dumb thing we could do here? And I kind of laughed, and he said, "No, I'm dead serious. We think about it from the standpoint of what could we do in this situation that later we would be like, that was a really dumb thing to do." And I actually thought that was it got in my head. I still think a lot about that as I'm dissecting problems.
There's that's kind of long-term thinking. If you just avoid the dumb things, or if you simplify it, if you just focus on those simple steps, all it takes is just do that for a long period of time and be successful.
But it certainly worked for him. That's all I can say.
What about you? You've been a great investor yourself. How do you know when you judge people? So whenever I go to San Francisco, I was thinking of moving to San Francisco. That's why I decided to, after really giving it some thought, talking to people, decided to move to Austin. Everybody's dreaming big and they have big plans. Actually, I don't envy the job of investor of any kind, because everybody has big dreams. It's hard to know who exactly, what idea is going to materialize, what team is going to materialize into something great. How do you make those decisions about people, about ideas?
Well, if I had any kind of a lattice work on this, it absolutely starts with the people. And I think the reason for that is your business plan is going to change. Right? There's very few businesses I know of that say, we're going to make a widget at this location, and 30 years later, we're successful and we just make a widget. That's what it is. Things happen, right? And today they happen with such velocity that you have to be able to make hard decisions based on imperfect information. And how are you going to calculate those answers? How self-interested are you going to be? What kind of ethics will you apply? What's your short-term versus long-term thinking? Are you able to give an honest assessment of a situation? Because the thing that you can count on is problems are going to happen. Things you didn't anticipate are going to happen. How pliable, right? How much elasticity is there in your ability to be successful? And I think it's important when you invest in something that you both see, you understand the roadmap ahead and agree to it, right? Doesn't mean there won't be twists and turns, but you're not like, well, wait a minute, what did we do here? This isn't what was in the thing I signed up for. And then I think honesty and communication is a thing to be, I always tell people, if bi-directional, if there's something going on, start the conversation with, Lex, we have a problem. Mm-hmm. Okay, now I'm sitting up, you have my full attention, and we're going to talk about whatever it is. Bad news should travel faster than good news. And because it's going to happen, being in business with someone who's going to shoot you straight and sometimes say, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I got to go figure it out. That I can process a lot better than, look, I don't want you mad at me or disappointed, or I can't handle not having success, so we're just going to kick the can. And I think, especially in today's business environment, that's very, very dangerous.
So that's a bad sign, not just because it's good to communicate and be honest. If they're not willing to do that, then it goes back to the intellectual honesty. They're probably not also able to be brutally honest with themselves when they look in the mirror about the direction of the company.
Well, look, I wasn't there, so I don't know, but I think if you unpack many situations that turned out negatively, most of the people, whether you're faking lab results, right? You have a biotech company, everybody's staring at Theranos these days. Do I think in a lot of cases you're either the villain, like you started out saying I'm going to screw my shareholders over and I'm going to be a liar? That isn't my experience. Most things are little incremental moves that you say, we're going to get this right next week, but today we got to make the presentation, so we're going to just tweak things a little bit. That's a slippery slope, right? And so that's why I think from a standpoint of people, you want to go into the foxhole with folks that, understand things are going to happen, and I'm going to let you know about them, and we're going to try to solve them together. And then just in terms of the idea, I always ask, like, okay, if this company executed the way, that's the other thing that always cracks me up about financials. Whenever somebody pitches you, inevitably they'll say, our projections are really, really conservative. I'm still waiting for somebody to come in and say, look, my projections are wildly optimistic. We'll never hit these numbers, but anyway, it's, if this company did what it says and executes, and does it matter, right? Does it move the needle enough? And what are the things that uniquely position this company to be successful? And you just have to be able to answer, I think, a number of those questions pretty crisply.
But at the end of the day, it's still a big risk. So you just try to minimize the risk. Let me jump to another topic. You're an incredible human being that you're following this. Your band, Ghost Hounds, is touring with the Rolling Stones. So before we talk about your band, let me ask about that. What's that like, playing with the Rolling Stones?
For real. Just because they're my favorite band of all time. To me, the greatest rock and roll band. It's not even close of all time. And to share the same stage, to be on tour, and to go out and get that energy from the crowd, and every night you come off stage and later when they go on and you hear that iconic, ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones, and then it's incredible. And what's amazing to me about the band, next year will be their 60th anniversary. 60 years. And it's hard to be around anything for that long, but making music and packing stadiums. And what's amazing to me, they can play a 2-hour set, and it's not just that, oh, that's a hit or you recognize it. It's like every song is an anthem, right?
Yeah.
So it's been amazing. We got to play with them in 2019, and when they asked us to do this again, it's just an absolute privilege.
I asked you this offline, so I know you are a kind of rock star.
Yeah.
But just me, maybe I'm projecting, but do you get nervous? Such a large audience with the Rolling Stones. It feels like there would be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to screw it up. I think our band, is tight knit and all that stuff. And I think that the individual nervousness dissipates when you go out as a group and you're making music together, and you sort of, okay, we're all in this, and we're doing a thing. Which is why, even in sports, I always look at individual events like ice skating or anything where it's just you out there alone, and that's different than being with a team, nerve wracking. So I'm sure if it was me with an acoustic guitar just going on, it would feel different. But absolutely, you get the right kind of butterflies, I would call it, and just the energy of playing music and having it be this relationship. And look, I get it. I've been to a ton of concerts where I'm like, look, can we just do the band, please? But what's been great is just an amazing reception. And we have this guy named Trey Nation as the lead singer, who's just incredibly talented. I mean, he's just not only an amazing voice, but just has that charismatic thing. So
It's great.
it's fun.
What's it feel like to play in front of a huge audience? What's the as a guitarist, like are you lost in the music, like you almost don't feel the audience? Does it add extra energy? Does it add extra anxiety? What's it feel like?
You know, stadiums are interesting just because it's so big and cavernous, and because you want to protect your ears. So we use an in-ear system so that you are a little disconnected from the crowd. Because if you're playing that loud and you're standing in front of your amps without ear protection, that's bad.
How are you monitoring the sound? The in-ear stuff, is that producing sound or is it strictly earplay?
No, it's producing the sound. So it's like putting ear pods in and listening to a song and you're playing to it, right? It's just us playing, but it protects your ears. But the energy from the crowd when they get going and get into it, which knock on wood so far has been amazing. There's nothing like it. I mean, it's just this bi-directional thing that happens, and music and sports were kind of my first loves, and it's it's very difficult to describe, I think, accurately, because it's like no other feeling.
Musically, how is it different than playing in a garage, a band by yourself, practicing? Like, is it? Do you feel like you're creating something different when you got the guitar and the amp and just the sound dissipating out into it and everybody's listening?
Yeah, it's listen. The first time we did it, there's nobody in the stadium. First time I ever played in the stadium, and I'm just like, I'm out there in front and just hitting different chords and playing different licks, and I'm like, it's like I won a contest and I get to do this. But what's different about it, and each venue is different. So if you we went on the road with ZZ Top a few years ago, which was incredible. Love Billy Gibbons, he's a Texan. Incredible person and guitar player. But when you're playing in like 5,000 to 7,000 seats, it's really, it's you're right there with them, with the crowd. And then when you play in an arena, we toured with Bob Seger on his last tour, which was cool. Played some shows with him. And again, the arena, like, they're all kind of packed on top of you, and it's super loud, which was cool. Stadiums is completely different animal. And it's just a completely different experience.
You enjoy it versus like a smaller room? What's as a guitarist, as a musician, what's your favorite room to play?
Any room that'll have me. Look, I think arenas are the perfect blend, if I had to say, because it's loud and 20, 30,000 people, but like right up on you. The stadium, look, playing the stadiums with the Rolling Stones is going to go on the head marker somewhere. It's one of the more, I say this, and I really mean it. My life is like a pumped episode. It just hasn't, no one's burst in yet.
Yeah.
But it's as cool as you think it is.
For 60 years, how do you think Mick Jagger still got it? How do you explain it?
I got to tell you something. I mean, the funny thing is, wherever there is excellence, people want to know, how'd you do it, right? What's the secret? Not only is Mick Jagger, and I think the songs that Keith Richards and Mick Jagger wrote together, you go back and listen to the lyrics, it's just incredibly poignant, and I'm just a huge Stones fan. So, but he works out like a maniac, right? And it's that 10,000 hours thing, and it's that, hey, maybe I don't feel my best today, but I'm going to get up and do my routine and work out so that at his age, which, I mean, you can look at people at different ages chronologically that are, maybe we're both at this age, but I'm a lot older than you are, and vice versa. And he just, I think it's the combination of raw talent and the ability. He's very smart, right? Like he's understands how to have interaction with the crowd and hold them in the palm of his hand and be an entertainer. But then on top of that, the reason he can at this age run around stadiums and be just as energetic is he puts the work in. And that's one step that I think a lot of people miss sometimes, where they want that magic trick. They want to know what's the shortcut. Most of the time, the answer is there's no shortcut.
You have to work hard on the way there and work hard to stay on top.
That's it.
And sometimes not even like work hard. It's like be a professional, which that involves like in his case, at his age, with the amount of stuff you have to do on stage and the way he does it, 2 hours. You have this is a professional athlete. A professional athlete that has to do things that are probably designed for 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds has to do at an older age, which means that what you have to do, but it probably has like a whole physical routine he has to do.
Diet, the whole thing. And it's hard. Look, if you want to do great things, you probably have to do hard things to get there.
I'm not going to make you pick. Just stick on the stalls for one more minute. But what are some great Rolling Stones songs that were impactful to you? Lyrically, musically, maybe something you like playing, like air guitar? Or,
Sure.
I don't know.
Probably my favorites. I love Sympathy for the Devil. It's very, sort of Faustian. I love the lyrics. I love how almost a voodoo beat just kind of builds throughout the song. That's always been one of my favorites.
So in that song, he never mentions devil, does he? No, wait, sorry. You know my name.
Yeah.
There's like a flirtation.
Correct.
In the lyrics. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's here's all the trouble I've caused along the way with you humans. And I just think it's really, really great.
Musically, it builds really nicely.
Yeah.
It's like both fun and dark. It's cool. There's a playful nature to it. It's very Stones. The only they can pull it off. They're playful, but it's also like dark and
Dangerous.
Dangerous.
Yeah, and Gimme Shelter is just, and to this day, when I listen to the studio version, and Mary Clayton just comes on and sings that epic, iconic part. And there's a documentary that was done about backup singers. Phenomenal. And it tells the story of that moment, that song with Mary Clayton. It's just her voice and the way it unfolded. They got her out of bed at like 10 o'clock at night in LA, and she's like, the Rolling Stones? And went in and just killed it. And I can't sing at all. I'm by ordinance not allowed around a microphone. So I'm always in awe when someone can sing like that. Those are some of my favorite Rolling Stone songs. And Painted Black's awesome. I mean,
That's why. Yeah, the song that builds badass. I mean, it defines a whole generation. What made you pick up a guitar and what made you fall in love with guitar?
It's just the coolest instrument, right? I mean, when you watched back then, and I was kind of an old soul. I was listening at a fairly young age to Muddy Waters, Robert Johnson, Mike Hopkins, D.B. King, and just the soulfulness.
Thrill's gone.
Oh, I mean, B.B. plays 5 notes, but just kills it. And the emotion that it evokes. So I just was just in awe of the instrument. And, I also, there's always somebody around who's a musician that just picks the instrument up and can play. right? They're just so talented at it. And just listen to a record and play it. That was never me. I never took formal lessons. I had to grind, to just make it sound like I wanted it to sound.
So both technically and ear, everything was hard work.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear it, and what they call, you play. So my right hand, the rhythm side of it is that's probably, if I have anything, my strength. But there's something pretty amazing that happens when you get together with other people and play a song. In that moment where it hits the pocket, and you all kind of know it, and it's just such a cool feeling. And it was interesting growing up because I always had eclectic interests. So I loved math, and physics, and science. So I had those friends, and I was an athlete, played football and baseball and basketball. So I had my jock friends, and then I had my music friends, and so it was just kind of that. And so when I was still living in Los Angeles and had Legendary, I just missed playing. And so I put this band together and called it the Ghost Hounds because, again, huge Robert Johnson fan, and that legend of Robert Johnson selling his soul at the crossroads in exchange for his musical talent.
You guys have that in one of the videos.
Yeah,
That's a cool video.
exactly. So I just thought like that's such cool lore. I just love the blues. So Robert Johnson would talk about hellhounds on his trail, and so I always just thought, what about those guys? So I wish it were a more clever, deeper story, but that's about it.
Yeah. That's pretty deep. Robert Johnson's incredible. But you also talk about this. You connect to the storytelling of blues. So, what makes a good story in a song? Like, what aspect of storytelling connects with you in songs? I'm a big lyrics guy too. I love like deep lyric people like Tom Waits, like people that are like Leonard Cohen, like they're Bob Dylan, that are like obviously yes poetry. And there's some people like the Rolling Stones. It's like seemingly simpler, but it's still so much more to it. It's like less is often more. It still tells a strong story.
Yeah. And there's certain people, and Mick Jagger and Keith Richards in this boat, Billy Gibbons in this boat.
Yeah.
They just say things in a certain way that it's cool. Right?
Yeah.
It's just, and so I write our music and lyrics. I have to tell a story. I have to know the characters in the song. I'm not good at just writing some rhymes and having it match up to the right key and the right music. I have to understand, like, that's just me. So I think that, look, if you have 3 or 4 minutes to tell a story, you have to be more efficient with your use of language, and you have to understand what you're building to, if anything, and evoke emotion, and hopefully for those 3 minutes get the listener kind of understand not only the point of the song, but where you're coming from, and to make you feel a certain way. There's a song that the audience seemed to like a lot on the new album called Good Old Days, and I wrote that because, especially during COVID and reflecting on what normalcy looks like and what happens when you're cut off, I just was kind of taken with this idea of that when you sit around and reminisce with friends, oftentimes it's not just like some big event happened. It's, remember that summer we'd go up to the lake all the time, and it's who you were with. And at the time, it probably seemed pretty pedestrian, right? It just seemed like kind of a normal day, but it was the company you were keeping. It was the time in your life. It was whatever it was. And I just kind of struck me that right now we're doing stuff that you're going to reminisce about later. Seems kind of ordinary. Like, man, that was such a great time. So the idea is be in the moment and all that stuff. But these are the good old days, and enjoy it and soak it in, and kind of be present for it.
Yeah, it's a great perspective to take on the present because we are anything that we'll remember. We're living through it and we'll remember. But sometimes the things we'll remember is the simple stuff, little stuff.
Yeah.
Outside of Keith Richards, who is the greatest, ridiculous question, but just indulge me, who is the greatest blues guitarist of all time, rock guitarist of all time?
Well, you got a little bit of a hybrid with Jimi Hendrix, right? Because he played the blues and he played rock and roll. So I think most guitarists would say Jimi Hendrix is pretty ridiculous.
That probably for me, that was huge.
Because you can't, I mean, even to this day, I don't care, technology, pedals, whatever, he just somehow fused with the instrument. I can't be sitting here in Austin, Texas, without mentioning one of the great guitar players of the time, Stevie Ray Vaughan.
See, that's how I know you're like a rock star. You're sucking up to the audience.
Well, no,
it's
listeners all over the place.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Stevie Ray Vaughan is another one of those that just blows me away. And then with the older guys, B.B. King, Hubert Sumlin, Clapton. I saw him on his last tour. He just walked out with it. I'm like, just like unbelievable how he still sounds.
And both electric and acoustic.
Yeah,
just
massive range. Absolute massive.
And the greatest storyteller, especially Bob Seger. That's an interesting one. He almost doesn't get enough credit. I feel like for how great he is. Obviously, he's super famous, but
no, he's in his voice. I had the privilege of getting friendly with John Fogerty, John Fogerty and CCR fame, and he's another one. It's just the way he phrases things, and you just look at the catalog of stuff he wrote. Amazing talent. I read Bruce Springsteen's book, and I'm a fan, but after reading the book, it was really, you go back and listen to his lyrics and the way he pours himself out, is pretty incredible. And then again with the old blues guys, I just think the emotion they could get out of playing, like staying on the one, right? Just playing the same rhythm. John Lee Hooker. You listen to Manish Boy by Muddy Waters, and it's just, there's something so, it just draws me in every time, and the emotion they're able to get out of things. And I'm also a huge Chuck Berry fan. I just think that sound is, I love it.
do you know how to play Johnny B. Good?
I do. Yeah.
That's good.
Maybe, one of the great moments, at least of my childhood, was Back to the Future, and watching Michael J. Fox plug in and then at the end play at the dance to save his parents with Johnny B. Good. It's awesome.
Yeah, the guitar is so much more than a musical instrument. It feels like it's like in the 20th century, it's like the car. Like it defines so much of Hollywood, so much of a generation of what it means to be. I don't know what it means to be a man, what it means to be a human in America. It's fascinating.
It's emblematic to me of a certain type of music. And that's I made a documentary years ago called It Might Get Loud. With Jimmy Page, The
I
Edge.
highly recommend that everybody watch that documentary. It's an incredible celebration of the guitar. Yeah, it says Jimmy Page, Jack White from the White Stripes,
The Edge.
and Edge too. Okay, well, now you have to tell the story of that one, because how the heck did that all come together? Because it's so fascinating. Such different musicians all coming together, talking about their story, talking about how they approach the music, and also playing together a little bit in this casual kind of setting.
Well, look, one day I came downstairs and Rolling Stone magazine was sitting there, and it was the 50 top guitarists of all time, their list. And then I had some other financial report with video games, and the top video game at the time was Guitar Hero, right? Then there was a third thing, I can't recall it, but I said to myself, it is so central to the rock and roll, whatever you want to call it. Like, why is that the symbol? And I said to myself, I want to ask Jimmy Page why he picked up the guitar. It's Jimmy Page, right? And so I called a friend of mine, Davis Guggenheim, who had directed Inconvenient Truth. I think still is, but at the time was the biggest documentary ever. And I called Davis and I said, look, I have this idea. I want to make this movie about the guitar, about different eras and styles and whatever, but I've never made a documentary. I don't know how to do that. So I was just looking for advice. And thankfully, because he's one of the best documentarians ever, Davis is like, you know what? I can't get this out of my head. I'll direct it, which was amazing. And we wrote 3 names down that represented different eras and different styles. Rarely do you get, you go 3 for 3, but it was those 3 guys, and it was just such an incredible experience to sit there and get to know Jimmy Page. I mean, it was like, and it's like Gandalf, man. He was like always Jimmy Page, and
it was so cool to see him. Gandalf was there's like a wisdom, there's a calmness to him compared to like the restlessness of Jack White. Like, I mean, that combination was just fascinating.
It was one of the coolest experiences ever. And one of the things, there was a moment where Jimmy was going through his guitar case, and he had the double neck from Stairway to Heaven. He handed it to me, and I was like, I mean, it's like somebody handing you Excalibur. Amazing experience. And The Edge, one of the kindest human beings you'll ever meet in your life. Just an amazing person. And I think you hit it right in the head with Jack. He's got that energy, and constantly pushing himself. But it's hard to believe it's been, I think, 10 or 11 or maybe even 12 years since it came out. But
after watching it, I realized like how much it was needed, and I was almost surprised it didn't already exist. It was like, yeah, because the guitar wasn't quite celebrated, like explicitly. We almost didn't acknowledge it. How important it was culturally. It's kind of amazing in the way it closed from the song. Wait, it's called The Wait, by the band. Yeah.
That's because they didn't want to go home. Yeah. We were shooting on a Warner Brothers soundstage for 3 days. We called it the Summit, where the 3 of them came together. And the 2 things I'll never forget is when Jimmy starts to play the riff from Whole Lotta Love. Yeah. Edge and Jack cease to be rock gods or whatever, and had the same 15-year-old kid feeling that I did. You could see it in their face. And then at the end, they're like, hey, can we play? We don't want to go. Can we just play something acoustically? So we printed out the lyrics. That's what they wanted to play. And they just sat there and sat on those couches and just, Incredible.
What's your guitar setup like? You have a few guitars. First of all, let's just put on why. So what's the Les Paul and Strat?
Well, I'm not going to get into what's better because I'm sure that'll start a flood of whatever. For me,
I'm going to say it's Strat.
All right,
well,
Strat,
I'm just going to put out
there. My main instrument is a Les Paul,
but let me just put on the table. I'm speaking as somebody who literally, I don't think I've ever actually strummed before on the Les Paul. So I've been.
Right, maybe so I'm initiated.
Exactly. So I don't speak from experience, but it's probably because of Hendrix. It's so deep into Hendrix that it's just kind of all those types of clap that it's on.
The amazing thing to me is if you look back at Leo Fender and what the Gibson Guitar Company and Les Paul did in the 50s, those are still the shapes and the perfect thing today, right? The Strat, the Telecaster, the Les Paul. And they got it right way back then. So I have my main guitar. You got to name your guitar. So my main guitar is named Hazel, and it's a '59 Les Paul. And there's something magical in that year, like a Stradivarius, and they're different. So I play that, and then I play it through sort of my main rig is either a 59 Fender Twin or a 65 Marshall. And then when we're on the road now, because when you use older vintage stuff, you just got to be super careful, tubes and everything. It has to be reliable. So very nicely, the guys from Q-Rock sent me some of their amps, and they're really, because I don't use any new stuff, but the Q-Rock stuff is pretty great. So that's actually what I'm.
But against close, like the close to the sound that you like for the motor.
Yeah, it's new and reliable. So that's what I'm using on the road.
Do people use like emulation? Do they use software? Or is it still?
They do. I personally don't. I go. I don't have many pedals. I use a clon, an old, vintage clon, straight into the amp, and
Cool.
that's it.
As old school as possible.
Yeah.
Is there another cool guitars you have that kind of stand out?
I have a bunch of what they call Blackguard Telecasters from the 50s, which are pretty great.
What are those Blackguard Telecasters?
Yeah, so it just, it's in the
Oh, they
50s,
actually
they
legit
used to
have a Blackguard.
Blackguard.
Got it.
But they're incredible. So
What's the color of the Telecaster itself?
most of them are yellow with black, and then they got into different configurations. But there's something, I have a 51 Telecaster that I play in Open G on any songs in Open G that just, again, there's something, and I'll take all the help I can get in terms of, making it sound great. So I'll try to find the magic ones.
What's your writing process like for the music and the lyrics? Is there, do you have to go to the mountains? Is there whiskey involved? What do you have to do, or do you just write a little bit whenever you have a moment of free time?
I'm a boring guy because I don't drink. I figure I can screw things up plenty on my own without adding anything.
It's a good call.
But for me, it either starts with a riff, just something that I think is interesting, riff or tone that I can kind of sink my teeth into a little bit. And then a lot of times I'll write a title and love a title and then start to
Cool.
backfill.
So the title is almost like an idea.
Yeah, like this is where I want to be, and then start kind of writing it out. Again, I just have to know, am I writing from a character's point of view? Am I writing about someone or something? It's like the narrator, and what is this person? Are they happy? Are they sad? Where are they in life? I don't know if all that, like, great writers, I'm sure, would say, why don't you just write? You don't need all that. But for me, that's my process.
I'm not so sure about that. I bet you quite a lot of writers have create a world in their mind before they even put the simplest of words down. So yeah, there's quite a lot to that. What's your favorite song to play? Is there some favorite ones you go to? Both play and kind of. I'm sure you love singing.
No.
No, you know.
I'm not. I'm neither talented nor do I have the desire. And I think, if you come see the show, you won't see a microphone anywhere near me.
But do you hear, like, when you're thinking about lyrics, do you hear the idea of the words?
100%. And especially, what's great, with Trey, is I write for his voice, and then we have these amazing backup singers that are just, and I can hear all of it. I just can't do it. And so I'd say of our stuff, there's a song called Half My Fault that I play in Open G. It just, I love playing song. I love that energy. And then we have a new blues album coming out, and there's a song called Baby We're Through, and it just stays on the one. And for non-musicians, that means, like in a lot of rock and roll and blues, it's what's called a 1-4-5 progression from your kind of root note. You would hear, if you're a non-musician, if you heard it, you'd be like, oh yeah, it's a lot of songs. And this song just stays on the same groove, like LaGrange or Shake Your Hips or any of those songs. And it's just got this unbelievable energy. It's fun to play, but I have to keep the same rhythmic thing going for the whole song.
With that simplicity, I need the personality of the song to really shine. Trey's that guy, really cool. He just comes through. I guess you need that from lead singer.
You got to have that. And my other guitar player, Johnny Bob, he's a phenomenal. I mean, like a legitimate guitar slinger. We probably split the lead 70-30, and he is just. There's sometimes I look over at him and I'm like, I'm being a fan right now because what you just laid down is pretty good.
From a lead perspective, what's the most fun thing to play? What kind of stuff do you like? Do you like slow? If you feel like drill is gone. There's so if you look at BB King, sometimes one note just bend the whole shit out of that. What do you call that? Vibrato.
Yeah. If I'm gonna play the lead, it's a certain kind of feel. Slow blues is probably my favorite to play, or something that's got a little more of that Chuck Berry drive, where you can be rhythmic in the lead. I can't. The shredding thing that those guys do that's not.
Yeah. I was actually always able to do that really well. Like you mentioned, people that pick up fast. Like maybe it's the classical piano training. I can play super fast in guitar, super technical. But to me, the hardest thing and my favorite things is just probably less to do the guitar, more living a life that's worth playing a guitar for. It's like a certain kind of emotion that you can put into the notes. And that's to bending notes well. And bending notes is a whole other art form. I worked surprisingly a long time on Comfortably Numb. And there's some David Gilmour that does a lot of bending. And they're simple. They sound simple, but the dynamics of them to express like a build up and the way it's held, and there's often a vibrato at the top for a bit. Just that it's almost like a sigh, and a sigh of relief. And it's just that's an art form for him. It's hard to get right. It's not just playing a note, playing a note, playing a note. It's in that like dynamic movement of a note that so much can happen. That's where the blues just happens to.
Look, I'm a huge Freddie King fan too, right? And you listen to these guys, and you sit there and they're like, man, you're playing in a small range on the neck, but it's like I know the notes you're playing, and I'm playing them too, but not like that, right? I mean, Gilmour is certainly one of those guys. It's incredible guitar player.
And yet another chapter of an amazing life. You love football. Like, you play football?
Yes.
What position do you play?
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Awesome. So maybe we can talk a little bit about your love of football and the fact that you are part owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
So, where do we start? We start at the beginning, but let's start at the end. Why the Steelers? What attracted you to the? First of all, I think, not to be controversial, but one of the best uniforms in football, which is just called like black and gold. Just
decal only on one side.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, the helmet. Look, I've bled black and gold since I was a little boy. I grew up in upstate New York, and the first football game I ever saw was the Steelers in the Super Bowl as a really little kid. And Jack Lambert, Joe Green, Franco Harris, and those guys who came down from Mount Olympus or something. And I just was enamored with the team. And because we only had 3 channels, the only time I get to see them is occasionally they were the game of the week or something. And I just loved, to me, what they stood for, the toughness. And they played football, the way that I thought was great. I was a huge Jack Lambert fan, our Hall of Fame linebacker, who just intimidated everybody.
So that was the decade of the Steel Curtain.
Yeah.
We'd arguably one of the greatest defensive in the football history. And also one of the greatest football teams, period, in football history.
I've been a lifelong fan, and it was very fortunate to meet Mr. Rooney. The Rooney family started the team in 1933. Got to know him and just was asked to be part of the ownership group. I think it was the end of 2007. First year as part of the group in 2008, we won the Super Bowl, and it was like beyond surreal. Just beyond surreal. And you know, it's amazing to be able to do. I mean, the Rooney family is one of those most revered in sports for the way they conduct themselves. Mr. Rooney passed away, I think, 5 years ago now. We lost him, but he was a champion, helped build the league. I mean, put the league as we know it together. More importantly, he was a civil rights champion who created what we now call the Rooney Rule to make sure that we're being fair about giving minority coaches a chance to be hired. And just is one of the most kind and amazing human beings I ever met.
It's incredible what sport does, like to bring out the best in people, to give people hope, to inspire people. There is something about football that has all the elements of a great sport. It's the teamwork, it's the sort of the combat aspect of it. It's like it's the purity of it. It's of like strength and power and speed, and all the elements of like last minute close calls required to win the game, and where referee decisions, of course, that's essential for sport, can screw up the whole thing. Just got all of it together. I think I don't know. It gives the drama and it's just beautiful. And some of my favorite memories. I don't know if it's an accident or this is common with people. It's just with friends watching football and connecting over that.
Yeah, well, it's an incredible game because there's nowhere to hide, right? You're out there on the field. It's a great game that requires not only all those attributes that you said, but it's an incredibly complex game. So if you don't know what you're looking at and you don't understand how complex defenses are trying to disguise what they're doing, offenses are trying to overcome that, and you can set up one play in the entire game, but a team that plays well together, right, knows their plays inside and out, knows their assignments inside and out, can overcome and beat a more physically gifted team because of that, work, that aspect of working together. One of the things that I always loved about sports is just you're out there, there's a set of rules, and there's a scoreboard. So at the end of that game, it says, and you can make excuses about the refs or this happened or that happened, but at the end of the day, did you go out and compete? And when you went out and were a competitor, how did it work out? Right? And the simplicity of that and the purity of that is something that I always have been drawn to.
What about the business of sort of owning a team or putting together a team or trying to like build up a team that's going to be a great team? Like, what are some interesting aspects that people might not realize that you can carry over from all the other experience you have in business?
I think the hardest thing about professional sports right now, it's individuals getting paid money to play a sport, which is certainly different than amateur. And, the decisions that are hard is when you get to know somebody who's a player on the team, and either they're at the end of their career or you need to go in a different direction. And that person who's done everything that you've asked, whatever the coaches have asked of that person, and you get close to them. And then when they have to be traded, released, or whatever happens, it's, that's sad. And being able to stand back and in some ways be dispassionate, not be a fan, right? I'm on the Baseball Hall of Fame board, and one of the guys that's on the board of me is Jerry Reinsdorf, and I think it was Jerry who said, if you act like a fan, you'll be sitting with them. which I thought was kind of funny.
Well, I got to put you back on that a little bit. Well, as a by way of a fan asking a dumb question. Okay, let me just give some examples. It's very common in sport. It's like this example of like certain great players to another team right at the end of their career. And it always makes me sad. It always makes me want to wish they kind of retired right there. From a perspective of just like, do you ever, as an owner, but just in that space, think about like the Steelers in the full arc of human history. So not like as a business. You get
The good news is I don't have to think about it as a
right.
business.
I'm
I'm a minority owner, so I can think about it almost as a fan. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I suppose this is a dumb question to think of, like of a business in that way, not just investment, but like legacy of like what footprint would you leave on this world, on this history?
That is one thing that I can say unequivocally, and I only have the experience that I have. But one of the things that I'm so proud of about the way the Steelers conduct themselves is that's the Rooney family. That's the legacy of the Rooney family. Is asking constantly about what's right for the league, what's right for the players. You know, what's the right thing to do here, and that's something I would hear Mr. Rooney say all the time. So I think that legacy is important because ultimately the team belongs to that city, right? Belongs to those fans, and you know the owners are the custodians of that. So I think, and when you realize what sports teams mean to the fans, the memories it creates, the bonds that it creates, it's a responsibility. And I think that you do have to think beyond, certainly not just dollars and cents, but just sports is a very big deal in our society, and it has to be, I think, held to a standard that's not just were we profitable this year, or there are other businesses for that. It is certainly a business. I don't mean to romanticize to the point that it's not, but to me, it's more than that, or at least my experience has been that it's more than that.
It's a source of meaning for millions of people. Like, and you see that most during COVID, for example, when there's so much desperation, so many people losing their jobs, so many people having to deal against what the future holds. Right? There's something about us sports that just unites us. That again, the tragedy and the triumphs of sport, of uniting, of gathering together with your friends or family, shared experience, and over like this, over just team, over rooting for your team, for your city.
And the access, again, as I alluded to, we didn't have anything when I was growing up, but I would pour through the box scores. I was a huge Yankee fan and Steeler fan, and feeling some ownership of that, right? That I could read the box score and relive what they did and occasionally see them on TV and feel like I was part of that celebration when they won and everything. It's a very powerful thing.
You've been exceptionally successful in a bunch of avenues and a bunch of efforts. What advice would you give to a young person today? A high school student, a college undergraduate that's thinking about career, maybe advice not about just career, but about how to live a life they can be proud of.
We talked earlier about intellectual honesty, and to me, that's the first step of just saying, to the best of your ability, who am I? What's important to me? And what do I want to do and accomplish? If you can start with that and develop some sort of rules-based, philosophical, here's what I'll do, but I won't. And that way, you can be flexible and pliable, and you're going to need to be. But if you still have a compass that tells you, hey, at least I know this is the path I'm going to take, I think that's very important.
The rules you're referring to, the principles, that's kind of like underlying integrity, knowing what lies can cross on the paths.
Exactly right. Because if you have those absolutes, there are many decisions that come into focus very quickly, right? Because, hey, that's not for me. Or, hey, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to do X, Y, and Z.
And that has to do with the thing you're talking about. It's kind of interesting. You mentioned it earlier in the conversation about slippery slope, and that's how often it happens. Like how the slipping into unethical behavior happens. It's a slippery slope of little adjustments you put stuff off, and that I found that to be. I've been fortunate to not have to encounter these moments very much in my life, but I still encounter them. That's what integrity, I think, looks like. Is as the slippery slope is happening, those little things is without drama, without making a show of it, making a decision that stands behind your principles, and just walking away.
Yeah, and besides the big ideas, I'm going to change the world, I'm going to innovate, I'm going to do all those other things. I also start, if I'm giving any advice, which we can debate whether or not I should be giving advice, but just in terms of, well, let me start with this. Are you a good friend? Can you be counted on? Do you do what you say you're going to do?
Yeah.
Right? Are you accountable to what you sign up for, and do you hold others accountable? Right? What does all that look like? And then I think it's being as intellectually curious and well-read as you can be. We live in a world that is designed to distract you, right? And being able to sit with your thoughts or go on a walk and think deeply about something and not just surface area. You text me, I text you back, and we decide to fade the world based on a couple of text messages or something. You don't want to lose touch, I think, with being well-read and understanding and standing on great thinkers' shoulders and learning from those works. And then I also think that there's resiliency, and then there's grit. And I heard someone say one time, those are slightly different. And I know that there are all kinds of challenges in life, right? That are tragic, that are unfair. There's no question that's the world we live in. But for me personally, to try as much as possible not to be in the victim mindset, because unfair things are gonna happen. And we all want to live in an idealistic, just world. That should be what we aspire to. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't experienced that yet. But yet, you still have to function in that world. So, I think that resiliency thing is very important. And then putting yourself out there, right? Because if you play scared and you're always afraid to fail, this is probably a dumb way to get to the end of the podcast, but there are times, especially I'm out west, I love the big sky out in Montana, Idaho, places like that.
Yeah.
When you look up at night, it's almost like I've never seen anything like this before, because there's no light pollution, so to speak. And sometimes when I look up, the most daunting problems that I'm experiencing, I'm like, those things have been there for 1 billion years or whatever. And I'll be gone, and it doesn't. The most famous person on Earth 200 years ago. So it's pretty fleeting, and so make sure you have a good journey, and especially coming out of COVID, I think telling people that you care about them, and maintaining and cultivating your friendships and relationships, and they're not just transactional, right? And making sure that someday when you're laying there, you can say, "Yeah,
How
this is
are
a good family member."
I hope you're having a wonderful day on the ROTHSCHILD. Welcome. Can you hear me? Oh, that's too bad.
I was a good friend. I was someone that could be counted on. I think all those things go into the mix of, however you want to take the journey.
So when you look up to the stars, do you think about that quickly approaching end of yours? Do you think about your own mortality? Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of your death?
I'm a huge fan of Stoicism. Right, I read a lot of Stoicism. I think Ryan Holiday's done a great job of bringing some of that back to the forefront. It's just really thought-provoking to me, and a lot of it rings just hits me and says, I think that's right. And that memento mori thing, which is, hey, we're all going to die, so you should contemplate it. There's a finality to this thing. And so I think if you can rightly frame that between fretting about it every day and being afraid, and being so laissez-faire that you think you're gonna live forever, it'll influence some of the decisions you make. It'll influence the way you attack things, and hopefully the way that you live your life. So yes, I wouldn't say I obsess over it, and I wouldn't say it's omnipresent. But because I read a lot of Stoicism, and just I think it's right to pause and say, who knows, right? There's going to be an expiration date, and if it happened tomorrow, have I done the things I wanted to do, and am I the person I wanted to be? And I think it's important along the way to check those things.
Yeah, I try to make sure that I actually visualize this. But I'm okay dying at the end of the day. At the end of each day. Like, if this is the last thing I do in my life is talking to you,
Oh, good Lord.
I'm happy.
You're,
I know you're joking, but I'm happy I get to do it. I think from it more, I think the Stoics have it right. So you have it right in saying, meditate on death enough to remember that this ride ends pretty quickly. To help you appreciate every day and the people you love, the people close to you, and the cool shit that you're doing in your life, the cool shit you're creating, and the fact that you, Mr. Thomas Tull, are playing with the motherfucking Rolling. You are the man in so many disciplines, so respected, so successful. It's truly an honor you sit down and talk with me today. Thomas, thank you so much for showing up in Texas and for talking on this little podcast.
Oh, it's great, man. I'm a huge fan of the show and had a great time hanging with you, and really appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Thomas Tull. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want. If you try sometimes, you may find you get what you need. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Jan LeCun, his second time on the podcast. He is the chief AI scientist of Meta, formerly Facebook, professor at NYU, Turing Award winner, one of the seminal figures in the history of machine learning and artificial intelligence, and someone who's brilliant and opinionated in the best kind of way. And so it's always fun to talk to. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Jan LeCun. You co-wrote the article, Self-Supervised Learning, the Dark Matter of Intelligence. Great title, by the way. Really shot in this right. So let me ask, what is self-supervised learning, and why is it the dark matter of intelligence?
I'll start by the dark matter part. There is obviously a kind of learning that humans and animals are doing that we currently are not reproducing properly with machines, with AI, right? So the most popular approaches to machine learning today or paradigms, I should say, are supervised learning and reinforcement learning. And they're extremely efficient. Supervised learning requires many samples for learning anything. And reinforcement learning requires a ridiculously large number of trial and errors for the system to learn anything. And that's why we don't have self-driving cars.
That was a big leap from one to the other. Okay, so that to solve difficult problems, you have to have a lot of human annotation for supervised learning to work. You have to solve those difficult problems with reinforcement learning. You have to have some way to maybe simulate that problem such that you can do that large scale kind of learning that reinforcement learning requires.
Right. So how is it that, most teenagers can learn to drive a car in about 20 hours of practice, whereas even with millions of hours of simulated practice, a self-driving car can't actually learn to drive itself properly. And so obviously we're missing something, right? And it's quite obvious for a lot of people that, the immediate response you get from many people is, well, humans use their background knowledge to learn faster. And they're right. Now, how was that background knowledge acquired? And that's the big question. So now you have to ask, how do babies in the first few months of life learn how the world works? Mostly by observation, because they can hardly act in the world. And they learn an enormous amount of background knowledge about the world. That may be the basis of what we call common sense. This type of learning is not learning a task, it's not being reinforced for anything, it's just observing the world and figuring out how it works. Building world models, learning world models. How do we do this? And how do we reproduce this in machines? So self-supervised learning is, one instance or one attempt at trying to reproduce this kind of learning.
Okay, so you're looking at just observation, so not even the interactive part of a child. It's just sitting there watching mom and dad walk around, pick up stuff, all of that. That's what you mean by background knowledge.
Perhaps not even watching mom and dad, just watching the world.
Just having eyes open or having eyes closed, or very active opening and closing eyes. Like the world appears and disappears, all of that basic information. And you're saying in order to learn to drive, like the reason humans are able to learn to drive quickly, some faster than others, is because of the background knowledge. They were able to watch cars operate in the world in the many years leading up to it, the physics of basic objects, all that kind of
That's right. I mean, the basic physics of objects, you don't even know, you don't even need to know, how a car works, right? Because that you can learn pretty quickly. I mean, the example I use very often is you're driving next to a cliff. And you know in advance, because of your, understanding of intuitive physics, that if you turn the wheel to the right, the car will veer to the right, will run off the cliff, fall off the cliff, and nothing good will come out of this. But if you are a sort of, tabula rasa reinforcement learning system that doesn't have a model of the world, you have to repeat falling off this cliff thousands of times before you figure out it's a bad idea, and then a few more thousand times before you figure out how to not do it, and then a few more million times before you figure out how to not do it in every situation you ever encounter.
So self-supervised learning still has to have some source of truth being told to it by somebody.
And
so you have to figure out a way without human assistance or without significant amount of human assistance to get that truth from the world. So the mystery there is how much signal is there, how much truth is there that the world gives you, whether it's the human world, like you watch YouTube or something like that, or it's the more natural world. So how much signal is there?
So here's the trick. There is way more signal in sort of a self-supervised setting than there is in either a supervised or reinforcement setting. And this is going to my, analogy of the cake.
Yes.
The cake, as someone has called it, where when you try to figure out how much information you ask the machine to predict and how much feedback you give the machine at every trial, in reinforcement learning, you give the machine a single scale and you tell the machine you did good, you did bad, and you only tell this to the machine once in a while. When I say you, it could be the universe telling the machine that. But it's just one scalar. So as a consequence of this, you cannot possibly learn something very complicated without many trials where you get many feedbacks of this type. Supervised learning, you give a few bits to the machine at every sample. Let's say you're training a system on recognizing images on ImageNet. There's 1,000 categories. That's a little less than 10 bits of information per sample. The self-supervised learning is the same. Ideally, you don't know how to do this yet, but ideally you would show a machine a segment of a video And I stop the video and ask the machine to predict what's going to happen next. Okay, so you let the machine predict, and then you let time go by and show the machine what actually happened, and hope the machine will, learn to do a better job at predicting next time around. There's a huge amount of information you give the machine because it's an entire video clip, basically, of the future after the video clip you fed it in the first place.
So both for language and for vision, there's a subtle, seemingly trivial construction, but maybe that's representative of what is required to create intelligence, which is filling the gap. So it sounds dumb, but it is possible to solve all of intelligence in this way, just for both language. Just give a sentence and continue it, or give a sentence and there's a gap in it, some words blanked out, and you fill in what words go there. For vision, you give a sequence of images and predict what's going to happen next, or you fill in what happened in between. Do you think it's possible that formulation alone, as a signal for self-supervised learning, can solve intelligence for vision and language?
I think that's our best shot at the moment. So whether this will take us all the way to human level intelligence or something, or just cat level intelligence, is not clear. But among all the possible approaches that people propose, I think it's our best shot. So I think this idea of an intelligent system filling in the blanks, either predicting the future, inferring the past, filling in missing information. I'm currently filling the blank of what is behind your head and what your head looks like, from the back, because I have basic knowledge about how movies are made. And I don't know if you're gonna, what word you're gonna say, which one you're gonna speak, whether you're gonna move your head this way or that way, which way you're gonna look. But I know you're not gonna just dematerialize and reappear 3 meters down the hall, because I know what's possible and what's impossible according to intuitive physics. So
But you have a model of what's possible. What's possible, and you'd be very surprised if it happens, and yet then you'll have to reconstruct your model.
right, so that's the model of the world. It's what tells you, what fills in the blanks. So given your partial information about the state of the world, given by your perception, your model of the world fills in the missing information, and that includes predicting the future, predicting the past, filling in things you don't immediately perceive.
And that doesn't have to be purely generic vision or visual information or generic language. You can go to specifics like predicting what control decision you make when you're driving and letting a sequence of images from a vehicle, and then you have information if you record it on video where the car ended up going, so you can go back in time and predict where the car went based on the visual information. That's very specific, domain specific.
Right, but the question is whether we can come up with sort of a generic method for training machines to do this kind of prediction of the blanks. So right now, this type of approach has been unbelievably successful in the context of natural language processing. Every modern natural language processing is pre-trained in self-supervised manner to fill in the blanks. You show it a sequence of words, you remove 10% of them, and then you train some gigantic neural net to predict the words that are missing. And once you pre-train that network, you can use the internal representation learned by it as input to, something that you train, supervised, or whatever. That's been incredibly successful. Not so successful in images, although it's making progress. And it's based on sort of manual data augmentation. We can go into this later. But what has not been successful yet is training from video. So getting a machine to learn to represent the visual world, for example, by just watching video. Nobody has really succeeded in doing this.
Okay, well, let's kind of give a high-level overview. What's the difference in kind and in difficulty between vision and language? So you said people haven't been able to really kind of crack the problem with vision open in terms of self-supervised learning, but that may not be necessarily because it's fundamentally more difficult. Maybe like when we're talking about achieving, like passing the Turing test in the full spirit of the Turing test in language might be harder than vision. That's not obvious. So in your view, which is harder, or perhaps are they just the same problem? And the farther we get to solving each, the more we realize it's all the same thing. It's all the same cake.
I think we're looking for methods that make them look essentially like the same cake, but currently they're not. And the main issue with running world models or any predictive models is that the prediction is never a single thing, because the world is not entirely predictable.
Yeah.
It may be deterministic or stochastic. We get into philosophical discussion about it, but even if it's deterministic, it's not entirely predictable. And so, if I play a short video clip and then I ask you to predict what's going to happen next, there's many plausible continuations for that video clip, and the number of continuations grows with the interval of time that you're asking the system to make a prediction for. And so, one big question in statistical reasoning is how you represent this uncertainty, how you represent multiple discrete outcomes, how you represent a sort of continuum of possible outcomes, etc. And if you are a sort of a classical machine learning person, you say, oh, you just represent a distribution, right? And that we know how to do when we're predicting words, missing words in the text, because you can have a neural net give a score for every word in the dictionary. It's big, it's a big list of numbers, 100,000 or so. You can turn them into a probability distribution that tells you when I say a sentence, the cat is chasing the blank in the kitchen. There are only a few words that make sense there. It could be a mouse, it could be a laser spot, or something like that, right? And if I say the blank is chasing the blank in the savannah, you also have a bunch of plausible options for those two words, right? That because you have kind of a underlying reality that you can refer to sort of fill in those blanks. So you cannot say for sure in the savannah if it's a lion or cheetah or whatever. You cannot know if it's a zebra or a gnu or whatever. Well, it is. But you can represent the uncertainty by just a long list of numbers. Now, if I do the same thing video and I ask you to predict a video clip, it's not a discrete set of potential frames. You have to have somewhere representing a sort of infinite number of plausible continuations of multiple frames in a high-dimensional continuous space, and we just have no idea how to do this properly.
Finite high dimensional. So like you
It's finite high-dimensional, yes.
just like the words, they try to get it to down to a small finite set of like under a million, something like that.
Something like that.
I mean, it's kind of ridiculous that we're doing a distribution over every single possible word for language, and it works. It feels like that's a really dumb way to do it. Like there seems to be like there should be some more compressed representation of the distribution of the words.
You're right about that.
And
I
so,
agree.
do you have any interesting ideas about how to represent all of reality in a compressed way such that you can form a distribution over it?
That's one of the big questions. How do you do that? Right? I mean, what's kind of another thing that really is stupid about I shouldn't say stupid, but like simplistic about current approaches to self-supervised learning in NLP in text is that not only do you represent a giant distribution over words, but for multiple words that are missing, those distributions are essentially independent of each other. And you don't pay too much of a price for this, so you can't. So the system, in the sentence that I gave earlier, if it gives a certain probability for a lion and cheetah, and then a certain probability for gazelle, wildebeest, and zebra, those two probabilities are independent of each other. And it's not the case that those things are independent. Lions actually attack like bigger animals than cheetahs. So there is a huge independence hypothesis in this process, which is not actually true. The reason for this is that we don't know how to represent properly distributions over combinatorial sequences of symbols, essentially, because the number grows exponentially with the length of the symbols. And so we have to use tricks for this, but those techniques can get around, don't even deal with it. So the big question is, would there be some sort of abstract latent representation of text that would say that when I switch lion for gazelle, lion for cheetah, I also have to switch zebra for gazelle?
Yeah, so this independence assumption, let me throw some criticism at you that I often hear and see how you respond. So this kind of filling in the blanks is just statistics. You're not learning anything like the deep underlying concepts. You're just mimicking stuff from the past. You're not learning anything new such that you can use it to generalize about the world. Let me just say the crude version, which is it's just statistics. It's not intelligence. What do you have to say to that? What do you usually say to that if you kind of hear this kind of thing?
I don't get into those discussions because they're kind of pointless. So first of all, it's quite possible that intelligence is just statistics. It's just statistics of a particular kind.
Yes. This is the philosophical. It's kind of is it possible that intelligence is just statistics?
Yeah. But what kind of statistics? So if you are asking the question, are the models of the world that we learn, do they have some notion of causality? Yes. So if the criticism comes from people who say, our current machine learning system don't care about causality, which by the way is wrong, I agree with that. Yeah, you should, your model of the world should have your actions as one of the inputs, and that will drive you to learn causal models of the world where you know what intervention in the world will cause what result. And you can do this by observation of other agents acting in the world and observing the effect of other humans, for example. So I think, at some level of description, intelligence is just statistics. But that doesn't mean you won't have models that have deep mechanistic explanation for what goes on. The question is how do you run them? That's the question I'm interested in. Because a lot of people who actually voice their criticism say that those mechanistic models have to come from someplace else. They have to come from human designers. They have to come from I don't know what. And obviously we learn them. Or if we don't learn them as an individual, nature learn them for us using evolution. So regardless of what you think, those processes have been learned. somehow.
So if you look at the human brain, just like when we humans introspect about how the brain works, it seems like when we think about what is intelligence, we think about the high level stuff like the models we've constructed, concepts like cognitive science, like concepts of memory and reasoning module, almost like these high level modules. Is this serve as a good analogy? Like, are we ignoring the dark matter, the basic low level mechanisms, just like we ignore the way the operating system works? We're just using the high level software, ignoring that at the low level, the neural network might be doing something like statistics, like meaning, sorry to use this word probably incorrectly and crudely, but doing this kind of filling the gap kind of learning and just kind of updating the model constantly in order to be able to support the raw sensory information to predict it and adjust to the prediction when it's wrong. But like when we look at our brain at the high level, it feels like we're doing like we're playing chess. Like we're like playing with high level concepts and we're stitching them together. We're putting them into long term memory. But really, what's going on underneath is something we're not even introspect, which is this kind of simple large neural network just filling in the gaps.
Right. Well, okay. So there's a lot of questions. Okay. So first of all, there's a whole school of thought in neuroscience, computational neuroscience in particular, that likes the idea of predictive coding, which is really related to the idea I was talking about in self-supervised learning. So everything is about prediction. The essence of intelligence is the ability to predict, and everything the brain does is trying to predict everything from everything else. Okay, and that's really sort of the underlying principle, if you want, that self-supervised learning is trying to kind of reproduce this idea of prediction as kind of an essential mechanism of task-independent learning. The next step is, what kind of intelligence are you interested in reproducing? And of course, we all think about, trying to reproduce sort of, high-level cognitive processes in humans. But like with machines, we're not even at the level of even reproducing the learning processes in a cat brain. The most intelligent or intelligent systems don't have as much common sense as a house cat. So how is it that cats learn? And cats don't do a whole lot of reasoning. They certainly have causal models. They certainly have because many cats can figure out like how they can act on the world to get what they want. They certainly have a fantastic model of intuitive physics, certainly of the dynamics of their own bodies, but also of praise and things like that, right? So they're pretty smart. They only do this with about 800 million neurons. We are not anywhere close to reproducing this kind of thing. So to some extent, I could say, let's not even worry about like the high level cognition and kind of long-term planning and reasoning that humans can do until we figure out can we even reproduce what cats are doing. Now that said, this ability to learn neural models, I think, is the key to the possibility of learning machines that can also reason. So whenever I give a talk, I say there are three challenges, three main challenges in machine learning. The first one is getting machines to learn to represent the world and proposing self-supervised learning. The second is getting machines to reason in ways that are compatible with essentially gradient-based learning, because this is what deep learning is all about, really. And the third one is something we have no idea how to solve. I have no idea how to solve. Is can we get machines to learn hierarchical representations of action plans? We know how to train them to learn hierarchical representations of perception. With convolutional nets and things like that, and transformers. But what about action plans? Can we get them to spontaneously learn good hierarchical representations of actions?
Also gradient-based.
Yeah, all of that needs to be somewhat differentiable so that you can apply sort of gradient-based learning, which is really what deep learning is about.
So it's background, knowledge, ability to reason in a way that's differentiable, that is somehow connected, deeply integrated with that background knowledge, or built on top of that background knowledge, and given that background knowledge, be able to make hierarchical plans in the world.
So if you take classical optimal control, there's something in classical optimal control called model predictive control, and it's been around since the early 60s. NASA uses that to compute trajectories of rockets. And the basic idea is that you have a predictive model of the rocket, let's say, or whatever system you intend to control, which, given the state of the system at time t and given an action that you're taking the system, so for a rocket it would be thrust and all the controls you can have, it gives you the state of the system at time t plus delta t, right? So basically a differential equation, something like that. And if you have this model, and you have this model in the form of some sort of neural net or some sort of set of formula that you can backpropagate gradients through, you can do what's called model predictive control or gradient-based model predictive control. So you have you can unroll that model in time. You feed it a hypothesized sequence of actions, and then you have some objective function measures how well at the end of the trajectory the system has succeeded or matched what you wanted to do. Is the robot harmed? Have you grasped the object you want to grasp? If it's a rocket, are you in the right place near the space station? Things like that. And by backpropagation through time, and again, this was invented in the 1960s by optimal control theorists, you can figure out what is the optimal sequence of actions that will get my system to the best final state. So that's a form of reasoning. It's basically planning, and a lot of planning systems in robotics are actually based on this. And you can think of this as a form of reasoning. So, to take the example of the teenager driving a car again, you have a pretty good dynamical model of the car. It doesn't need to be very accurate, but again, that if you turn the wheel to the right and there is a cliff, you're going to run off the cliff, right? You don't need to have a very accurate model to predict that. And you can run this in your mind and decide not to do it for that reason, because you can predict in advance that the result is going to be bad. So you can sort of imagine different scenarios and then employ or take the first step in the scenario that is most favorable, and then repeat the process of planning. That's what receiving horizon model predictive control. So all those things have names, going back decades. And so if you're now the classical optimal control, the model of the world is not generally learned. Sometimes a few parameters you have to identify. That's called systems identification. But generally, the model is mostly deterministic and mostly built by hand. So the big question of AI, I think the big challenge of AI for the next decade is how do we get machines to run predictive models of the world that deal with uncertainty and deal with the real world in all this complexity. So it's not just the trajectory of a rocket, which you can reduce to first principles. It's not even just the trajectory of a robot arm, which again you can model by careful mathematics. But it's everything else, everything we observe in the world. People, behavior, physical systems that involve collective phenomena like water or trees and branches in a tree or something, or complex things that humans have no trouble developing abstract representations of predictive model for, but we still don't know how to do it.
Where do you put in these three, maybe in the planning stages, the game theoretic nature of this world, where your actions not only respond to the dynamic nature of the world, the environment, but also affect it? So if there's other humans involved, is this point number 4, or is it somehow integrated into the hierarchical representation of action in your view?
I think it's integrated. It's just that now your model of the world has to deal with, it just makes it more complicated. Right? The fact that humans are complicated and not easily predictable, that makes your model of the world much more complicated. That much more.
Well, there's a chess. I suppose chess is an analogy. So Monte Carlo tree search. There's a I go, you go, I go, you go. Like Andrzej Karpathy recently gave a talk at MIT about car doors. I think there's some machine learning too, but mostly car doors. And there's dynamic natures of the car, like the person opening the door checking And he wasn't talking about that. He was talking about the perception problem of what the ontology, what defines a car door, this big philosophical question. But to me, it was interesting because, like, it's obvious that the person opening the car door, if they're trying to get out, like here in New York, trying to get out of the car, you slowing down is going to signal something. You speeding up is going to signal something. That's a dance. It's a asynchronous chess game. I don't know. So it feels like it's not just. I mean, I guess you can integrate all of that into one giant model, like the entirety of these little interactions. Because it's not as complicated as chess. It's just like a little dance. We're doing a little dance together, and then we figure it out.
Well, in some ways, it's way more complicated than chess because it's continuous, it's uncertain in a continuous manner.
It doesn't feel more complicated.
It doesn't feel more complicated because that's what we've evolved to solve. It's the kind of problem we've evolved to solve, and so we're good at it because nature has made us good at it. Nature has not made us good at chess. We completely suck at chess.
Yeah.
In fact, that's why we designed it as a game, is to be challenging. And if there is something that recent progress in chess and Go has made us realize, is that humans are. Humans are really terrible at those things, like really bad. There was a story right before AlphaGo that the best Go players thought they were maybe 2 or 3 stones behind, an ideal player that we call God.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, no, they're like 9 or 10 stones behind. I mean, we're just bad.
Yeah.
So we're not good at, and it's because we have limited working memory. We're not very good at doing this tree exploration. Computers are much better at doing than we are. But we are much better at running differentiable models of the world. I mean, I say differentiable in a kind of, I should say, not differentiable in the sense that we went back far through it, but in the sense that our brain has some mechanism for estimating gradients of some kind, and that's what makes it efficient. So if you have an agent that consists of a model of the world, which in the human brain is basically the entire front half of your brain, an objective function, which in humans is a combination of two things. There is your sort of intrinsic motivation module, which is on the basal ganglia in one case of the brain. That's the thing that measures pain and hunger and things like that, like immediate feelings and emotions. And then there is the equivalent of what people in reinforcement learning call critic, which is a sort of module that predicts ahead what the outcome of a situation will be. And so it's not a cost function, but it's sort of not an objective function, but it's sort of a trained predictor of the ultimate objective function. And that also is differentiable. And so if all of this is differentiable, your cost function, your critic, your one model, then you can use gradient-based type methods to do planning, to do reasoning, to do learning, to do all the things that we like an intelligent agent to do.
And the gradient-based learning, like what's your intuition? That's probably at the core of self-intelligence. So you don't need like logic-based reasoning in your view.
I don't know how to make logic-based reasoning compatible with efficient learning.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, there's a big question, perhaps a philosophical question. It's not that philosophical, but that we can ask is that all the learning algorithms we know from engineering and computer science proceed by optimizing some objective functions. Okay. Right? So one question we may ask is does learning minimize an objective function? It could be a composite of multiple objective functions, but it's still an objective function. Second, if it does optimize an objective function, does it do it by some sort of gradient estimation? It doesn't need to be backward, but some way of estimating the gradient in an efficient manner, whose complexity is on the same order of magnitude as actually running the inference. Because you can't afford to do things like perturbing a weight in your brain to figure out what the effect is. And that sort of you can't do sort of estimating gradient by perturbation. To me, it seems very implausible that the brain uses some sort of zeroth order black box gradient-free optimization, because it's so much less efficient than gradient optimization. So it has to have a way of estimating gradients.
Is it possible that some kind of logic-based reasoning emerges in pockets as a useful, like you said, if the brain is an objective function, maybe it's a mechanism for creating objective functions. It's a mechanism for creating knowledge bases, for example, that can then be queried. Like maybe it's like an efficient representation of knowledge that's learned in a gradient-based way or something like that.
Well, so I think there is a lot of different types of intelligence. So first of all, I think the type of logical reasoning that we think about, that we are, maybe stemming from, sort of classical AI of the 1970s and 80s. I think humans use that relatively rarely and are not particularly good at it.
But we judge each other based on our ability to solve those rare problems called IQ tests.
I think so. Like, I'm not very good at chess.
Yes, I'm judging you this whole time because, we actually
with your heritage, I'm sure you're good at chess.
No, stereotypes. Not all stereotypes are true.
Well, I'm terrible at chess. So, but I think perhaps another type of intelligence that I have is this, ability of sort of building models of the world from, reasoning obviously, but also data. And those models generally are more kind of analogical, right? So it's reasoning by simulation and by analogy, where you use one model to apply to a new situation, even though you've never seen that situation, you can sort of connect it to a situation you encountered before. And your reasoning is more, akin to some sort of internal simulation. So you're kind of simulating what's happening when you're building, I don't know, a box out of wood or something, right? you can imagine in advance, like what would be the result of coding the wood in this particular way. You're going to use screws and nails or whatever. When you are interacting with someone, you also have a model of that person and sort of interact with that person. Having this model in mind to kind of tell the person what you think is useful to them. So I think this ability to construct models of the world is basically the essence of intelligence, and the ability to use it then to plan actions that will fulfill a particular criterion, of course, is necessary as well.
I'm going to ask you a series of impossible questions we keep asking, as I've been doing. So if that's the fundamental sort of dark matter of intelligence, this ability to form a background model, what's your intuition about how much knowledge is required? I think dark matter, you can put a percentage on it of the composition of the universe, how much of it is dark matter, how much of it is dark energy, how much information do you think is required to be a house cat? Do you have to be able to, when you see a box, go in it, when you see a human compute the most evil action, if there's a thing that's near an edge, you knock it off. All of that, plus the extra stuff you mentioned, which is a great self-awareness of the physics of your own body and the world. How much knowledge is required to solve it? I don't even know how to measure an answer to that question.
I'm not sure how to measure it, but whatever it is, it fits in about 800,000 neurons, 800 million neurons. Sorry.
The representation of
everything, all knowledge, everything, right? It's less than a billion. The dog is 2 billion, but a cat is less than 1 billion. And so multiply that by 1,000, you get the number of synapses. And I think almost all of it is run through a sort of self-supervised learning. Although I think a tiny sliver is run through reinforcement learning, and certainly very little through classical supervised learning. Although it's not even clear how supervised learning actually works in the biological world. So I think almost all of it is self-supervised learning, but it's driven by the sort of ingrained objective functions that a cat or a human have at the base of their brain, which kind of drives their behavior. So, nature tells us you're hungry. It doesn't tell us how to feed ourselves. That's something that the rest of our brain has to figure out, right?
What's interesting is there might be more deeper objective functions that underlying the whole thing. So hunger may be some kind of, now you go to neurobiology, it might be just the brain trying to maintain homeostasis. So hunger is just one of the human perceivable symptoms of the brain being unhappy with the way things are currently.
Right.
It could be just like one really dumb objective function at the core.
But that's how behavior is driven. The fact that the basal ganglia drive us to do things that are different from, say, an orangutan or certainly a cat is what makes human nature versus orangutan nature versus cat nature. So, for example, our basal ganglia drives us to seek the company of other humans. And that's because nature has figured out that we need to be social animals for our species to survive, and it's true of many primates. It's not true of orangutans. Orangutans are solitary animals. They don't seek the company of others. In fact, they avoid them. In fact, they scream at them when they come too close because they're territorial. Because for their survival, evolution has figured out that's the best thing. I mean, they're occasionally social, of course, for reproduction and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they're mostly solitary. So all of those behaviors are not part of intelligence. People say, "Oh, you're never going to have intelligent machines because human intelligence is social." But then you look at orangutans, you look at octopus. Octopus never lose parents. They barely interact with any other, and they get to be really smart in less than a year, in like half a year. In a year they're adults, in 2 years they're dead. So there are things that we think as humans are intimately linked with intelligence, like social interaction, like language. We think I think we give way too much importance to language as a substrate of intelligence as humans, because we think our reasoning is so linked with language.
So to solve the house cat intelligence problem, you think you could do it on a desert island? You could have
Pretty much.
just have a cat sitting there, looking at the ways that the ocean weighs and figure a lot of it out.
It needs to have sort of the right set of drives to kind of get it to do the thing and learn the appropriate things, right? But like for example, baby humans are driven to learn to stand up and walk. Okay, so that's kind of this desire is hardwired. How to do it precisely is not that's different. The desire to walk, move around, and stand up. That's sort of. It's very simple to hardwire this kind of stuff.
Like the desire to. Well, that's interesting. You're hardwired to want to walk. That's not a. There's got to be a deeper need for walking. I think it was probably socially imposed by society that you need to walk. All the other bipedal.
No, like a lot of simple animals that probably walk without ever watching any other members of the species.
It seems like a scary thing to have to do because you suck at bipedal walking at first. It seems crawling is much safer, much more like, why are you in a hurry?
Well, because you have this thing that drives you to do it, which is a part of the sort of human development.
Is that understood actually? What?
Not entirely. No.
What's the reason to get on 2 feet? It's really hard. Like most animals don't get on 2 feet.
Well, they get on 4 feet. Many mammals get on 4 feet.
Yeah, they
very quickly. Some of them extremely quickly.
But like from the last time I've interacted with a table, that's much more stable than a thing on 2 legs. It's just a really hard problem.
Yeah, how many birds have figured it out with 2 feet?
Well, technically, in going to ontology, they have 4. I guess they have 2 feet.
They have 2 feet.
Chickens.
Dinosaurs have 2 feet. Many of them.
Allegedly. I'm just now learning that T-Rex was eating grass, not other animals. T-Rex might have been a friendly pet. What do you think about, I don't know if you looked at the test for general intelligence that Francois Chalet put together. I don't know if you got a chance to look at that kind of thing. Like, what's your intuition about how to solve like an IQ type of test?
I don't know. I think it's so outside of my radar screen. It's not really relevant, I think, in the short term.
Well, I guess one way to ask another way, perhaps more closer to what to your work, is like, how do you solve a list with very little example data?
That's right, and that's the answer to this probably is self-supervised learning. Just learn to represent images, and then learning, to recognize Hamilton digits on top of this will only require a few samples. We observe this in humans, right? You show a young child a picture book with a couple of pictures of an elephant, and that's it. The child knows what an elephant is. And we see this today with practical systems that we train image recognition systems with enormous amounts of images, either completely self-supervised or really, for example, you can train a neural net to predict whatever hashtag people type on Instagram, right? Like, it's with billions of images because there's billions per day that are showing up. So the amount of training data is essentially unlimited. And then you take the output representation, a couple layers down from the output of what the system learned, and feed this as input to the classifier for any object in the world that you want, and it works pretty well. So that's transfer learning, okay, or weakly supervised transfer learning. People are making very, very fast progress using self-supervised learning for this kind of scenario as well. And my guess is that's going to be the future.
For self-supervised learning, how much cleaning do you think is needed for filtering malicious signal, or what's a better term? But like a lot of people use hashtags on Instagram to get like good SEO that doesn't fully represent the contents of the image. Like they'll put a picture of a cat and hashtag it with like science, awesome, fun. I don't know, all the type of. Why would you put science?
Well, so
that's not very good SEO.
The way my colleagues who work on this project at Facebook now, Meta AI, a few years ago, work with this is that they only selected something like 17,000 tags that correspond to kind of physical things or situations, like, you know, that has some visual content. So, you know, you wouldn't have like hash TDT or anything like that.
Also, they keep a very select set of hashtags. Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's still on the order of you know, 10 to 20,000. So it's pretty large.
Okay. Can you tell me about data augmentation? What the heck is data augmentation, and how is it used? Maybe contrasted learning for video. What are simple ideas here?
Right, so data augmentation, I mean, first, data augmentation, you know, is the idea of artificially increasing the size of your training set by distorting the images that you have in ways that don't change the nature of the image, right? So you take, in GUINNESS, you can do data augmentation on GUINNESS, and people have done this since the 1990s, right? To take a GUINNESS digit and you shift it a little bit, or you change the size, or rotate it, skew it, you know, etc. Add noise, etc. And it works better. If you train a supervised classifier with augmented data, you're going to get better results. Now, it's become really interesting over the last couple of years because a lot of self-supervised learning techniques to pre-train vision systems are based on data augmentation. And the basic techniques is originally inspired by techniques that I worked on in the early 90s and Jeff Hinton worked on also in the early 90s. There was sort of parallel work. I used to call this Siamese network. So basically you take two identical copies of the same network, they share the same weights, and you show two different views of the same object. Either those two different views may have been obtained by data augmentation, or maybe it's two different views of the same scene from a camera that you moved, or at different times or something like that, right? Or two pictures of the same person, things like that. And then you train this neural net, those two identical copies of this neural net, to produce an output representation, a vector, in such a way that the representation for those two images are as close to each other as possible, as identical to each other as possible, right? Because you want the system to basically learn a function that will be invariant, that will not change, whose output will not change when you transform those inputs in those particular ways, right? So that's easy to do. What's complicated is how do you make sure that when you show two images that are different, the system will produce different things? Because if you don't have a specific provision for this, the system will just ignore the inputs. When you train it, it will end up ignoring the input and just produce a constant vector that is the same for every input. Right? Yeah. That's called a collapse. Now, how do you avoid collapse? So there's two ideas. One idea that I proposed in the early 90s, my colleagues at Bell Labs, Rabbi and a couple other people, which we now call contrastive learning, which is to have negative examples, right? So you have pairs of images that you know are different, and you show them to the network,